Chapter 1. 1991, July 21st. Early morning. London, South Kensington. Garden Street, 101. This is a three-story single-family villa. The front yard is surrounded by white wooden fences. The high gate and the imposing spire reveal that the owner of the villa has an extraordinary family background. South Kensington is a well-known wealthy area in London, and the people living here are at least among the elites of the middle class, such as lawyers, dentists, anesthesiologists, and so on. Among them, number 101 is particularly eye-catching. This house is basically twice the size of other houses and has a large backyard. And the owner of the villa, Erwin, sitting in the living room, staring at a fat Scottish chubby chicken. A minute later, the letter that had been caught in its claws was dropped, and the round-faced fat chicken fluttered and flew away. Before leaving, he also left some excrement at Erwin's house, expressing his dissatisfaction that Erwin did not give it some food. Erwin took the letter in his hand and read it softly. 101, Garden Street, in your stately living room, received by Mr. Erwin Gaunt. Erwin's hands trembled slightly. An owl delivers a letter, and on a pale yellow envelope, an emblem consisting of a lion, a snake, a badger, and a crow. Dare to suggest that it is more obvious. Erwin's heart was complicated at this time. He originally thought that he was simply reborn to London in 1980. He didn't expect it to be this magical Harry Potter world. Hogwarts, Hermione, Luna, Fleur. Crooked. The point is not these people, but fantastic magic. Erwin is an ordinary rebirth, a glorious 996 worker in his last life. After dying from overwork, I opened my eyes and came to London in 1980. Orphaned, protagonist template. Originally, Erwin thought that he would awaken the system and traverse the world. But 11 years have passed. Alvin knew he was thinking too much. Goldfinger didn't wake up, but with the spiritual power bonus obtained from his rebirth, his memory greatly increased. Plus a little bit of special ability. Alvin also achieved financial freedom early. With some weak financial knowledge in the previous life, he opened an investment company. Don't talk about how to make money at the age of 11. The setting is that the orphanage is better, and it is in the front. The protagonist has an idea. After donating part of it to the orphanage every year, I still have hundreds of thousands of pounds left. 2 years ago, I bought this house and moved out. I thought I could spend my life so peacefully. Wait for a few years of bubble crisis to make a fortune, and then buy another wave of coins. You can also get rich. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a magical world. Alvin now has both longing and anxiety. Although Alvin in his previous life was not an avid Harry Potter fan, he had seen the entire series of movies. As time passed, although he did not know all the plots, he also had a general memory of the main story. This is not a peaceful world. It's 1991, and I should have entered the school in the same year as Harry Potter. From the 1st grade to the 4th grade. As long as you live a normal life and don't get involved in the affairs between the old bee and the savior trio, you can enjoy your life. After all, the dangers Harry encountered in the past 4 years were all the result of his own death and Dumbledore's help. But in the 5th grade, after the arrival of Umbridge the Toad, things were more complicated. 6th and 7th grade, this school can't stay. Hogwarts was already Voldemort's territory. To be precise, the entire magical world cannot stay. But magic, who doesn't yearn for it? When watching a movie in a previous life, Alvin was attracted by the magical world presented in the movie. Now that he came to this world and had the opportunity to explore the mysteries of magic, Alvin said it was a lie not to be moved. Otherwise, go to the 5th grade, and after passing the OWLS exam, you will not go to school and find a place to hang out? Thinking of this, Alvin opened the envelope and looked at the contents. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, First Class Mage of the Order of Merlin, Chief Mage of Wisingamore. We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. In addition, due to your family circumstances, we will send a professor to your home on July 31st to answer some questions for you. Vice Principal, female, sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Just as Alvin read the letter, there was a sudden sound in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has come into contact with the extraordinary system of this world, and is scanning the world. Ding, the scan is complete. and a system that conforms to the laws of the world is being customized for the host. System customization is complete. Your system, the magic card drawing system, is online. You are welcome to use the magic card drawing system. This system has no subjective consciousness and cannot analyze and present the current situation for the host. However, this system does not have any punishment. Please rest assured to use the host. The corners of Alvin's mouth twitched. No wonder. As a traverser, the standard system has not arrived yet. It turned out that he had never been in touch with the real side of the world. This is good. The system is awakened. As long as you are not too rambunctious, there shouldn't be any danger at Hogwarts, right? System, introduce yourself. In addition, you have been late for so many years. Send me my compensation and novice gift package quickly. In his previous life, Feilu had been with him for so many years, and Alvin was at least a Dumbledore-level expert in terms of how to scour the system. Ding! It is detected that the system has been sleeping for 11 years. The accumulated energy is divided into 50% with the host, and the host is rewarded with 5,000 gold coins, distributing Novice Spree. Do you want to open Novice Spree? Open. I'm opening the spree. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to trace the source of the bloodline, and the bloodline of the Wooling has been activated. All of a sudden, Alvin felt as if a volcano was erupting in his body again, but it soon calmed down. He took a closer look, and the superpower he thought, actually magic, could only be subtly felt the flow of that energy. But now it was like a stream flowing through his body, and it's easier to handle than before. Alvin is very satisfied. The advantages brought by any world bloodline cannot be ignored. Otherwise, the protagonists of the fantasy world will not be this body and that body. After the bloodline is activated, he can definitely master some self-protection power in a short period of time. System, what is the function of gold coins? Seeing the compensation given by the system, Alvin couldn't help but complain. This system also learned to divide the spoils, directly deducting half of its own energy. However, considering that the novice reward is so good, I chose not to care about the system. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Back to the host. Gold coins are the only currency in the system. Considering that most of the traversers are orphans, one is poor. This system has deliberately canceled the recharge system, and all gold coins are obtained within the system. Then I really thank you. Alvin's mouth twitched, speechless. With the system, you also have your own assets, which is obviously double the happiness. Why is this happening? Yes, the joy of Krypton gold is gone. Even if he is very helpless, Alvin can only accept this reality. After researching the system, Alvin found that the main function of the system is to draw cards. Draw cards with gold coins. 100 gold coins once. Cards are equally divided into white, blue, purple, and gold. For grades, white cards, some basic spells for wizards, magic materials, and gold galleons. Blue card, there will be some offensive or defensive spells, such as the beginning of your weapons, fuchsia, and the like. Purple cards are some rare and hard-to-learn magic spells. Similar to a clemency, guardian of the gods, no shadow of kamikaze, etc., there are also some comprehension of overall subjects. For example, knowledge of potions, knowledge of transfiguration. Gold cards are some character cards. Every time a character card is drawn, a knowledge, spell, or even talent of a character can be selected to improve. The gold coins are also very simple to obtain, and there will be gold coin rewards or card package rewards for completing some milestones. After Alvin enters the school, he will open the daily task system. If he completes some small tasks every day, he will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. There will also be a chance to draw a card every day. The chance to draw a card that will not be given will not be able to draw a gold card, and the maximum is only a purple card. System, is there my personal panel? Personal panel generated for host. Please wait, host. Alvin gone age. 11 years old birthday. October 31st identity. The behind-the-scenes boss of Alvin Investment Company, a fresh graduate of Garden Elementary School, and a prospective freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, which spirit, awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale. 3 magic items. None charms talent. 5. Outstanding, transfiguration talents. 3. Unremarkable, divination talent. 0. Troll. Black magic. 8. Born Azkaban, gold. 5,000 Alvin. Looking at his 8-point talent in black magic, Alvin felt that he should not go to Hogwarts. If I put on the sorting hat and yelled out Azkaban directly, wouldn't I be the first freshman in history to enter Azkaban directly at the sorting ceremony? The host does not need to worry. Except for the system, no one else can quantify the specific information of the host's talent. That's fine. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, and he didn't have to worry about entering Azkaban directly. Looking at the 5,000 gold coins on the account, Alvin rubbed his hands together. After being reborn, his mobile phone is still a brick, let alone a mobile game card. I haven't drawn a card for a long time. Let's see what good things can come out of the European energy I have accumulated in the past 10 years. Alvin clicked on the card draw interface. A pop-up window suddenly popped out. The Milky Way is surging, and the Vientiane apocalypse. To celebrate the successful binding of the system, we hereby open the legendary character set card pool, Light and Dark Kings, White Devil Dumbledore, Dark Lord First Generation I Grindelwald. When the host gets either the White Devil Dumbledore or the Dark Lord Grindelwald, he can get another legendary gold card. This effect will only take effect once in the up card pool this time. After that, the bottom guaranteed card pool will be a random gold card, and the bottom guaranteed card will be drawn after 50 draws. This system also comes in sets, but it is worthy of being a novice card pool, draw 1 for 2, and make a lot of money. Alvin looked at the 5,000 gold coins on the book, which happened to be guaranteed once, and wondered if the system had calculated it. When I came to the bathroom, I rubbed my face fiercely and washed my hands several times. System, all 5,000 gold coins have been drawn. Next, a pentagram magic circle suddenly appeared on the system interface, and 10 streamers drilled out of it. 5 white, 3 blue, and 2 purple. Congratulations to the host. Get 100 gold galleons, white. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a BB Duo flavored bean gift pack, white. Congratulations to the host. Get the magic spell, fluorescent flash. Congratulations to the host. Get the magic spell, occlumency, purple. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a rare potion, inspiration potion, purple. I looked at my 10th, and it felt okay. 100 gold galleons, enough for 1 year's expenses, and this is from the white card. You don't need to be bothered by gold coins anymore. The basic spells he obtained were also good. After obtaining the spell of the spell appeared in his mind, and he knew the points to pay attention to when casting the spell and tone. As long as you give him a wand now, he can release it smoothly. Looking at the reward of the purple card, he knew that with occlumency, although there was a system in place, the secret of his rebirth would definitely not be noticed by the master of dementia. But some of his instant thoughts and complaints were indeed easily detected by Old B and Snape. After all, 2 LYBs have to be guarded. Another bonus, the Inspiration Elixir is a nice addition. Elixir of Inspiration. Created by potions masters in ancient times, the brain is hyperactive within an hour of taking it. Thinking, inspiration, and computing speed are greatly increased. This is a panacea reward, whether it is used for researching key magic or taking it in times of battle crisis. It is a good choice. Good stuff, keep it. As soon as the mind moves, the inspiration potion and other items disappear. This is one of the basic functions of the system and can store anything drawn by a lottery. System, continue to draw. Alvin signaled the system to continue the draw. The rewards that follow are also pretty much the same. Each 10th is 1 or 2 purple, and it seems that there are 10ths guaranteed. There are also quite a few basic spells, as well as some golden galleons and potion materials. But Alvin's face was getting worse and worse. What's the meaning? Is this card pool less than guaranteed and no gold? It's all 40 draws, and not a single gold will come out? After reliving the first life, can I still hide the identity of my chief? Just when Alvin was getting desperate and his eyes gradually became dull, the last 10 consecutive bursts came out. Brush. 2 gold, 2 purple, 3 blue, and 3 white rays of light shot out from the magic circle, and the golden rays of light were so dazzling that they covered the brilliance of the other 3 colors. Alvin's eyes were instantly occupied by golden light, and the whole person was ecstatic. F***K. It's still a double-yolked egg. Sure enough, I'm not an African chief, a serious European. British account. *. Chapter 3. Alvin couldn't believe it. His first 40 draws were the basic guarantee. He didn't expect a double yolk egg in the last 10 consecutive draws, including the reward buff from the novice card pool. Alvin drew 3 gold cards in a pool, excitedly staring at the 2 gold cards on the screen, watching them slowly dissipate the light, revealing their true colors. Name: Albus Dumbledore. Quality: Gold. Talent: Transfiguration. 8. Legend of History: Dark Magic. 8. Natural Azkaban. Defense against Dark Magic. 8. Justice Companion. Spells: Most Black Magic. Defense against the Dark Arts. Polymorph. Name: Phoenix. Pet card: Quality: Gold. Gender: Female. Talent: Nirvana. Abilities: Healing, Tears, Defense, Swallowing Spells, Messaging, Apparate. Name: Gittler Grindelwald. Quality: Gold. Talent: Black Magic. 8. Prophecy. AF *CK Gus. Only the 2 strongest talents are shown. Spells: Most Black Magic. Defense against the Dark Arts. Ancient Black Magic. Looking at the 3 cards in front of him, Alvin was sluggish as expected of the 2 Demon Kings, especially Dumbledore. Not only are White Magic and Transfiguration an 8th level talent, Black Magic is also comparable to Grindelwald. There is also the Phoenix, who got the symbol of the boss before he entered school. The Phoenix as a pet. Even in Hogwarts in the future, you can use the Phoenix to apparate and leave at any time. However, Alvin immediately got into a tangle, and each gold card could only choose 1 talent or spell to strengthen. Dumbledore doesn't have to think about it. It must be defense against the dark arts. Alvin's dark magic defense talent is 4, which belongs to the small genius range and needs to be strengthened. However, this card of Grindelwald is difficult to choose. Alvin wants to choose defense against the dark arts and raise his defense against the dark arts to level 6. In this case, it is already second only to a few Demon King level characters. According to Alvin's own calculations, even Snape, Sirius Black, and James Potter, the most outstanding people in their generation, are level 5. But looking at his level 8 black magic talent, as long as he integrates Grindelwald's talent, he can reach level 9, the highest level in the system evaluation. It doesn't matter, the defense against black magic will be improved later. Let's see what it feels like to have a full-level black magic talent first. System integrates Dumbledore's dark magic defense talent and Grindelwald's dark magic talent. Ding! It has been fused for the host. Alvin, is this the end? I feel that my body has not changed. But also, this is just a talent, and it may be reflected in the process of learning in the future. Extract the Phoenix. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of Alvin's eyes, and then slowly expanded into a ring of fire. A bird full of gorgeous and noble breath all over his body flew out of the halo. It stopped on Alvin's shoulder. He put his golden beak close to his face. Alvin stroked the Phoenix's feathers and was very fond of the Phoenix. One person and one bird interacted for a while. Alvin said, "Dumbledore's bird is called Fox, and I have to give you a name, and you will be called Fury from now on." "Hey," Alvin said. "Hello. Is that what the Phoenix is called? Why is it still weird?" After playing with Furway for a while, Alvin immediately checked his other receipts. Jean Gallion * 500, a number of various spells. 6 purple cards were issued. Transfiguration *1, Potions *1, All Incantations *2, a Clemency *2 combining various spells. Alvin closed his eyes and silently received the information in his mind. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Yes, a Clemency is no less than the level of 10 years of learning, and other magic spells have also been introduced. After entering Hogwarts, you don't have to worry about your secrets being exposed. The old bee and the old bat should not be able to do their best to one student's cast legitimacy. Host: Alvin Gaunt. Age: 11 years old. Birthday: October 31st. Identity: the behind-the-scenes boss of Alvin Investment Company, a fresh graduate of Garden Elementary School, and a prospective freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline: Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic Scale: 7 magic items. None Charms Talent: 5, Outstanding, Defense against the Dark Arts. 5, Outstanding, Divination Talent. 0, Troll. Black Magic: 9, The Demon King Comes to Earth. Gold. 0, a wave of card draws increased Alvin's strength a lot, and the magic power in his body doubled. According to the system introduction, ordinary young wizards are basically around 1 when they enter the school and will reach 5 when they become adults. Now Alvin is comparable to ordinary adult wizards. Of course, this is referring to the total amount of magic power in his body, not the achievement in magic. Without enough knowledge, you can easily be defeated if you have a magic power. In the days after that, Alvin began his magical journey. Because there is no wand, and no wandless spellcasting skills are drawn, Alvin can only browse the knowledge of potions and transfiguration that he has drawn. The systematic knowledge drawn through the system, not all knowledge of transfiguration and potions, is only given to the second-year level of Hogwarts. However, each time a repeated card is drawn, Alvin's understanding and mastery of spells and various knowledge will continue to improve. Of course, Alvin can master this part more firmly and use it more skillfully through his own study. His upper limit is not locked by the system. In this way, the day slowly came to July 31st, 9 a.m. Ding dong, ding dong. When the doorbell rang, Alvin knew that this was the Hogwarts professor, but he didn't know which one was coming. Curious, Alvin opened the door. As the door opened, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He had greasy black shoulder-length hair, thin cheeks, a gaunt face, a huge hooked nose, and thin lips. Wearing a wide robe, it swelled with the breeze. Live like an old bat, Alvin knew that this was Snape, but he had to pretend he didn't know. "Excuse me." Snape gave a meticulous gentleman's salute, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded in Alvin's ear. "Good morning, Mr. Gaunt." In person, Severus Snape, Professor of Potions at Hogwarts, head of Slytherin House. Today's visit is mainly to guide you into the world you originally belonged to. Shun will be your guide and take you to buy some necessary supplies for school. Alvin's face showed just the right amount of surprise, and he randomly drew his handle to the door. Mouth said, "Come in, Professor Snape. I couldn't believe the letter I received from the owl before. There is magic in this world, but your presence makes me hopeful about it. Let's go inside and talk." Asterisk. See. A chapter 4. When they came to the living room, the two sat opposite each other. Alvin looked at Snape across from him with a little emotion in his heart. Snape is a character he liked very much when he watched movies in his previous life, although Alvin didn't like this character well in the previous movies. But as he gradually learned about Snape's life, he gradually understood why Snape treated Harry like this. After all, the father's debt is repaid. This is a character with a tragic life. Because of himself, he killed the only love in this life. Since then, he has lived in remorse and self-blame, and the final death may still be a relief for him. Snape, who was sitting next to Alvin, didn't notice Alvin's thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gaunt, your surname is well known in the wizarding world. Your ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, is one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the founder of Slytherin Academy. Due to some reasons, your family has declined in recent years, but the glory of pure blood still flows through your body. I believe that at Hogwarts, you can also make this surname great again." Immediately afterwards, Snape began to explain some common sense in the magic world. Alvin suddenly realized that he had no impression of his surname. But after Snape finished speaking, he remembered that Voldemort's mother was from the Gaunt family, and the resurrection stone in the Horcrux was the ancestral treasure of the Gaunt family. Now he is still in the old house of the Gaunt family, lying quietly. As time passed, Snape also slowly stopped explaining. This is the general information. For more information, you can also find out after going to Hogwarts. I don't know if Mr. Gaunt has any questions. No. Professor, I'm looking forward to my future life, and I can't wait to go to Diagon Alley. Alvin is not lying. His curiosity about the wizarding world has already reached its peak. Then ask Mr. Gaunt to stand by my side and grab my wrist. Snape was also resolute, and when Alvin grabbed his wrist and stood firm, he used to apparate. Immediately, the figures of the two disappeared along with a whirlpool that appeared when the toilet was flushing. Diagon Alley. Alvin looked at the scene in front of him curiously. This was a long cobblestone street full of pedestrians wearing wizard robes, coming and going very lively. Let's go to Gringotts first and get some galleons. Although the Gaunt family has fallen, as the Holy 28 family, there is still some heritage over the years. With that, Snape walked towards Gringotts. Entering the hall, Snape walked to an empty counter and said to a goblin sitting inside, "We're going to the Gaunt family's vault. This is the heir to the Gaunt family." The goblin inside glanced at Alvin, let him squeeze out a drop of blood, put it in a magic container, and fiddled with it for a while. After confirming for a while, he took them to the vault. The Gaunt family's warehouse is at number 710, the deepest part of the ground. Alvin also experienced the feeling of making a small minecart, but the fire dragon didn't see it. Maybe it was sleeping. Opening the door of the vault 710, the two and the goblins walked in. The entire vault is very large, but because the Gaunt family has fallen, there are not many gene galleons, and they are only stacked 2 meters high. About 50 to 100 galleons, that's enough for the next year. Snape's voice came from behind him. Although Alvin drew a lot of gold galleons, it was inconvenient to use them now, so he left after packing 2 in a bag. After leaving Gringotts, the two came to the door of a small shop. The gold sign on the door had peeled off. As a wizard, wands are part of their lives, and Snape naturally brought Alvin to pick out the wand first. Walking into the store, Alvin found that it was much larger than it looked from the outside, and it should have been cast a traceless stretch spell. The shelves in the store are full of slender boxes. "Good morning, Mr. Snape. It's been a long time since I saw you. Let me think. Birch, the dragon's nerve, 13 1/2 long, right?" A soft voice came from Alvin's right, and an old man with bright eyes appeared beside them. "Yes, you remember correctly. This is Mr. Gaunt. I brought him today to choose a wand that suits him." Snape replied emotionlessly, as if he didn't seem to be having more discussions with Ollivander. "It's the wand that chooses the wizard." Ollivander didn't care about Snape's indifference, but he was very serious about what he said later. But after rebutting, he began to look at Alvin. "Mr. Gaunt, I see, boy, what is your dominant hand?" With a wave of Ollivander's wand, a tape measure flew to his side and floated. "Right hand," Alvin replied. Then the tape measure worked on him. Retracting the tape measure, Ollivander took Alvin to the shelf area. But before he could pick out a wand, the wand box on the shelf trembled. Wow! Almost 1/10 of the wand box was flushed open instantly, and countless wands rushed to Alvin's side, floating and spinning. "Oh my Merlin!" Ollivander showed a surprised expression and released his inner shock. "It's a miracle. Let me see. These flying wands are all made of phoenix feathers. Son, your fit with this type of wand has refreshed my understanding. You must know that Dumbledore's wand was sold by my grandfather back then, and the scene at that time was far less shocking than it is now." Alvin knew that this must be because of Furroway. Thinking of Furroway, if he made a wand from Furroway's feathers, would it fit him better? Then, Alvin's thoughts moved, and a fire instantly appeared in the air. Under the surprised eyes of Snape and Ollivander, Phoenix Fury flew gorgeously onto Fred's shoulder. "This is my buddy, Fury, and she showed up at my house 2 days after I received my Hogwarts notice, and we became buddies." Looking at the Phoenix in front of them, the other two said that they had seen each other for a long time today. They did not expect that other than the Dumbledore family, there would be people who would be recognized by the Phoenix. Alvin took the opportunity to ask, "I think it may be because of Furroway's reasons, so I am more suitable for a wand made of phoenix tail feathers. I wonder if Master Ollivander can use Furroway's tail feather to customize a wand for me." Ollivander's eyes lit up when he heard Alvin's words. "You must know that in recent years, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fox's temper has become more and more serious. He hasn't provided him with new tail feathers for a long time. He has not much stock in his hand, and he doesn't know when it will be out of stock. Now that there are more phoenixes, how can he be unhappy?" Immediately, Ollivander took Alvin to the studio behind, and the old and the young began to discuss. P.S. The new book, the first 4 chapters. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message in the comment area to discuss *. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. In front of Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander sent Alvin and Snape away with a wry smile. Snape looked strangely at the smiling Alvin. "You're bound to be a great businessman in the wizarding world." Alvin heard the slight irony in Snape's words, but he didn't care too much. Just now, he sold one of Fury's tail feathers. One tail feather can make many wands, for 100 galleons, and get the permission to customize the wand for free. Afterwards, Snape took Alvin to complete the purchase of all the items needed for the first grade. At Alvin's request, Snape sent him to the Leaky Cauldron, where Alvin planned to stay for 3 days while his wand was finished. Because there is no magic wand, the boss Old Tom here needs to help open the passage. Simply Alvin didn't go back and went back to his home after he got the wand. Snape talked to Old Tom and left Alvin here. Alvin went into his house and simply cleaned up the slightly messy house. He sat on a chair by the bed. Alvin finally had time to check his own system. The moment he entered Diagon Alley, its system reminded him of beeps from time to time. Since Snape was beside him, it was difficult for him to check it. Congratulations, host. Activate the achievement system. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, exploring the Diagon Alley in the magic world, and getting a gold coin reward of 200. A few more achievements followed. Gringotts, Ollivander's wand shop, and a few other places Snape took him to. However, these small addresses don't reward much, with 50 gold coins per store. It seems that I will have to visit each store in the future. When I have enough strength, I can also get a wave of rewards when I turn to the alley. Looking at the gold coins on the system panel, Alvin decided to save enough money to go for a dashing wave. After all, the Africans who smuggled to Europe for a short time were still Africans. Only the bottom line can give him a sense of security. Once sent into the soul or something, how can such a person exist? Impossible. Well, absolutely impossible. 3 days later, with the help of Old Tom, Alvin successfully entered Diagon Alley. During the 3 days he lived here, Alvin had gotten to know Old Tom very well by virtue of his good looks and his talkative temperament. In the past 3 days, Alvin also saw Harry Potter. At that time, the whole bar was a sensation, and everyone looked at Harry Potter with excitement like a groupie. Alvin also glanced from a distance and saw the rather thin Harry standing beside Hagrid. But he didn't join up. After all, the formula Harry equals trouble would hold true for the next 7 years. Alvin didn't want to have too many foundations with him. After all, his surname is already very sensitive, and the old bee may have been eyeing him. Coming to Diagon Alley, Alvin couldn't wait to come to Ollivander's wand shop and push the door in. "Mr. Gaunt, here you are." Ollivander greeted Alvin a little tiredly. It seems that he has been working overtime to make wands for the past 3 days. "Come here, Mr. Gaunt. These wands are my work in the past 3 days. They are all phoenix tail feather wand hearts, but the length and the trees used are different. You can try them." Ollivander Sui was slightly tired, but excited, beckoning Alvin to try the wand. "How about this one, maple, 9 inches. Ollivant handed Alvin a wand, and as soon as he got it in his hand and waved it, a red laser shot out and hit the wall, creating a large hole. No, this wand is a good fit, but it's too sensitive." Pushing the glasses, Ollivander took the wand from Alvin's hand, turned around and took another, and handed it to him. "Try this, mahogany, 13 inches, a good companion for transfiguration." Alvin felt that he had no say and could only take it. Waved. There was no red light coming out this time, but with Alvin's wave, all the wand boxes around him flew up. "Wonderful, wonderful, both wands are perfect for you, but there's always a slight disagreement." After thinking for a while, Ollivander took out a red wand, and it emitted a burst of heat. "Sycamore wood, 10.5 inches. Alvin took the wand like a puppet, but before he could wave it, he instantly felt the magic all over him become hot. Involuntarily concentrating the magic power on the wand, Alvin raised the wand high, and a phoenix drilled out from the top of his wand, making a loud cry. "Fly towards the door." But at this moment, the door of the wand shop was suddenly opened, and a beautiful and lovely Asian girl walked in. Seeing the phoenix flying towards her, the girl who hadn't figured out what was going on was immediately frightened and stood motionless. "Don't want." Seeing this, Alvin roared and waved his wand to the right. Fortunately, the magic phoenix seemed to sense something, obeyed his command, flew sideways in front of the girl, bypassed the girl, and hit the wall next to it. Superior. Boom. The dust was flying, and the phoenix disappeared. Alvin didn't care about anything else, and rushed to the girl in 3 or 2 steps, holding her shoulders. "I'm sorry, are you okay? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, Alvin also looked at the girl in front of him, and had to sigh. This girl is really beautiful, with a small goose egg face and 3-dimensional facial features of European and American people. A pair of elf-like eyes were full of fear and confusion, making her look a little naive. "Chio came to Diagon Alley today and was going to go to Ollivander's magic shop to buy a set of wand care kits. Because both parents have jobs, she came here alone. But she never expected that as soon as she walked into Ollivander's wand shop, a flaming phoenix flew towards her. Not expecting this situation, she was completely stunned. She just watched the phoenix, brushed past her, and hit the wall next to it. Then, a boy rushed up, looked at her nervously, and asked about her condition, which made her gradually come back to her senses. He's really good looking. This was Chio's first thought. Alvin himself is a handsome boy, and with the awakening of his bloodline, some changes have taken place. The whole person has reached the level of handsomeness, which is only slightly inferior to the level of the legendary reader. I'm fine. Chio came back to his senses and looked at Alvin's hands supporting his shoulders. 2 blushes appeared on his white face, making him even more lovely. Ollivander looked at the scene in front of him. The handsome boy nervously looked at the shy and timid beautiful girl. Inexplicable feeling, my stomach is a little bloated. Obviously I haven't eaten lunch yet. Chapter 6. You'll be fine. Seeing that the girl in front of him was just startled, Alvin couldn't help but sighed in relief. Asked immediately, I don't know what your name is yet, Chio Zhang. My name is Chio Zhang. I'm a second-year student at Hogwarts. I haven't seen you at Hogwarts again. Are you a freshman this year? Hello, my name is Alvin Gaunt, this year's freshman. Seeing the Asian in front of him, Alvin had already guessed it, but he was still shocked. Damn European aesthetics. The autumn in the movie was selected by the British audition. I didn't expect to pull my hips so much. It's simply a buyer's show and a seller's show. The Chio Zhang in front of him is indeed an existence that can fascinate Mr. Savior, an absolute Hogwarts T0 level existence. I'm really sorry, Miss Zhang. I just got my wand and I didn't control my magic power. Alvin apologized one after another. Although the wand didn't belong to him yet, Alvin had already decided on the mimetic phoenix just now. Just this one. It's okay, very beautiful phoenix. Don't call me Miss Zhang. Just call me Chio. The girl said crisply. Ollivander. The 2 young people didn't talk about martial arts, and they started to flirt in front of the old man like me. Cough, cough. Alvin noticed Ollivander's eyes next to him and coughed lightly. Mr. Ollivander, I think this wand suits me very well, and I don't think I need to try the others. Of course, Mr. Gaunt, the phoenix just now is the best proof. This wand will be your best partner. Ollivander agreed, and then waved the messy shelves back into order. Then he asked Chio again, Miss Zhang, may I ask what happened to the wand this time? No, Mr. Ollivander, my wand is in good condition. I just want to buy a set of care kits and take care of it more often. Chio Zhang responded with a smile. Then, Alvin and Chio, who bought a set of nursing tools, walked out the door. Standing at the door, looking at Chio in a white dress, standing beside her, Alvin invited, to express my apologies, I invite you to the Florence cold drink shop. Looking at the autumn in front of him, Alvin decided to take up the pit early. As for Mr. Savior, let's go to his Weasley. It's all right, Alvin. Don't do that, but the cold drinks there are really good. Chio did not refuse Alvin's invitation. Then the 2 came to the Florence cold drink shop and enjoyed a cold drink. During this period, Alvin made Chio laugh like a flower with the jokes of his previous life, and the relationship between the 2 has also improved a lot. When they parted, Chio also invited her to a box on the Hogwarts train and introduced him to her good friend. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is August 31st. Alvin packed his bags and looked at a small box in front of him. Satisfied nodded. The traceless stretching charm is really easy to use. It's not suitable for me to go to school with a big bag or a small bag. In the daily free draw for the past few days, Alvin was lucky enough to draw the unmarked stretch charm, purple, and successfully remodeled his suitcase. Although it is only entry level, there is enough space inside to hold his luggage. Calling for a taxi, Alvin came to King's Cross. When he walked slowly into platform 9 3/4, he saw someone pretending to inadvertently bumped into the pillar and went straight in. Alvin also painted scoops according to the gourd. Entering the pillar, the vision suddenly opened up. Next to an old-fashioned steam train, parents and children in 2s and 3s were chatting enthusiastically. The scene was very lively. Alvin walked briskly into the carriage, found a random carriage to sit down, waited for the train to start, and then prepared to look for Chio. Soon, the train set off, and Alvin also searched the carriages one by one. He was lucky. and he found Chio after 2 more carriages. Chio, long time no see. Standing at the door, Alvin greeted Chio, who was sitting inside. A freckled girl sat opposite her. Alvin, here you are. Chio is also very happy. Although the two haven't seen each other for nearly a month, they often communicate through letters, so they don't seem unfamiliar. At that time, when Chio saw Furway sending the letter, he was also very surprised, and the letter kept asking about the topic of Phoenix. Alvin suddenly sat next to Chio Zhang and nodded to the girl opposite. Chio, why don't you introduce me? Yes, Alvin, this is Marietta Ackermore, a good friend of mine. Marietta, this is Alvin Gaunt. Chio introduced the two to each other. Gaunt, is it the Gaunt of the Holy 28 family? My mother said that this family has disappeared from the British wizarding world, leaving only the line of stars and stripes. Yes, it's that Gaunt. I didn't know these things until Professor Snape came to the door. You must know that I was raised in an orphanage in the Muggle world. Alvin looked as usual, as if he was not the one who grew up in the orphanage. Marietta immediately apologized. As for Chio, she really felt sorry for Alvin. She didn't expect this very cheerful little boy to be so pitiful since he was a child. In desperation, Chio stretched out a small hand as white as jade and held Alvin's hand, as if this would convey his courage and encouragement to him. Alvin's heart warmed, seeing the girl in front of him, although shy, still held his hand tightly. Although Alvin felt that it was good to grow up in an orphanage, after all, he didn't want to call others parents. But Chio's concern and worry still made him very useful. He held Chio's hand with his backhand, feeling very soft. The relationship between the two also heated up quickly in this wonderful atmosphere. I really don't know how to write emotional dramas, so let's just settle on one first. Not wanting to see Chio worrying about him, Alvin quickly changed the subject and chatted with Chio about her favorite Quidditch. As expected of a future Ravenclaw seeker, when it comes to Quidditch, Chio seems to have opened the conversation box and can't stop listening. But Alvin didn't care either. When he was watching a movie in his previous life, he thought it would be cool to ride and sprint in the sky. So why should he try it in this life? What's more, in the daily card draw a while ago, he also drew the blue flying experience. He felt that he could play the game after getting familiar with it. After a while, a smiling salesman pushed open the private room door and asked, "Do you have any food you need, my dears?" Alvin was also curious about the snacks in the magical world, so he ordered a portion of each snack directly, and the smiling salesman couldn't close his mouth. Quickly put food on the table. Looking at the table full of snacks, Alvin greeted Chio and Marietta. "I bought more. Let's eat together." After a period of time, the three of them were familiar with each other, and Marietta was not polite to Alvin. The three of them ate and chatted again. Asterisk. Chapter 7. While the three of them were talking, time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and the speed of the train gradually decreased, ready to arrive at the station. The three quickly took off their Muggle jackets and put on Hogwarts robes. Looking at the light rain falling outside the window and feeling the wet and cold weather outside, Alvin couldn't help shivering. Thinking of something, Alvin opened his suitcase, took out a scarf from it, and helped Chio wrap it around his neck. "Put this on. It's raining and cold outside." Chio Shao blushed slightly, but did not reject his kindness. The train arrived at the station, and Alvin and Autumn walked out with the crowd. First year freshmen, come here." A loud voice came from not far away. A man who was more than 3 meters tall and could run horses on his shoulders stood there, constantly beckoning new students to gather around him. "Chio, I'll go first." Nodding to Chio, Alvin was going to line up at Hagrid's side. "Come on, Alvin. I look forward to your assignment to Ravenclaw." Chio looked at Alvin tenderly and said with anticipation. Looking at Chio's expectant eyes, Alvin felt a little bitter in his heart. Just for his surname Gaunt, he is basically an iron werewolf. Bah, Iron Slytherin. But just for the sake of Chio, he had to try it out to see if he could convince the Sorting Hat. In addition, he himself didn't like Slytherin very much. Entering Slytherin as his half-blood wizard, there will definitely be troublesome people looking for him. Soon, all the new students gathered around Haigu and counted the number of people. Hagrid took an oil lamp and led a bunch of little wizards to the distance, walking and shouting back, "Watch out for your feet. Be careful. This part of the road is hard." A group of little wizards followed Hagrid with difficulty. Hagrid was far away, and the old oil lamp was very dim. Alvin pulled out his wand. Fluorescent flashes. Immediately, his wand gave off a cloud of white light. The little wizard behind also breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, Ron, look at him, he's amazing. Hearing the voice, Alvin couldn't help but turn his head. Unexpectedly, behind him were Ron and Harry. Seeing Alvin turn around, Harry felt a little embarrassed, and the behind-the-scenes discussions were always a little embarrassing, even if he was bragging just now. Hi, my name is Harry Potter, and next to me is Ron Weasley. Alvin nodded at him and introduced himself. Hi, my name is Alvin Gaunt. Harry saw that Alvin didn't show any excitement because he heard his name and instantly guessed that Alvin was probably from the ordinary world. Hello, are you from a normal family? I mean, a muggle family. You are amazing. I still can't get a spell, but I met a girl in the car. Her name is Hermione Granger. She is also muggle, but she can help me fix it with the spell glasses. Harry was very happy. Although people in the wizarding world treated him very well, everyone regarded him as a savior, but he himself had no idea what he did or how to do it. So when you go to school, you need to see a child of the same muggle family as yourself, and don't make a fuss just because you hear your own name. Makes him very happy. It's nothing. I just learned it myself after I got the book, and I was lucky enough to learn one or two things. Alvin did not deliberately alienate Harry. He would not refuse normal communication. As for whether the old bee would arrange some pits for him to jump in, it depends on who is higher. Harry smiled embarrassingly. Since he got the textbook, he has also read it, but after chanting the spell stupidly, there is no response at all. He didn't try again. Which house do you want to be assigned to? Ron said. Gryffindor is the best house. I hope I won't be assigned to Slytherin. Ron nodded in agreement. For the Weasleys, only Gryffindor was the best house. If Slytherin is assigned, it is estimated that he will become a shame in the family. Alvin smiled and didn't make any comments. Thinking of the fresh and beautiful girl with her soft and boneless hands, he said involuntarily, I'd rather go to Ravenclaw. Well, it's very moist. What? Harry said he didn't hear. Nothing. I think Ravenclaw is a good fit for me. I prefer it there. Oh, fine. Harry was a little disappointed to find that his new friend didn't really want to go to Gryffindor, but he didn't interfere too much with other people's thoughts. Under the leadership of Hagrid, the little wizards got on the boat in groups of 4. The boat gradually approached the cliff. Under the command of Hagrid, the little wizards lowered their heads and passed through the bridge. Alvin couldn't help but want to laugh. It was obvious that Hagrid was twice as tall as the little wizard when he lowered his head, but a bunch of people still lowered their heads. Finally, the boat slowly approached the pier, and Hagrid led them through the tunnel, across the grass, and came to the main entrance of this magnificent castle. After a sound of an organ, the gate of the castle slowly opened. A witch with a serious expression and an old-fashioned face walked out wearing an emerald green wizard hat. The serious expression made the little wizards who were still chattering just now dare not take a breath. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here. Hagrid pointed to the back. Thank you for your hard work. Hagrid, just leave it to me. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and with a wave of his wand, the little wizard behind him was refreshed because of the rain and the messy robe. Immediately, the little wizard's impression of Professor McGonagall changed. Professor McGonagall took the lead and led a group of freshmen into the hall. Simple and elegant is the countless burning torches hanging on the wall. There are countless stars twinkling in the dome. The first one was a long table placed horizontally, with a gray-haired old man in the middle, talking to Snape on his left. The 4 long tables below are arranged vertically, and countless candles float on the long table. The table is full of golden goblets and plates, and the old students sit next to them. There is a high platform in the center, and the hats that must be worn out are placed there quietly. Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly through the hall, but turned right, to the side, and asked the little wizards to line up. Some of the other students in the auditorium were talking to each other, and there were also many wizards looking this way. Welcome to Hogwarts. Next, we need to determine which house you belong to before you can officially enter. Next, I'll call your names, and then please get on the high platform in the middle, put on the sorting hat, and he will decide where you belong. Alvin lined up with the little wizards, looking at the scene in front of him like a dream. Excited. Hogwarts, here I come. Asterisk. Chapter 8. On the high platform. The Sorting Hat suddenly split open and became his mouth. Singing the shitty Sorting Hat song as the Sorting Hat's voice fell, the auditorium burst into applause. The Sorting Hat bowed to the four houses one by one, and finally remained motionless. At this time, Professor McGonagall took out a piece of parchment and said loudly, "Next, the classmates I'm chanting names, please go to the high platform. Put on the Sorting Hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting." I'm sorry, Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall was very puzzled and said these words unconsciously. The Iron Hannah Abbott hurried over, put on the hat, and the hat immediately shouted, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuffs cheered loudly, applauding their first new schoolgirl. Next, one has a name pronounced. Whenever the Sorting Hat shouted the name of the house would applaud. Gryffindor was the loudest, and the two redheads were still booing when Slytherin was announced. Finally, Alvin Gaunt. When Professor McGonagall called out the name loudly, the professor on the high platform immediately cast a gaze. The people of Slytherin Academy were also very sensitive to this name, and they craned their necks, wanting to see what this legendary last orphan of the Gaunt family looked like. In the queue of freshmen, a cute lowly with fluffy brown hair and a messy head also cast a startled look. Alvin didn't seem to notice this, and he came to the Sorting Hat in front of everyone's eyes. He glanced at the Sorting Hat in disgust, as if he had made a great determination to put it on his head. The boy of damn it, I am the hat of the founder of Hogwarts, and countless excellent wizards have chosen the appropriate academy under my assignment. The Sorting Hat's voice echoed in Alvin's mind. Oh, that great Sorting Hat, didn't so many good wizards think of cleaning you up? Who said no? 200 years ago, a Gryffindor kid threw me into the Black Lake. I cleaned it up. Alvin couldn't help but complain. Washed once 200 years ago, you are really clean. Slytherin's blood, what else to say? Stop. I'm going to Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Hearing the Sorting Hat, Alvin kept repeating Ravenclaw in his head. Why? Although you also have a thirst for knowledge, your ambitions for magic and your bloodline prove that you are a natural Slytherin. Bloodline is not the standard for sorting, right? My own desire and my quality are the most important, aren't they? You said that I have the qualities of Ravenclaw. Then let me go to Ravenclaw. Uncompromising, Alvin kept sending the Sorting Hat his desire to go to Ravenclaw. Okay, boy, as long as you promise me. Come and do a cleaning for me when you have time. I will promise you. No problem, Alvin agreed immediately. If Rowena found out, he would definitely laugh at this fellow Salazar. Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat read it out loud. Not only the little wizards were stunned, but even the professors on the teacher's chair were stunned. Just now, the Sorting Hat Slytherin had already shouted half, but it stopped abruptly, and after a silence, it became Ravenclaw. Especially Snape. The coldness on his face seemed to act as a refrigerant. For nearly 1,000 years at Hogwarts, there has never been a little wizard who forcibly reversed the Sorting Hat's will and reselected the house. As a result, now, there is a little wizard in front of him who strongly rejected Slytherin and chose Ravenclaw. Isn't that hitting him in the face? Dumbledore's eyes buried under his glasses flashed a golden light of interest. He didn't expect that the little guy from the Gaunt family didn't go to Slytherin, which was a big surprise to him. The students at the long Slytherin table also understood this truth. After a short period of shock, they looked at Alvin in the middle with hatred, and they wanted to take out their wands and give him a bite. Alvin didn't care about this, and happily placed the Sorting Hat on the stool. Suddenly, he took out his wand and pointed it at the Sorting Hat. Clear water is like a spring. Immediately, a stream of white water spurted out from the tip of his staff and shot on top of the Sorting Hat. Shit, comfortable, boy, you are really good. You are much better than that kid 200 years ago. More. I want more. Alvin has a black line on his head. Where did this broken hat learn from? And why is his word so strange? Ignoring the shouting of the Sorting Hat, Alvin turned and walked towards the Ravenclaw table. And the little wizards gradually came to their senses, and the fierce applause came from the long table of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Especially a pair of red-haired twins, shouting excitedly at Alvin, "Nice job, Alvin. You should be in Gryffindor. So cool." Then, he was suppressed by another older red hair. Walking to Chio's side, and looking at Chio's surprised eyes, Alvin sat down and hugged Chio tightly. Whispered to her, I am coming. Welcome to Ravenclaw. Chio was very excited, seeing that the boy in front of him had become the first person in Hogwarts history to openly change the will of the Sorting Hat because of himself. Very moved, Alvin looked at the girl whose eyes were full of admiration and surprise, and gently held Chio's hand, and the two had an intimate conversation. The uproar caused by Alvin was suspended, and the sorting ceremony continued. When Hermione came on stage, she glanced at Alvin, but was still assigned to Gryffindor. Then it was Harry's turn, which caused another sensation. When Harry was assigned to Gryffindor, Gryffindor burst into cheers. The twins shouted, "We have Harry! We have Harry!" But it didn't affect Chio and Alvin. They were fighting with each other. In this regard, Ravenclaw's senior sisters are very worried. And finally, such a handsome junior came, and Chio Jia took the lead. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. Dumbledore stood up, and the noise in the audience gradually subsided. Looking at the little wizard sitting under the stage, a look of relief flashed in his eyes. These students, this school, are the proof of his life. Looking around, Dumbledore spoke. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Hogwarts. And before the banquet, I want to say a few words, and that is, idiot, cry, residue, screw. Thank you everyone. After he finished speaking, he sat down, a mad old man who looked nothing like the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Under everyone's stunned eyes, the plate in front of the students was suddenly filled with food. The banquet has officially begun. Chapter 9. Looking at the food on the table, Alvin moved his index finger, although he ate a lot of snacks on the train. But Alvin is in the growth phase and hungry fast. In addition, the elf at Hogwarts really has a hand, a common delicacy in England, which is full of color and flavor. Grilled steak, pork chops, lamb ribs, mashed potatoes, French fries, hot dogs, Yorkshire pudding, pea seedlings, bolognese, French onion soup. Alvin took a piece of steak directly, filled a bowl of meat sauce, and began to eat large pieces. Chio smiled brightly when he saw Alvin eating Jingxiang. When she was not hungry, she simply helped Alvin pick up food. Slowly, Chioji realized the joy of feeding. Suddenly, Alvin, who was enjoying Autumn's food, noticed a very resentful gaze. Looking up, it turned out to be a senior not far away, looking at them with envy. Seeing that Alvin found him, he was not embarrassed and looked at Alvin with admiration. Hello, my name is Roger Davis. I'm a 4th grader. You're amazing. When you first entered the academy, you caught the most beautiful girl in Ravenclaw. Can you teach me? Chio's face blushed when he heard this, but he didn't refute it. Alvin replied jokingly, if you can be as handsome as me, you can do it. Maybe you need to use a wand to conjure a phoenix. Chio blushed even more when he heard Alvin's joke, reached out and pinched Alvin's waist. But remembering the scene that day, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the flirting between the two, Roger Davis couldn't help but feel his hair blocked. He didn't want to teach me how to chase girls. Why did he start killing dogs again? As everyone was full, the leftovers on the table disappeared. Okay, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school anthem together. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and golden characters appeared in the hall, forming the lyrics of the school anthem. Then he used his wand as a baton. Prepare, sing. Following Dumbledore's command, all the teachers and students began to sing their own songs, and everyone sang according to their own melody. Next to the long table in Gryffindor House, the twin brothers sang heavily to the tune of the funeral march. Watching Alvin's eyebrows jump, after singing again, Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, said some precautions, seduced the savior, and let the prefects return to the dormitory with the students of their respective colleges. Ravenclaw's male prefect is Dietrich Wiggins, a 6th grader. He led everyone out of the dining room, climbed the marble stairs, took a short cut, and soon came to the tower. Then I saw the door of the lounge, an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker was quietly placed on the door. Prefect Dietrich stepped forward and touched the eagle lightly. Suddenly, the eagle wanted to come alive. Ask questions. To describe an ugly girl beautiful, what kind of language is the most suitable? Dietrich did not answer in a hurry, but looked at the freshman behind him with interest. You can try to answer. We Ravenclaw are unique and have no fixed password. As long as you have wisdom, we Ravenclaw welcome anyone to visit. But if you can't answer his question, even if you're a Ravenclaw student, you'll need to wait for the others to open the door. But if you answer that question, Whoever can get a separate dorm. Several first-year kittens discussed, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alvin is very interested in the independent dormitory. He has so many secrets. It is better to have a space of his own, so that no one will discover his secrets. Stepping up, Alvin whispered, "Lie." The words "correct" fell, and the door slowly opened. The other little eagles looked at him enviously. They also wanted a separate dormitory. Dietrich smiled and led them to the dormitory, and finally arranged for Alvin to go to a smaller dormitory. Entering the bedroom, Alvin looked around. He was quite satisfied with the environment here. There was a double bed in the middle of the room. On the right is a large desk. On the left is the closet and a door, behind which is a dressing room. According to the prefect, Alvin put the piece of paper with his name in the drawer in front of the bed. It didn't take long for his luggage to appear in his house. Alvin couldn't help but be amazed. This should be because an elf in the house sensed his message and phantomed the luggage over. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully entered the school, and the daily task section is activated. Completing the daily task can get 100 gold coins. There is no penalty for failure. After Alvin heard it, he turned on the system and carefully checked the new function. This is the only function he can get gold coins repeatedly now. Daily tasks, as the name suggests, refresh 3 tasks every day and complete any 2 to get full rewards. Like today's task, use flying spell 0/10, read standard spells beginner page 0/30, play with Furway for 0/10 minutes. Seeing this, Alvin smiled lightly. This daily task seems to be quite simple now, and it will not let him and Voldemort fight. After packing up his luggage, Alvin snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the Phoenix Furway appeared in the air. Then he flew to Alvin's side and lightly pecked Alvin's hand with his beak, expressing his dissatisfaction that he had not been summoned for a day. Okay, my fault. I'm not afraid that you will scare my roommate. Originally, Alvin didn't plan to summon Fury to Hogwarts in the near future. After all, it's easy to startle a roommate with a bird at the start. He originally planned to call Furway after getting to know his roommate for a while. As a result, he was lucky enough to be assigned a single dormitory, and he no longer had this scruple. After playing with Furway for a while, after practicing the Phalai mantra 10 times, I successfully completed today's task. Alvin opened his personal panel. Host: Alvin Gone age, 11 years old birthday. October 31st status, freshman at Hogwarts bloodline. Which spirit, awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 8.5. Although there is no card drawn, it will increase naturally. The protagonist has ancient blood, and the growth rate is relatively fast. Magic items. Guardian necklace, can resist aura level attacks 3 times, professor level twice, quasi-legendary level once, cooldown 24 hours, fulling elixir *1, inspiration elixir *3, instant blue potion *3 charms talent, 5, outstanding, defense against the dark arts, 5, outstanding, spells, flying spell, armor and body protection, no shadow, slightly. Black magic, 9, the Demon King comes to Earth, gold. 1300. Looking at his own panel, Alvin's magic power has surpassed that of many adult wizards, and he has mastered a lot of magic spells. Next, he only needs to save enough to guarantee, and draw out some more character cards to improve his talents. His future is limitless. After appreciating the strength that he had worked so hard, to get, Alvin took a shower, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is a brand new start. Chapter 10. Day 2. Early morning. Alvin woke up early in the morning. Because the spicy chicken system does not have a map function, in order not to be late for class in the future, I can only take advantage of the absence of class in the morning to get acquainted with Hogwarts. Throughout Hogwarts, there are countless stairs, passages, and many stairs, all of which can move, and often there are little wizards who get lost in the back and forth of the stairs and lose their way. After a morning, Alvin finally figured out the stairs to the charms class and the auditorium in the afternoon. When he came to the auditorium for breakfast, there were already many people inside. Alvin found an empty seat at random and sat down, enjoying breakfast. Beef patties, carrot, and vegetable soup, not hearty, but enough to fill the stomachs of little wizards. If I remember correctly, the Hogwarts kitchen, next to the Hufflepuff lounge. Went there to find the elves some other day and teach them some Huxiao breakfast. After so many years, Alvin still misses Huxiao breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk, salted tofu brain. With the ability of house elves, I believe they will learn it soon. Seriously, Alvin felt that coming to Hogwarts was simply a blessing. As a young wizard who had just entered the school, there were not many classes every day, and he didn't even have a class schedule on Thursday. There are house elves who clean up the house every day, which is more comfortable than home. While Alvin was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a tap on the shoulder, and when he looked up, it was Chio and Marietta who was standing beside her. "Why didn't you wait for me? You were still unfamiliar with this place when you first entered school, and it's easy to get lost." Chio's slightly resentful tone came, and Alvin smiled, motioning Chio and Marietta to do it. "I got up early, and I had nothing to do anyway, so I went out and walked around to familiarize myself with the stairs." "What's your class today?" Chio heard it and said nothing, nodding to show that he understood. Then she took out her wand and lightly tapped, and a breakfast appeared on her table. "Professor Flitwick's spell class, and I have to go to the astronomy class on the top floor at night." Alvin answered. Professor Flitwick is a master of spells, and he's very nice to his students. Autumn spreads Professor Flitwick's message to Alvin. Marietta added, "It is said that Professor Flitwick has goblin blood, and he was the champion of the fighting competition that year." Speaking of this kind of gossip, Marietta seemed a lot excited, constantly sharing gossip from nowhere. Alvin is also very interested in this. In his previous life, he had not seen the original book, and he had seen the movie many years ago. Just remember some main lines and know what the annual copy is. He still didn't expect that Professor Flitwick was so strong. He doesn't have that many roles in the movie. After breakfast was over, Alvin invited Chio to go out for a walk. They walked across the grass at the door, walked along the tree-lined path, and the two slowly came to the Black Lake. Alvin turned his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him. The breeze by the lake blew the girl's blue silk. A beautiful profile face appeared in front of his eyes. With her upturned nose and rosy lips, Alvin looked at him in a trance. Chio noticed his gaze and was shy. Alvin gently took Chio's hand, walked to a bench, and the two went up to it. Looking at the calm Black Lake and the forbidden forest in the distance, enjoying the fragrance of the girls around me brought by the breeze is very comfortable. Chio also liked this quiet feeling very much, and gradually, she leaned on Alvin's shoulder. Alvin felt the touch on his shoulders, and with a slight touch, he gently hugged the girl. As for going further, it is not punishable. After a while, Chio had to go to class, so the two returned to the castle. Chio went to class, and Alvin had nothing to do, so he simply went back to the dormitory to catch up. In the afternoon, Alvin came to the Charms classroom. This Charms class was with Hufflepuff, so he didn't see the trio of the two academies. Someone was already seated in the front row, and Alvin went to the back. Sat next to a boy. "Good afternoon, Anthony." The boy next to him, Anthony Goldstein, is a pure-blood wizard whose parents work in the Department of Magical Transportation. The two had a good chat on the way to the lounge yesterday. "Good afternoon, Alvin." After the two said hello, the bell for class rang. Professor Flitwick walked in briskly. Due to being too short, the professor could only stand on a stack of books in order to have a normal class. Pulling out a roster, Professor Flitwick began the roll call. It gave Alvin the illusion that he was back in college, and the teacher checked attendance. The roll call was completed successfully, and no little wizard was late. Professor Flitwick put away the roster. "Gentlemen and ladies, conjuration is the most basic part of modern magic. Wizards use spells to achieve their goals. Although the school has a defense against the dark arts class and a transgender class, but essentially, they are also part of the spell. Of course, the main content of our spells class is some practical spells in life. For example, floating spells." After that, Professor Flitwick waved his hand, and the desk in front of him floated up, dancing gracefully with the shaking of his wand. Another example, the vanishing curse. Professor Flitwick pointed with his wand, and the dancing lectern disappeared again. The little wizards in the audience were very excited. "Can't wait to start learning." Seeing his demonstration successfully aroused the interest of the little wizards, Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. With a little tap, the disappearing desk appeared in front of them, and it had returned to its quiet appearance. "Next, we're going to start our first class, the flash charm. The mantra of the flash charm is fluorescent flashes. When casting a spell, hold the wand a little tighter and then move forward. Professor Flitwick kept explaining the rhythm of chanting spells and the changes in gestures when casting spells. Then, let the little wizards start to contact. All the little wizards can't wait to start practicing. For a while, the sound of chanting spells in the classroom continued. However, many people's wands didn't respond, and some people with fast progress had a halo between their wands, but they disappeared quickly. Alvin also took out his wand and said softly, "Fluorescent flashes." In an instant, a white light appeared on the tip of his wand, which was very bright. With the movement of his mind, the light group changed, constantly changing its own color. "Excellent, Mr. Gaunt." Professor Flitwick walked over quickly, with a very excited tone. "Mr. Gaunt, I didn't expect you to succeed once, and also mastered the variant release of the flash charm." After speaking, Professor Flitwick wiped the corners of his eyes, and there seemed to be some crystals there. "You have given a lecture. I just read the textbook in advance and tried it a few times." Alvin was very speechless. A flashing spell made a professor burst into tears with excitement. He was very suspicious of what kind of students Flitwick taught in the past. Asterisk. Chapter 11. The Essence of Spells, Ancient Runes. With the reminder of the school bell. The first enchantment lesson was over, too, with Professor Flitwick giving Ravenclaw 10 points because of Alvin's excellent performance. The little wizards went out one after another, but Alvin didn't leave. He still had some questions that he needed to ask Professor Flitwick. Seeing that everyone has left, and Alvin has not left, Professor Flitwick asked with a little doubt, "Mr. Gaunt, do you have anything else to do?" "Yes, Professor. I still have some questions about spells that I would like to ask you." "Then let's talk in my office." "Come with me, Mr. Gaunt." Then, Alvin followed Professor Flitwick to his office. The office space is large, with bookshelves lining the walls and books on the shelves. According to Alvin's observation, the vast majority of these books are books on spells, and many books have not even been published. Professor Flitwick took his seat and motioned for Alvin to sit down too. Alvin was not polite and sat opposite Professor Flitwick. "Want something to drink, Mr. Gaunt?" "A cup of black tea without sugar, thank you." Alvin loves tea very much, but he doesn't understand the dark food of black tea with sugar. Do Brits add sugar to everything they eat? Black tea is indeed a good choice, Mr. Gaunt. With a wave of Professor Flitwick's wand, a set of exquisite tea sets appeared on the table. Then the tea set floats up and divides the tea. "Wonderful levitation spell application, Professor." "Thank you." "Then, Mr. Gaunt, what questions do you want to ask?" Professor Flitwick took a sip, then asked Alvin. "Professor, in fact, I should have some talent in magic spells. Before I went to school, I had already learned most of the magic spells above the standard spells, elementary level. But when I tried silent casting and wandless casting, I ran into some difficulties. In fact, this is indeed the case. Through the system's daily card draw and his usual hard work, he has learned a lot of spells. But when he tried silent and wandless casting, he made no progress. Silent casting is fine and can be successful once in a while, but wandless casting has never been successful. Oh, Mr. Gaunt, you let me know from your performance in class just now that you are a genius. If you don't mind, can you show your current abilities? Professor Flitwick expressed interest. Alvin didn't speak after hearing this, and showed Professor Flitwick the same hand he had in class just now, floated the teapot, and filled Professor Flitwick with tea, casting the vanishing charm to make the teapot disappear. Finally, cast an anti-curse to restore everything. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The applause recalled that Professor Flitwick was very happy. "Very wonderful, Mr. Gaunt. If it was in class, I should have given you 20 points. No, 50 points. We haven't had a genius like you in Ravenclaw for a long time." After speaking, Flitwick pushed up his glasses and wiped his tears with a handkerchief, watching Alvin's eyebrows jump. After a while, Professor Flitwick's mood gradually calmed down, and he began to think about Alvin's problem. A few minutes passed, and he looked up at Alvin. "Mr. Gaunt, why do you think a wizard needs a spell and a wand to cast spells?" Alvin was stunned when he heard the question. Started thinking about this. After thinking about it again and again, he still gave his own answer. "Professor, I think that a wizard can concentrate when he recites a spell, and through the wand and fixed gestures, the magic in the body can be activated. It can be used for spells." Alvin expressed his opinion, looking forward to looking at Professor Flitwick, waiting for his evaluation. Well said, Mr. Gaunt. Your understanding of spells is close to the level of the OWLS exam. Professor Flitwick first expressed his admiration and then spoke again. However, you have overlooked a point that ordinary wizards don't care about, and that is will. Professor Flitwick pointed to his head with his hand. Will. Yes, when a wizard casts a spell, it's not just concentration, it's a process of instilling one's will into the spell. Why are we wizards? We think we can do this, and we can make it happen through the spell. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, and when you want to cast spells silently, you need a stronger will to let the spell release successfully. Because you didn't recite the spell, you need to instill enough will in your own way to release it. This way you can cast spells silently. Of course, there is still some gap between the power of the spell used in this way and the release of the spell. After listening to Professor Flitwick's words, Alvin frowned and fell into contemplation. Professor Flitwick was not in a hurry and enjoyed his afternoon tea leisurely. A few minutes later, Alvin took out his wand and pointed at a quill on the table, which suddenly floated up. But when Alvin relaxed a little, the quill fell slowly again. Congratulations, Mr. Alvin. It seems that you have found a way that suits you. I have to say, your talent is really amazing. Professor Flitwick was very happy. It was a pleasure for such a savvy little wizard to be in his own academy. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 years in a row, although Ravenclaw pays more attention to the improvement of their own knowledge. I don't care much about trivial matters. But Flitwick is the dean after all, and he still hopes that his college can win a college cup. In Alvin's body, he saw this possibility. He is also very happy to provide some help to the talented little wizard. Thank you, Professor. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to get started so quickly. Alvin expressed his gratitude to Professor Flitwick. Professor, what if you cast spells without a staff? Do you need a stronger will? Alvin continued to ask. Yes, Mr. Gaunt. But you still need to have some deeper knowledge of magic. In 3rd grade, I suggest you take Ancient Rune, which will help you a lot. But these are for you now. It's still too early. Flitwick patiently explained to Alvin. And what madness implies. Ancient Rune? I see. Thank you for your help today. Alvin understood Flitwick's suggestion, and today's goal is basically achieved. So he stood up and walked out of the office. Chapter 12. After leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Alvin walked towards the library, thinking about the content of the conversation while walking. Helped him a lot and showed him the way forward. Magic is never a spell that can be summed up by chanting a spell and waving a wand. Magic is mysterious, and many wizards know it but don't know why. Can use magic spells, but do not understand their nature. Of course, the purpose of Hogwarts has never been to train some elite wizards, but to the entire British wizarding world, so generally speaking, professors will not talk about these esoteric things. Only when the little wizard asked, did the professors reveal more profound things. Others, as scumbags, just need to know how to use them. And now Alvin decided to study the essence of magic and explore more esoteric secrets, so he decided to start studying ancient magic. Coming to the library, Alvin met the librarian, Mrs. Pins, who was a very serious witch. Books are her life. Her eagle-like eyes glanced back and forth among the crowd in the library from time to time. As long as anyone dares to flip through books rudely or make a loud noise, she will immediately receive her cold gaze. Alvin walked in and found a copy of Introduction to Ancient Runes, Sylphs, Victor, in the general area. This is a textbook for 3rd grade and will continue to be used in 5th grade. For the current Alvin, it is enough. Then, he found a place to watch quietly. It was not until dinner that he reluctantly put the book on the shelf and walked out of the library. It looks like it's time to buy a copy. Otherwise, every time you come to the library to read a book, it will affect the efficiency too much. But you can't use Furway, it's too eye-catching. Go to the owl post office to borrow an owl. But you can't stop now. It seems that there will be a night tour at night. Alvin muttered as he walked. I plan to come back to the library to read a book at night. As for the school rules, sorry, as a fraternity heir, Alvin's purpose is that as long as no one sees me breaking school rules, it's the perfect night out. Coming to the auditorium, Alvin found that Chio was already here and took a place for him. Alvin sat down, and soon, the plate in front of him was full of food, 3 or 4 times that of Chio next to him. piled up as high as a hill. With a puff, Cho laughed. Alvin, why are you so hungry? You know, reading is very exhausting. I just came out of the library. Alvin filled his mouth with food and answered Cho vaguely. As expected of Ravenclaw's little genius, you got Ravenclaw's first bonus point of the school year. Chozue laughed, but he still carefully brought a glass of juice for Alvin to prevent him from choking. Alvin rolled his eyes. He didn't care about Cho's teasing. Enjoyed dinner diligently. After coming out of the auditorium, there was no class in the autumn evening, so he and a few female classmates returned to the lounge to play wizard chess. The hard-working Alvin has to go to the astronomical observatory to take astronomy courses. Astronomy classes in the wizarding world are no different from astronomy classes in the Muggle world. They all use telescopes to observe the sky and learn the trajectories of different stars, which is not magic at all. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Alvin, who was dizzy looking at the stars, returned to his bedroom, threw himself directly on the bed, and rested. No, I can't be so decadent. I still have to go to the library. Alvin sat up suddenly, shook his head, and forced himself to cheer up. Learn to cast spells without sticks as soon as possible, and get an extra card one day earlier. Most wizards are lambs to be slaughtered without their wands. Whether it is sliced, rinsed, or skewered and grilled can only depend on the taste of the enemy. Alvin didn't want to leave himself such a big weakness for the enemy to attack, so he had to master the wandless spell casting as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, Alvin decided to leave now, and it is estimated that there will be no one in the lounge. After tidying up, Alvin cast an illusion spell on himself, walked out of the dormitory, and came to the lounge. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that there was no one in the lounge. After all, there are still many little eagles who like to read books and see them late. Go out of the lounge door and into the hallway. Alvin walked gently towards the library. He didn't want to touch Filch and his cat. One person and one cat are like ghosts in this castle, wandering around at night, looking for students who violate school rules. I went to the library and picked up the book I read in the afternoon. After hesitating for a while, Alvin decided to go to the forbidden book area to browse. After all, the forbidden book area is relatively far inside, so if someone comes to inspect it, it can be hidden immediately. Coming to the corner of the forbidden book area, Alvin took out his wand, released the lighting spell, and then set the wand aside and read with relish. This book is indeed very suitable for him now. Ancient runes are all magical words, and the analysis of each word can be written into a book as an explanation. This book is a brief introduction to the application and analysis of several basic runes. And Alvin needs this kind of book on the nature of magic to improve his background. At the same time, Full George, run fast. I'll laugh at you for a semester if Filch catches you because of you. Stupid Fred, I was setting a big shit trap just now. Let's go, let's run towards the library. A pair of red-haired twins were running down the hallway, dodging Filch's pursuit. But there was not a trace of worry on their faces. They were all smirks after the prank was successful. Running and joking, gradually approached the library. At the same time, Alvin's ears moved, and he recovered from his immersive reading. Anyone here? Alvin tilted his head in thought, his hands constantly moving. After extinguishing the light on his wand, he cast a disillusionment spell on himself, put the book back in place, and walked out of the library. Then, he saw the Weasley twins, who were running and playing, running towards them like two arrows. There was also a roar from a Hogwarts administrator from behind. I know you. I know you're right ahead. Don't let me catch you. I'm going to put you in confinement. A semester of confinement. Alvin. At this time, Alvin's head hurt a little, but he didn't expect that someone would bring the devil into the village. Bah, he brought Filch to the library. He did all kinds of calculations, and never imagined that his perfect night tour plan would be disrupted by these two scumbags. But he didn't mean to help either. The twins are already in the 3rd grade this year, and they have already gained experience with Filch, so they don't need anyone's help at all. Anyway, I can't read the book anymore. Why don't I watch the play here? Asterisk. Chapter 13. Sure enough, the Weasley twins were so tall that they secretly spilled some food to mislead Mrs. Norris and lead Filch away. Alvin looked at the twins and found it interesting. When watching a movie in a previous life, the Weasley twins were very eye-catching. As the mischief king of Hogwarts, Each film has its own ridiculous operation. Sadly, Fred died in the end. There is only one twin left, and from now on, they are alone. Alvin also regretted this in his previous life, but it didn't stop him from now preparing to play tricks on them. Who let the twins disrupt his night tour plans? Watching the twins walking ahead, oblivious to the impending danger, Alvin gave him a wicked smile. With a finger of the wand, on the side of the corridor, a pair of armored helmets suddenly fell to the ground, making a loud noise boom. In this empty corridor, there was even an echo. The twins who just passed by were startled, quickly looked back to see what happened. But what puzzled them was that only one helmet fell on the ground, and there was no other person. In the distance, Mrs. Norris's voice and Filch's footsteps were heard again. The twins were so frightened that they panicked and didn't bother to check what happened, so they hurriedly followed the stairs next to them and climbed to the 4th floor. Alvin held back his laughter and restrained his footsteps, followed by the twins. Haha, students of the night tour, I have to tell Filch. Suddenly, Alvin heard a voice from the corner of the stairs on the 4th floor. It turned out that Peeves had found the twins. Peeves roamed the castle as usual, looking for opportunities to mischief and cause chaos. When he came to the 4th floor, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps, and then floated in the direction of the sound. It was at this moment that the twins who were fleeing in embarrassment appeared in front of his eyes, which made him very happy. Although he and the Weasleys stink, both like mischief. But that doesn't mean he won't trick them. There can only be one mischief king at Hogwarts, and that is his Lord Peeves. He, the Weasley's kid, got caught by the Great Peeves? As long as you say, the Great Lord Peeves is the most mischievous person at Hogwarts, I'll consider letting you go. How about that? Peeves opened his mouth wide and let out a weird smile. Appears very proud. The twins looked at each other, and Fred looked at Peeves with a smile on his face. The Great Lord Peeves. The most mischievous person at Hogwarts, George followed. Then the twins looked at each other again, and all of a sudden they laughed and said in unison, "Of course it's us." After saying that, the twins ran to the right, leaving Peeves in a huff and jumping in place. Uffed. Alvin couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. The twins are so funny, and this situation can even tease Peeves. Who? Peeves was startled when he heard the laughter, but he immediately realized that there were little ghosts hiding around. Then looked around. Alvin also wanted to see what other fun the twins could create, and he didn't want to be haunted by Peeves. Seeing the chalk falling on the ground, it should have been used by Peeves to prepare to throw students away. With a finger on the wand, he whispered, "Wadi Vassi." The chalk that fell to the ground, like cannonballs, smashed at Peeves, one by one. Peeves was terrified. These chalk tips did not go through his body, but hurt him, and Peeves ran to the left corridor with a whimper. Alvin deliberately controlled the direction of the chalk, forcing Peeves to the opposite corridor from the Weasleys. But the corridor on the 4th floor, on the right, how is it so familiar? Suddenly, Alvin's face changed slightly. Dumbledore emphasized the direction that students were prohibited from going to at the opening ceremony, which was there. Isn't this where the copy of the first year is? If the twins broke into the abandoned classroom there, they would meet Luvi, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. When you don't know the weakness of the three-headed dog in the first level, it is still very dangerous. Didn't you see that a certain potions professor was bitten on his leg? Thinking of this, Alvin didn't stop, cast a light spell on his legs, and walked towards the corridor on the right. Sure enough, after walking for a while, I saw the twins, who were studying how to open the door of the abandoned classroom. Fred used an unlocking spell. The door opened in response, and the two rushed in excitedly. Elfin patted his forehead. Dumbledore's defense was too poor, and he didn't even set a counter spell for the unlocking spell. Are you afraid that Harry won't get in? He hurriedly followed the twins in, and then he saw a huge, three-headed dog, lying on a trapdoor, its three heads drooping quietly, as if sleeping. A stench hit his nostrils, and Alvin quickly held his breath. Good guy, these three-headed dogs also have their own biochemical attacks? The twins didn't respond so quickly. When asked about the stench, I don't know if it was George or Fred, and they blurted out, "It smells so bad." It was especially clear in this quiet environment. In an instant, the three heads of the three-headed dog opened their eyes at the same time. Two heads stared at the twins standing in front of him, and the other head looked at Alvin, standing not far away. Apparently, The disillusionment charm doesn't mask the smell. It's just a spell that blends the caster with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the head in the middle of the three-headed dog roared and pounced on the twins, who were standing dumbfounded. The reaction of the two was not slow, and they pulled out their wands instantly, and the two obstacles were released. It's a pity that the two were just in the 3rd grade after all, and their magic power was not strong. The three-headed dog stumbled a little, and then continued to attack like a normal dog. This time Alvin didn't bother to hide anymore, and showed up directly. Quickly knocked back. This spell, Alvin did his best. A red light shot out from the top of the wand and slammed into the three-headed dog. Boom! Like being hit by a truck, the three-headed dog flew out immediately and slammed into the classroom wall. There was a loud bang, and the twins were obviously startled, but they didn't expect there was a third person here. And Alvin didn't have time to explain to them. The three-headed dog's magic resistance is very high, and a knockback spell can't cause effective damage. Hurry up and put on some music to put the three-headed dog to sleep. Otherwise the movement will be too loud, and it will easily attract professors and even old bees. Alvin's mind wandered, shouting at the twins, "Sing! Sing the one you sang at the sorting ceremony." Although the twins were puzzled, they also knew that Alvin had made them do it with a purpose. Without any hesitation, the two sang Funeral March version Hogwarts school song. Chapter 14. At this time, Alvin's scalp was numb. It's all this time. Do they still have time to make up for it? Fortunately, the three-headed dog didn't pick it up. After hearing the music, it stopped attacking, walked slowly to the trapdoor, and fell down. Seeing this, Alvin motioned Gemini with him to slowly exit the door with his eyes, then closed the door gently and locked the door with a spell. He exhaled softly. Turning around, Alvin was startled, only to see Gemini looking at him curiously. The twins exchanged glances and quickly put their arms on Alvin's shoulders. "Dear Master Gaunt, thank you. I'm Fred, and this is my brother George," said one of them. "Stupid Fred, I'm the older brother," another hurriedly retorted. Alvin twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard what they called him. "What the hell is it called, Master Gaunt?" Seeing the two making fun of themselves, Alvin did not show weakness. "Master Weasley, I was specially sent by the headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, to protect you. You can call me a guardian." Looking at Alvin's seriousness, Fred and George seemed really taken aback. "Did the principal really send you here? Did he find us on our night tour?" Fred couldn't help asking. George is also a little nervous. For the principal, the twins still have some fears in the lawlessness. "Of course not. I also came out for a night tour." Alvin rolled his eyes angrily and explained to them. "It turns out that the sound just now was made by you." After the twins heard it, they said in unison, "I just read the book in the library for a while, and you brought Filch here." Alvin didn't refute. "Then why didn't we see you just now? What is the spell?" George didn't care about this, but was very curious about the magic that Alvin suddenly appeared just now. If they also learned, they can be completely afraid of Filch and his cat. This is the Phantom Body spell. If you want to learn it, go to the forbidden area to find it. I learned it by coincidence. Alvin didn't hide it. He still had a good impression of these two living treasures. If possible, he would like to get the Marauder's map from the twins to study. George and Fred looked at each other and saw the eagerness in the other's eyes. As for the forbidden area, not a problem at all for Gemini. Alvin stretched and followed the twins for such a lap. It was not too early. He was going to go back to rest. "Okay, I'm going back to rest. If the two Weasley masters have nothing to do, I'll go first." Alvin continued to be eccentric. George and Fred were not annoyed. Instead, they showed a big smile. This friend can get along, and he is really good. "You should really come to Gryffindor, Master Gaunt." George gave a thumbs up, such Alvin was very much to their appetite. Alvin is much more interesting than his brother Ron. Alvin waved at them without saying anything, turned and left. And where the twins went, Alvin didn't know. But he was certain that it was definitely not the way to the Gryffindor lounge. When I came to the door of the Ravenclaw lounge, I gently touched the bronze eagle door knocker, and then the bronze eagle door knocker recovered. Regardless of whether the little wizard in front of him violated the school rules, he faithfully performed his duties. 2 pairs of father and son went to buy hats. Why only bought 3? Because there are 3 generations of grandparents, grandfather, father, and son. After entering the lounge smoothly, Alvin raised his head inadvertently, and then he froze. Because a girl was standing next to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, looking at him blankly. Autumn. Alvin. The two spoke at the same time, and Alvin asked first. Why are you here? I'm here to get this Quidditch training guide. Chio answered Alvin's question in a daze, and then he realized that Alvin's problem was more serious at this time, right? Why did you come back at this time? What did you do? Facing Chio's questioning, Alvin couldn't hide it, so he had to tell Chio everything about tonight, including why he sneaked out and how he met the twins. Even the last fourth-floor corridor was said. When it was said that he secretly slapped a handful of Fred and George, Chio Zhao's flower branches trembled, leaning back and forth. However, when he heard the three-headed dog behind him, Chio's face was full of tension again. When he heard the weakness of the three-headed dog, he was relieved and immediately became excited. It's so cool, Alvin. You've only been at school for 2 days, and you went out for a night tour. I've been here for more than a year and haven't tried it yet. Next time there is such a fun thing, be sure to call me. Looking at Chio, who was extremely excited, Alvin cried out in his heart. I didn't expect Chio to look gentle and quiet, so was my heart so wild? But also, as a future Ravenclaw seeker, she must also have the gene for the pursuit of excitement in her blood. Rubbing Chio's head, Alvin smiled dotingly. No problem. Next time I have something fun, I'll tell you. But not recently. Although I go out every night, I just read a book. It's boring. Feeling the temperature above her head, Chio Tian smiled and obeyed Alvin's arrangement. The two talked for a while and then went back to sleep. The next morning, Alvin followed the other Ravenclaw wizards to the basement for potions class. During the period, they also met the little lions of Gryffindor who went with them. Harry said hello to Alvin, and without saying a word, was pulled away by his roommates. It may be the butterfly effect caused by the arrival of Alvin. The number of Hufflepuffs this year is exceptionally large, which is almost the same as the sum of the other 3 colleges. So the school decided that after their term, Hufflepuff would take classes alone, and the other 3 colleges would take classes together. So this class not only has Gryffindor, but also Slytherin. Remembering that he hasn't signed in today, Alvin said to the system silently in his heart. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Get a copy of Potions Knowledge. Purple so lucky? Alvin raised his eyebrows, and with the share he had received before, he was now about the same potion level as the outstanding 4th-year student. Having punched Snape in the face during the sorting ceremony, he thought Snape would find his way back in potions. Zheng worried that his potion level might not be enough, and the system sent timely ring. Sure enough, it's my eldest son, System, Dad loves you. Asterisk. Chapter 15. At exactly 9 o'clock, Professor Snape in a black robe appeared at the door of the classroom on time. He strode in. The wind was blowing under his feet, and the hem of his robe fluttered in the wind behind his back. Alvin suspects the professor is wearing the same robe he wore the last time he visited his house. In other words, all his clothes are the same. Snape passed by the crowd coldly. Without speaking, he walked straight to the podium and glanced at the students of the 3 academies present. Among them, it stayed on Alvin's body for 3 seconds, and then on Harry's body for 5 seconds. Snape didn't speak, opened the roll call, and started the roll call. His voice was not magnetic, a little deep, and revealing a deep indifference. He spoke the name in a gentle pace, but it always sounded sarcastic. Finally, he pronounced Alvin's name. He didn't say anything, just stared at Alvin for a few seconds. Alvin didn't run away and looked directly at Snape, but there was still a little more apology in his eyes. When Snape went to guide him as a freshman, he obviously thought he would go to Slytherin, but he didn't expect Alvin to be so disrespectful. Alvin was a little embarrassed about that, too. After all, he hated the atmosphere of Slytherin, not Snape, the dean. Maybe he understood the message that Alvin wanted to convey in his eyes. Snape didn't say much and continued to roll names. Then, he clicked on Harry's name. It stopped again. Oh yes, he whispered. Harry Potter, this is our new big name. Uft. Alvin turned his head, and Draco Malfoy and his 2 entourages were covering their mouths and laughing. Seeing Alvin look over, he glared at him not to be outdone. Alvin ignored it and let Harry fall in love with him and kill him. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this arrogant child. Harry's sudden targeting made him uncomfortable, but what he didn't know was that it was just the beginning. Worse days are yet to come. Snape ignored the farce under the stage. and said slowly to all the little wizards, "You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation. And since there are no foolish wands here, many of you will not believe it is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of that simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You don't really understand the fluid that flows into people's blood vessels, the kind of ecstasy and blurred will. Magical power. I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death." A burst of very bewitching words came out of Snape's mouth. Haven't waited for everyone to fully appreciate it. He suddenly spoke again. "Potter, what do you get if you add powdered narcissus bulbs to the sap of wormwood?" Harry was dumbfounded. "What is narcissus? What is wormwood? Who I am?" Harry didn't answer, just stared blankly at Snape, while Hermione, who was not far away, raised her right hand high. Too bad Snape ignored her. Alvin admired this scene, which can be described as the beginning of the feud between the two. From then on, Snape and Harry began to fall in love and kill each other. But here these three questions. Alvin remembered an analysis by some great gods in his previous life. Snape's three questions have deeper implications. The most obvious is that the narcissus, asphodel, used to make medicines is translated in Latin as, "My regrets followeth a grave, my regrets follow you to the grave." It's hard for Alvin to imagine Snape looking at that Potter face, lily eyes. Harry looks very similar to his father James Potter, and his eyes are exactly the same as his mother's. What kind of emotion? Hatred of James Potter, who bullied himself at school, or the guilt that he leaked information that led to Lily's death? Thinking of this, Alvin looked like Snape, with a little more pity and sympathy. Snape caught Alvin's eyes. He didn't understand what Alvin was thinking, and the look in his eyes changed, but that look made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if Alvin was sympathetically looking at a puppy. Snape rolled his eyes, stared at Alvin, and spoke coldly. "Mr. Gaunt, it's up to you to answer these three questions." Alvin was stunned at first, but he didn't expect to eat melon on his head. But he quickly reacted and answered. "Add the powder of the narcissus bulb to the sap of wormwood, and you will get the water of life and death, which is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar should be taken out in the stomach of the cow, and the aconitum aconitiformis and aconitum sinensis refer to the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." Alvin answered three questions in one go, and then smiled to please Professor Snape. Snape didn't catch his breath. Not only did this kid answer him, but he actually provoked him. Without stopping, Snape asked again, "If I want to make a potion of vitality, what should I do with figs? Peel. What kind of potions can moonstone be used for?" "Melting potion, but it needs to be ground into powder." "What's the biggest difference between dream potion and life and death water?" "Dream potion has a strong hallucinogenic effect. Perhaps you should compare it to the ecstasy." The rest of the little wizards in the audience opened their mouths wide, watching the questions and answers between the two. Everyone's scalp was tingling, and they all fell into the same state as Harry. "Who I am? Where am I? What the hell are these two talking about?" Snape took a deep breath and stopped asking questions. Said sarcastically, "It is indeed the blood of the Gaunt family. These are not things you should learn now, but you are always ready to show them off." Alvin is very speechless. "You said that you didn't learn it now, then you still ask me what to do." Snape saw it hard to target Alvin, and then sprayed venom like Harry. "Did you hear that, Potter? It seems that not every little wizard who just entered school is as stupid and ignorant as you. Look at other people's little wizards." Professor I. Harry angrily prepared to retort, but it was a pity that Snape didn't give him a chance at all. "Gryffindor deducts 1 point for your stupidity." Then Snape looked at Alvin. 1 point for Ravenclaw." Then he spoke again. "Remember to add, 'Yes, Professor,' next time you answer the question. 2 points from Ravenclaw for your rudeness." Alvin didn't speak, knowing that anything he said now would just give Snape the chance to deduct his house points. The rest of the little wizards in the audience didn't dare to breathe, but unfortunately Snape didn't let them go. "Why are you looking at my face? Is there anything I just said on my face? Don't move and write it down." After speaking, he was not relieved and followed another sentence. "You guys are the worst class I've ever had." Asterisk. Chapter 16. Next, everyone was divided into 2 groups by Snape. In order to prevent Hermione from helping Harry, Snape dropped Hermione into a group with Alvin from a distance. Alvin's roommate, Michael Corner, who was also a Ravenclaw student, went to join Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown. Alvin looked at the shaggy-haired girl in front of him. The messy hairstyle couldn't hide the girl's delicate face, and the slightly discordant front teeth slightly damaged the overall beauty. But it also makes the girl look a little more cute. Well, it's a good loli. Nodding to Hermione, showing his friendliness, Alvin began to lower his head to handle the ingredients on hand. Bah, herbs. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant to speak. But in the end she spoke up. Alvin Gaunt, is your primary school in Garden Elementary? Alvin raised his head in surprise and looked at Hermione. Yes, I graduated from Huayuan Elementary School. How did you know? Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, and the answer in her heart was finally confirmed. Then answered quickly, sure enough, it's you. When I heard your name at the resorting ceremony, I guessed it like that. Immediately, Hermione extended her hand generously. Get to know me. My name is Hermione Granger, your primary school classmate, but I'm in class 4. I've heard your legend at the time. You can't come to school several times a year, but every time you're full marks. Alvin suddenly realized that he and Hermione were classmates in the same elementary school. He hadn't recognized Hermione because he was so busy making money at that time that he didn't go to school a few times. If he had known that he and Hermione were classmates, he would have been. Ahem, that's not punishable. Alvin also held out his hand and shook hands with Hermione. Nice to meet you, Miss Granger. It seems that we have a lot of fate. Just call me Hermione. In addition, you kept pressing me in elementary school. When you came to Hogwarts, I would not admit defeat. I must be on top of you. The girl looked at Alvin seriously and said with a swearing oath. Alvin smiled and didn't care. The girl in front of him was so serious. However, it's pretty cute. Mr. Gaunt, if I were you, what I would do now is not to tease my classmates, but to immediately put the powder of Viper Tooth into the cauldron. Snape's gloomy voice came from the side, causing Hermione to blush. However, Alvin's face was thick enough, and he calmly put the powder of Viper Fong into the cauldron and stirred it up. Seeing that Alvin was unmoved, Snape gave up targeting. Like a bat again, it floated to Harry's side, staring closely at Harry's every move, ready to spray at any time. Just like that, an hour later, a group of little wizards walked out of the potions classroom with dejected faces. Especially Harry, who had been sprayed by Snape into a delirious, confused mind. He had a playful expression on his face. Just now, Snape had deducted 5 points from Gryffindor because of his irregular operation. And Alvin stayed, and seeing Harry's tragic condition, he felt the need to chat with Snape. He didn't want to be stared at by an old bat. Although he was not afraid, it was a trouble after all. Mr. Gaunt, I think you should leave my classroom now. Do you want me to lock you up by staying here? Snape started again, and the taste was too strong. Alvin is also unambiguous and gets right to the point. Professor, I think we can talk. Snape didn't speak and stared at the young man in front of him with his black eyes like a pool of stagnant water. Alvin continued, I'm sorry, Professor, I don't want to see what happened at the sorting ceremony, but you saw it too. The mouth of the sorting hat, too soon. As you said, although I am from the Gaunt family, I am a half-blood. As far as I know, Slytherin is not very welcome to students like me. Ravenclaw was a better choice for me, and for the rest of Slytherin. With that said, Alvin looked at Snape, waiting for his reply. The expression on Snape's face didn't change at all. He just stood there, watching Alvin silently. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, and Alvin could even hear Snape's breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Snape finally spoke. Mr. Gaunt, there are some things that I can stop here, but the behavior of some students is beyond my control, even if I am their dean. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was finally resolved. He also wanted to have a good relationship with Snape and learn more about potions. Of course, Professor, I only care about your attitude. As for the others, it doesn't matter. Then I'll take my leave. After speaking, Alvin gave a slight salute and left the classroom. Snape looked at the back of Alvin's departure and said nothing for a long time. With deep eyes, he quietly looked into the distance. If I could be like him at the time, Lily, would we have a different ending? Snape muttered to himself, and 2 crystal drops appeared in his eyes. What Snape thought, Alvin didn't know that now he was stopped by Fred and George. Good afternoon, Master Gaunt. Fred and George exaggerated and gave Alvin a funny salute. Alvin was speechless and rolled his eyes. "Don't be poor, what's the matter?" Fred grinned and hugged Alvin's shoulders. "Very familiar. George and I sincerely invite you to join the Hogwarts night party tonight, this Saturday, at 12 o'clock in the evening, in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. See you there." Alvin was a little curious what the twins were pulling him to do, but he had nothing to do anyway, just to see what they were going to do. So Alvin agreed immediately. Seeing that Alvin agreed very readily, George and Fred walked away. After saying goodbye to the two living treasures, Alvin hurried to the auditorium and ate a few bites of lunch at random. There was a history of magic in the afternoon, so the time was a bit rushed. In the history of magic class, Alvin fell asleep directly, and his professor was a ghost, Professor Binns. The professor started to urinate the whole time. His tone did not fluctuate, and the person listening was drowsy. Alvin couldn't hold it, and after listening for 10 minutes, facing Hermione's hateful eyes not far away, he successfully fell asleep. At the same time, in the principal's office on the 8th floor, Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other, and a conversation about Alvin was about to start. Chapter 17. The 8th floor, the principal's office. This is a large, bright circular room. The walls were covered with portraits of people, all with their eyes closed, but from their opening eyes from time to time, you could tell that they were just pretending to rest. On a high bench behind the desk, there must be a tattered hat, lying quietly on it, which if Alvin would have recognized it, it was the Sorting Hat. Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other. "So, Severus, would you like something to drink, or some afternoon dessert? Lemon sorbet? Toffee finger biscuits? Or some cockroach piles?" Snape frowned and refused decisively. "No, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm here to discuss with you about Alvin Gaunt." Dumbledore seemed a little regretful when he heard Snape's refusal, but when he heard what Snape said behind him, he no longer bothered. Put down the book in his hand, cross his fingers, and place it on the table. His expression became serious. "So, Severus, can you tell me what you think of Alvin Gaunt?" Snape said calmly. Calm, decisive, brilliantly gifted, and with a clear purpose. "Still a sweetheart," Snape added at last. "Oh." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and a flash of light disappeared. Dumbledore did not expect that such a high evaluation would be heard from Snape. If Dumbledore understood correctly, did Snape make a bad joke at the end? Now Dumbledore is more interested in Alvin. "I thought you would have some subjective prejudice against Mr. Gaunt about the sorting ceremony. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly." "Yes, Dumbledore, this is what I think of him. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't want to waste my time on a first-year wizard," and added, "Although his surname is special, his character will not be the next Dark Lord. Without the Dark Lord, he found a little girlfriend on the first day he came to school, and he also tried to tease another Gryffindor." Dumbledore couldn't help but smile again when he heard this. "No, Severus, I think you've misunderstood me. My concern for Mr. Gaunt is indeed because his surname is a little special. You know, his surname will definitely bring him some trouble, and Voldemort will come back after all. In some black magic, blood is often used. Tom's research in this area is to be admired even by me." Dumbledore explained the reason. Seeing that Snape had no intention of expressing his opinion, he continued to speak. "Actually, during the summer vacation, I also did some little research on Mr. Gaunt." Having said this, Dumbledore also winked mischievously at Snape. Hearing this, Snape's expression became even more ugly. "If you are sick, you have already ended up in person, so what's the point of my observation today?" Unexpectedly, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century would pay so much attention to a teenage boy. Thinking of this, Snape felt that it was necessary to get to know the headmaster of Hogwarts again. As if not seeing the change in Snape's expression, Dumbledore continued, "I have been to the orphanage where Mr. Gaunt lived, and the people there spoke highly of him. Every year, Mr. Gaunt donated a lot of money to the orphanage's expenses. The most important thing is that he has a phoenix. The phoenix can greatly dispel the darkness in people's hearts and give them great courage. So he is not the same as Tom. I let you observe him just because I think you can provide him with some help to make him grow faster. In this way, he can also better face the future." Crisis. When Snape heard this, it was as if he had eaten a dead fly and asked a Slytherin dean to teach a student who rejected Slytherin. Disgusting people are not so disgusting, right? But remembering the conversation in the potions classroom, Snape hesitated. As if seeing through Snape's thoughts, Dumbledore followed closely. Of course, Phileas told me yesterday about Mr. Gaunt's talent in spells, and I think he should be very happy to train a good wizard for Ravenclaw. No, Snape interrupted Dumbledore. He is also the last bloodline of Slytherin in the UK. As the head of Slytherin, I have an obligation to provide some preferential treatment to the descendants of the founder. I'll go and talk to Mr. Gaunt. After speaking, Snape stood up and walked towards the door, ending the conversation. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was leaving, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said to himself naturally, "Looks like there's another interesting little guy at Hogwarts who can make Snape so interested in him." At this time, the past principals on the wall no longer pretended to be dead, and one of the portraits spoke up, looking very angry. As a descendant of Slytherin, to choose Ravenclaw, this is a shame of pure blood. Headmaster Black, Mr. Gaunt is not pure blood. According to the investigation, his mother is the blood of the Gaunt family, and his father is just an ordinary muggle. Dumbledore explained with a smile. Hearing this, Principal Black became even more angry, and kept saying some words beginning with F. The other irritable headmaster couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed into Blake's portrait with a punch, knocking Headmaster Blake to the ground. The two immediately started a scuffle. Dumbledore didn't care, and the other portraits watched this scene and started cheering for the grumpy headmaster. There were even two principals eager to join in. It seems that the Black principal is not very popular, and Dumbledore seemed to have never seen what happened before the portraits of these principals, and his deep eyes continued to flicker, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 18. Before you know it, Alvin's first week at Hogwarts has just passed, and his genius name has slowly spread at Hogwarts. He scored Ravenclaw in almost every class, except for the history of magic. Professor Binns never gives credit to students. Even Professor McGonagall went so far as to openly invite Erwin to join his Transfiguration Club. For the first time, Professor McGonagall has invited a freshman to join her shape-shifting club. For a time, Alvin's reputation spread among the little wizards, and coupled with his excellent appearance, no matter where he went, there would be little witches secretly observing him. When Alvin noticed their eyes, he quickly looked away shyly, but there were also daring little witches who were not only not shy, but also gave him a generous wink. It made Chio jealous again and again. Alvin's waist suffered a lot. On Friday afternoon, Alvin and Cho were doing their homework in the Ravenclaw lounge. Suddenly, Alvin remembered the invitation from the Weasley twins and looked up at Chio next to him. "Autumn, George and Fred invited me to meet in the hallway on the 4th floor at 12 tomorrow night. Do you want to come?" Chio raised his head and looked at Alvin in surprise. "Can I go?" Although Chio asked this, Alvin clearly saw the expectation in the eyes of the little witch. With a relaxed smile, Alvin replied affirmatively. "Of course you can, although I don't know what they called me, but you must have no problem coming. They seem to have invited others too." Chio got an affirmative reply from Alvin and was very happy. He didn't care about any homework and kept pulling Alvin to chat about what they might do tomorrow, obviously looking forward to it. Alvin simply put down the pen and chatted with Chio. "Homework or something, you can write any time." And just like that, it's Saturday night. Near 12 o'clock, Alvin left his bedroom and came to the lounge. In the lounge, only Chio sat there, holding a copy of the History of Irish Quidditch in his hand. It's just that her eyes glanced at the door of the boys' bedroom from time to time. Obviously, the mind is not on the book. Seeing Chio's anxiety, Alvin also walked to her side in 3 or 2 steps and patted her head gently. "Smile fondly. I kept you waiting. Let's go now." Chio returned a warm smile, put down the book, and followed Alvin out of the lounge. Alvin took out his wand, held Chio with one hand, and gently tapped Chio's body with the other hand, and Chio's figure suddenly became transparent. Then Alvin clicked on himself and disappeared. Autumn feels very magical. He stretched out his other hand and shook it, but she didn't see it. What kind of magic is this? So amazing, illusory body spell. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you back. Now hold my hand tightly. Don't let it go, or I won't be able to find out where you are. If George and Fred were here, they would definitely complain about Alvin's double standard. We will be forced to secretly go to the Forbidden Book area to study, and Chio will teach you by hand. Of course, if Alvin knew about it, he would definitely not care. Just kidding, you are not soft lowly. Where do so many demands come from? The two held hands all the way and came to the right corridor on the 4th floor, where they found the twins standing in a corner with a black brother next to them. After dispelling the illusion, Alvin waved at the three George. Fred. The three of them turned around in an instant and saw the two of them holding hands. One of the twins has a funny tone. As expected of Master Gaunt, even if you go out at night, you have to bring a beautiful girl with you. Qiu Wenyan lowered her head shyly. Although many people knew about her relationship with Alvin, she still felt embarrassed when she heard the twins teasing. Alvin slapped the twins on the shoulders angrily. This is Qiu, my girlfriend. Won't you introduce me to this one? Alvin saw the little black brother next to him. Without waiting for the twins to speak, the little black brother spoke by himself and introduced himself. Hi, my name is Lee Jordan, brothers George and Fred, and they mentioned you to me, Alvin Gaunt. You did a great job that day, and it's been a long time since anyone could successfully prank them. After he finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up, showing his big white teeth, and smiled at Alvin. Qiu's eye covered his mouth hard to prevent himself from laughing. Lee Jordan looks so naive. Alvin couldn't help but want to laugh, but he remembered who he was. The Quidditch narrator in the movie was always reprimanded by Professor McGonagall for pulling sidelines. Best friends of Fred and George. Nod to Lee Jordan, just call me Alvin. After a few people got to know each other, Alvin asked curiously, So what are we doing out so late? And Lee, what's in the bag you're holding? George and Fred looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Nervously, he leaned over to Alvin's side. We're going to take you to one of the most mysterious places in Hogwarts, and trust me, you'll love it. As for what's in the bag, you'll find out. After finishing speaking, regardless of Alvin's reaction, the two took Lee Jordan and led the way downstairs. Alvin and Qiu looked at each other and could only follow behind. Luckily, along the way, the group did not encounter Filch and his cat. Came to the basement floor. When he got here, he understood that he was going to the kitchen. Sure enough, the twins stopped before another picture full of food. Among them, a silver bowl filled with various fruits. One of the twins stepped forward and gently scratched a large green pear. Pear wriggled, smiled silly, and suddenly protruded from the painting and twisted into a doorknob. Then, with a pull, the door opened. Walk through the door, and inside is a large room with a very high ceiling. The area is almost the same size as the auditorium, and there are many clean copper dishes stacked against the surrounding stone walls. More than 100 elves are busy inside. After seeing Alvin and his party coming in, a house elf who seemed to be the lead came over. Bow respectfully, good evening, Mr. Weasley and his companions. My name is Ning. May I be of any assistance to you? Apparently, the twins are regulars here, and the elves already know them. The twins are also welcome, and said carelessly, get us some dinner, some dessert, and by the way, get us a pot of black tea and a few cups. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Happy Supper. After leaving the kitchen, Qiu was still in a stunned state. It wasn't until she reached an abandoned classroom that she regained her senses. I didn't know there were so many elves in the kitchen at Hogwarts. Autumn sighed with emotion. Although Qiu is already in 2nd grade, she really doesn't know that their usual food is made by house elves. Alvin nodded in agreement. Although he had known many elves at Hogwarts for a long time, he was still shocked when he saw more than 100 house elves working together again. Walking into the classroom, the twins Enley skillfully put the food on the table. Roast lamb, roast chicken, fried sausage, Cornish pie, Yorkshire pudding, pumpkin pie, and a bisque. Finally, Lee Jordan opened the bag in his hand, and there were several bottles inside, which contained a golden liquid. What is this? Looking at the bottles, Qiu asked curiously. Butterbeer. The twins showed off proudly. How did you buy it? Will they sell it to minors? Lee Jordan shrugged. When I grew up like me, the waiter of 3 Brooms didn't even ask my age and sold it to me directly. Uft. Hearing Lee's answer, Qiu couldn't help laughing out loud. Indeed, it is really difficult for you to tell how old a black man is, and he looks old. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, Alvin's appetite also came up. You know it's already midnight, and it's 5 or 6 hours before dinner time. Stomach is really bad. But he still asked Qiu to drink less. Qiu frowned and Qiongbi agreed. Come on, let's toast, and know that our Hogwarts Night Squad has a new member. George pulled over a stool, stepped on it with one foot, raised the wine bottle in his hand, and motioned to the crowd. Cheers. The rest of the people also had a similar example bottle and touched it. After drinking it, Alvin felt that the taste was unexpectedly soft, and the wine taste was not strong. Looking at Chio also seemed to think that the taste of this thing was good, and even took a few sips. Seeing Alvin quickly stopped her. The dinner has just started. Don't get drunk as soon as you come up. Although butterbeer is not strong, it is also alcoholic. Alvin, this is really good. I wanted to try it a long time ago, but my parents always said I was not an adult and wouldn't let me drink it. After 2 glasses of wine, Chio's little face turned red and excitedly said to Alvin. Today's behavior made her very excited. Chio, who has been a good girl since she was a child, has never been so arrogant. She broke at least 10 school rules in one night and drank alcohol. Looking at Xiao Jiao's naive appearance, Alvin also found it very interesting. Coax, if you like it, I will often bring you here in the future. Cole, the twins and Lee Jordan next to him were booing. Alvin, we know of many secret passages to Hogsmeade. If you want to go, contact us in advance next time. George and Fred took it all in. Alvin smiled and nodded. A few people stopped talking, burying their heads and eating hard, clinking glasses and drinking butterbeer from time to time. A small banquet was formed in this abandoned classroom. Soon, the food on the table was wiped out, and several people ate it. Feeling uncomfortable sitting like this, Alvin took out his wand, summoned a few chairs with a flying charm, and cast a transfiguration charm, turning them into reclining chairs. After a few people saw it, their eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? They all lay down immediately. Everyone let out a satisfied sigh and let out a sigh of relief. Chio next to him couldn't help but sigh. Alvin, your transfiguration is really good. Our second graders haven't learned how to transform such a large object. Fred, next to him, also gave a thumbs up. Don't say that you will accept it for 2 years, even we will not. It seems that pulling Alvin into our Hogwarts night tour group is indeed a correct choice. Alvin waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. He gently held the little hand of the girl next to him, and his body rhythmically swayed on the reclining chair. For a time, there was only the sound of the rocking chair shaking in the entire classroom. After a while, Alvin stretched and asked the twins lazily, "Don't you have 2 brothers at Hogwarts? Why didn't you call them this time? You mean Percy and Ron? Don't be kidding. If we let our prefect know what we did today, we'll get a roaring letter from Mom the next day." Fred's voice sounded with a firm tone. "As for our Ronnie, that's Mom's good baby. How could we have damaged him?" After that, Fred laughed himself, and the rest of the people also laughed when they heard it. Percy's reputation is not very good in Gryffindor, and the little lions are complaining because of his prefect status. Alvin also always believed that someone as ambitious as Percy should go to Slytherin, not Gryffindor. It might be because of his bloodline that the Sorting Hat didn't even look at Percy's other qualities. After all, the Weasleys were born Gryffindors. Afterwards, George and Fred shared some of their deeds of glory over the past 2 years. Even shared some secret passages at Hogwarts. Alvin and Xiao Ting enjoyed it with gusto, and felt that the twins' campus life was really exciting. The happy time is always short. After a while, everyone felt a little sleepy. After cleaning up the classroom and restoring everything to its original state, several people went back to their respective lounges. Alvin was afraid they would be caught by Filch after drinking a lot of butterbeer, so the twins and Lee cast a disillusionment charm. A few people left. Chapter 20. Watching the twins and Lee leave the back, Alvin said to Chio, "Let's go back too." At this time, Chio was already a little drunk, his eyes were blurred, and he could only subconsciously nod in agreement. Looking at Chio like this, Alvin could only helplessly shake his head, stretched out his hand to embrace Chio in his arms, and felt the girl's weakness and bonelessness. Alvin kept reciting the 3-character mantra in his heart. This is not a punishment. This is not a punishment. Just raise it for a few more years. The two came to Ravenclaw's office. Chio walked for a while, and his consciousness returned a lot. However, feeling the warm embrace of the young man, he didn't make a sound, just enjoying it silently. "Thank you, Alvin." After speaking, Chio gathered up his courage and gently touched Alvin's handsome cheek with his moist lips. Even without looking back, he ran towards the bedroom, appearing a little flustered. Alvin froze in place. Recalling the feeling of Roru just now, He muttered to himself. What are you running? I don't feel anything here. Laughing dumbly, Alvin also walked back to his dormitory, and with this trace of warmth, he fell asleep. On Thursday, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the little wizards of Gryffindor came to a large meadow in front of the castle. Today is their first flying lesson of the semester. The young wizards of many wizarding families are constantly boasting about their childhood flight managers with their companions, especially a group of little wizards from Slytherin House. Draco Malfoy was showing off the helicopter he swept away from a family of muggles, and complaining loudly that first-year students can't play Quidditch is very unfair. During the conversation, his eyes glanced at Harry, and Alvin, who was chatting with Hermione, seemed very sad that they had never ridden a broom since they were children. Alvin didn't have time to deal with Malfoy's boast. He's comforting little Loli now. It's okay, Hermione. Harry, have never ridden a broom, and many little wizards are talking big. You don't have to be so nervous. Alvin softly comforted the brown-haired Loli in front of him. Hermione has been abnormal since she knew she was going to have a flying lesson. I heard from Harry that during breakfast in the morning, Hermione kept chanting the content of the book, The Magic of Quidditch. Neville next to him also listened hard to Hermione's nagging, hoping to learn some useful knowledge to help him in training for a while. I can't care that the memory ball in my hand keeps flashing again. After a while, their teacher, Mrs. Hooch, arrived. Pointing at a bunch of floating swipes with your wand came towards them. Then everyone got a share. Alvin looked at the broom in his hand, and suddenly he didn't dare to try it. The broom in his hand was very worn, and a lot of branches and leaves had fallen off the tail. Okay, now, stretch out your right hand over the broom handle. Mrs. Hooch whistled. Then say, get up. Get up. Alvin concentrated and called out to the broom lying on the ground. The broom jumped into his hand immediately, as did Harry. However, the other little wizards did not go so well. Hermione's broom rolled a few times and ignored her. Malfoy also yelled several times before the broom flicked into his hand, almost hitting his nose. Next, Mrs. Hooch explained some techniques, and then signaled everyone to try it out. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1, kick. Alvin chopped lightly under his feet and floated smoothly in the air. He suddenly found that his riding level was good, and the effect of the Blue Flight Experience book was already very strong. The broom will change direction according to his mind, rising and falling. Neville, who was not far away, was not so lucky. Maybe he was too nervous. When he kicked off the ground, he seemed to have used his milk strength. Whoosh! I saw Neville shot straight into the sky at an angle close to 90 degrees. The speed was so fast that Mrs. Hoochie next to her didn't react. Neville was already 20 feet off the ground. More unfortunately, Neville's hand slipped from the broom, and he fell straight from the air to the grass below the ground. Madame Hooch was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to catch him with the floating charm, but maybe it was too fast, and Mrs. Hooch's floating charm didn't hit Neville. Just as the group of little wizards turned pale with fright, a few of the little witches had already covered their eyes, as if they had foreseen the tragic situation of that one for a while. Wingardium Leviosa. At this time, a firm and clear voice came. It was Alvin. Alvin's levitation charm steadily hit Neville in the air, and Neville's falling speed instantly slowed down, and then fell gently to the ground with the wave of his wand. The rest stared blankly at this scene, and the little witches who covered their eyes also put down their hands and looked at Neville, who was safe and sound. Wow! In an instant, most of the little wizards cheered, and some even applauded. Oh, Merlin! Mrs. Hooch also came back to her senses, and hurriedly stepped up to help Neville up and checked. Still worried, she decided to take Neville to the school hospital for a checkup. Ravenclaw +10. What a wonderful floating spell, Mr. Gaunt. Before leaving, she did not forget to add 10 points to Alvin. After all, if it wasn't for Erwin, Neville would be miserable today, and if she made such a big mistake, it wouldn't be much better. When Mrs. Hooch was gone, Malfoy laughed loudly at Neville, and he also discovered Neville's memory ball. Picked it up. At this point, Harry couldn't stand it any longer. Bring it here, Malfoy, Harry whispered to Malfoy. Malfoy laughed wildly. How about I put it on a tree and let Longbottom pick it up? After that, without waiting for Harry to agree, he got on his broom and flew, and shouted provocation at Harry. Come and get it if you can. Scarhead. Harry was also annoyed when he heard that, so he got on his broom and flew towards Malfoy. The genes inherited from James Potter made him quickly learn to control the broom and chased Malfoy in the sky. Alvin watched the scene in front of him, which was why Harry was drafted into the Quidditch team in his first year. Sure enough, he is the son of luck, so he can't rely on strength, but only on sports. In foreign countries, people with strong athletic ability are much more popular than those who study well. Admiring the good show of the two of you chasing me in the air, Alvin rubbed his chin and thought about it. At this moment, there was a sudden scream from the side. It turned out to be Hermione. Hermione was very anxious when she saw Harry rushing up. She jumped involuntarily, but she forgot that she was maintaining the position of riding a broom ready to take off. In this way, Hermione rushed into the sky like an arrow from the string. Chapter 21. All the little wizards cheered loudly when they saw Hermione soaring into the sky, thinking that Hermione was going up to stop the fight between the two. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. How could this Hermione scream? Alvin was also stupid. A group of arrogant children really thought that Hermione would know how to use a broom, and they were still applauding from the ground. But Alvin couldn't care less about complaining. He clamped his legs, bent his knees and kicked, and the whole person also flew into the sky and flew towards Hermione. Alvin accelerated desperately and quickly approached Hermione. Hermione, don't move, keep your balance. In the sky, Alvin shouted at Hermione. But how could Hermione remain calm now, her hand desperately clutching on the broom, for fear that she would fall off if she let go? But not knowing what happened, Hermione's broom shook violently a few times, and then the speed suddenly increased, flying towards the distant woods. Alvin was also in a hurry. The whole person fell down, and his upper body was almost all attached to the broom. The comet broom, which had reached its limit, accelerated again and made a creaking sound, as if it was about to fall apart at any time. Alvin couldn't care less about that. He could clearly see that Hermione's hand was running out of hand on the broom. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, Hermione couldn't hold on any longer, and the broom with her hands detached fell straight down. And Alvin sprinted with all his strength. Finally, when Hermione was still 2 meters away from the ground, Alvin successfully came under her, released the broom with both hands, stretched out his hand, and perfectly caught Hermione, who was about to fall on the ground. When the arm sank, the whole broom pressed down a lot, almost touching the ground, for fear that the broom would fall apart. Alvin clenched his legs and leaned back, slowing down. When he landed with Hermione in his arms, the entire broom was completely divided into several sections, completely scrapped. Hermione stared blankly at Alvin, who was holding her back in his arms, her mouth widened. Finally, little girl. Wow. I cried, and it was really sad for those who heard it, and those who heard it wept. Merlin, how dare you? There was Professor McGonagall's disbelieving voice in the distance. Alvin looked back and found Professor McGonagall rushing towards them. Behind him was a woeful Harry, and further away, Professor Flitwick ran towards him again. But with his short legs, this is not a long distance. Mr. Gaunt, Miss Granger, you are. Before Professor McGonagall's almost roaring words were finished, he saw Hermione crying in Alvin's arms. All of a sudden, he was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Sorry, Professor. Hermione didn't mean it. She just wanted to help. Afterwards, Alvin explained what had just happened, deliberately emphasizing that Hermione was just a mistake rather than deliberately rushing into the sky. Hearing Alvin's explanation, Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. She understood that Alvin was speaking for Hermione, and that she had also saved the little lion in her own house. She also has to thank Alvin. Mr. Gaunt, are you all right? At this time, Professor Flitwick came panting, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was a little overwhelmed. He just heard the shouts and found that the little wizards in the flying class below were not watched by the professor, so he came down to see what was going on. He didn't expect to see Alvin riding a broom to catch Hermione as soon as he got downstairs, which scared him to the core. I'm fine, Professor. It's just that Hermione needs some rest. Alvin said he had nothing to do, and he was holding a little lowly, not to mention how beautiful. Mr. Gaunt, please help me get Miss Granger to the school hospital. Also, thank you for your help today. 20 points from Ravenclaw. Potter, come with me to the office. Taking a look at the current Hermione, I found that she was no longer crying, but only sobbed from time to time. Professor McGonagall also knew that the little girl had a thin skin, so she simply asked Alvin to send the Buddha to the west. Alvin didn't refuse and didn't ask Hermione's suggestion. In the school medical room, looking at Hermione, who was still burying her head in his arms, Alvin said helplessly, "Okay, Hermione, it's just you and me here. You can let me go." Hermione didn't respond at all. "Alvin is speechless. If I don't get up again, my clothes are soaking wet." The little witch finally had some reaction, raised her head, a little face with pear flowers and rain, and 2 blushes. I don't know if she was crying just now or was stuffy in Alvin's arms. Looking very endearing. Seeing the little witch raised her head and didn't speak, Alvin could only continue to coax. "Okay, today was just an accident. Everything has passed. I will practice more in the future. I'll never ride a broom again." Hermione reacted violently, directly interrupting Alvin's next words. Alvin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that he couldn't go against her at this time. So he followed Hermione's words to comfort him. Finally, with Alvin's unremitting efforts, the little witch finally fell asleep. Today's events were a little too exciting for Hermione, and a good night's sleep would also help restore her spirits. Chapter 22. Finally, Alvin dragged his tired body to the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. Although the physical energy consumption is not large, but just now I have been protecting the broom with magic power, coupled with the overload urging. Alvin's mental consumption is indeed a lot. He decided to go back and take a good nap to refresh himself. But when he entered the lounge, he noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet. The moment he walked in, the little wizards in the lounge all looked up at him. This made Alvin a little hairy. "Cool, Alvin." At this moment, a senior witch spoke, and then the whole lounge suddenly became noisy. "Yes, it was so cool just now. Yeah, you can be so good in first year. You should join the Quidditch team." All the little wizards are excited. The hero saves the beauty plus the exciting process. This mobilized the emotions of most of the Ravenclaw students who were witches. Alvin stared blankly at the excited crowd, and the whole person was still a little confused. Did the news spread so quickly? Before he could think about it, a figure rushed to his side and threw himself into his arms. "It is autumn." Alvin hurriedly embraced Chio, and before he could speak, Chio's voice came over. "Alvin, are you okay?" Chio pulled Alvin nervously, anxiously checking to see if there were any signs of injury on Al's body. "It's fine, Chio, I'm fine." Gently stroked the girl's hair. Alvin felt the girl's concern and warmed his heart. Seeing that Alvin was really fine, Chio also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he twisted the soft flesh around Alvin's waist angrily, expressing his dissatisfaction. Alvin knew that this was the little witch's jealousy that he sacrificed his life to save Hermione. No choice but to laugh. "Trying to make a fool of yourself." Looking at the crowd around, Chio knew that now was not the time to investigate, and Chio retired sensible. The little eagles next to them saw that the young couple had finished talking. Immediately, Wu Yang rushed up. "Alvin, how did you ride the comet so fast?" "Alvin, is this really your first time riding a broom? I heard that you caught the Gryffindor at once. Is it really that powerful? Let me touch." "Hiss. How can this still be used?" Alvin panicked. "This is to be wiped out." At this moment, Roger Davis pushed through the crowd. He is the captain of Ravenclaw Quidditch. It's the guy who asked Alvin at the sorting ceremony to teach him how to chase girls. Roger struggled to push the crowd away and shouted at Alvin. "Alvin, Professor Flitwick asked you to come to his office." Alvin Shunjian seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. Shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's go. I'm going to find Professor Flitwick. If you have any questions, please wait until I come back." Seeing that Flitwick asked Alvin to go to his office, the kittens had to make way. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief and ran out of the lounge door as if running for his life. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know how much tofu would be eaten. At the same time, what happened in the flying class also spread to several other colleges. First, Alvin's levitating spell saves Neville, then Harry and Malfoy's air chase, and finally Alvin's hero saves Beauty. With so many things happening in one class, how could the little wizards not be curious? Gryffindor Lounge. Harry swooped down from a height of 20 feet. A few inches off the ground, grabbed Neville's memory ball, and stopped in an instant. Ron was dancing about Harry's deeds in flying class, as if he had done it all. Suddenly, George and Fred hugged Ron. "Okay, Ronnie, you've talked about Harry a lot. Now, tell us about Alvin. Yeah, Ron, tell me what Alvin did to save Hermione. A little witch next to him also said to Ron. Her name is Angelina John, a chaser in Granfindo. Okay. Ron was a little frustrated, but because of the twins' arms on his shoulders, he reluctantly told how Alvin caught up to Hermione and caught him. And Hufflepuff Academy also has little wizards who have a good impression of Alvin after learning about the matter, as an academy that is basically honest. They appreciate Alvin's desperate behavior to save lives. But Slytherin's attitude towards Alvin was a lot more ambiguous. On the one hand, Alvin slapped Slytherin in the face at the resorting ceremony, and this time he was in the limelight again. Many little snakes are ready to find a chance to teach Alvin a lesson. On the other hand, there are some little witches who are very fond of Alvin's face. In addition, Alvin is capable of both writing and martial arts. Not only does he perform well in class, but he is also good at sports. Slytherin's nature to worship the strong makes them unable to be hostile to Alvin. As a result, two different factions of Slytherin actually set off a big debate because of Alvin. Alvin didn't know the influence of this matter was so great. Now he has come to the door of Professor Flitwick's office and knocked gently on the door. Please come in. Flitwick's voice came from inside, and Alvin pushed open the door and walked in. It was the same as last time. After a glance, Alvin walked to the desk. Sit down, Mr. Gaunt. Seeing it was Alvin, Professor Flitwick smiled and motioned him to sit down. Mr. Gaunt, you're doing really well today. Using the levitation charm accurately at that speed is something that many adult wizards can't do. Obviously, Professor Flitwick has understood the cause and effect and appreciates the precise floating spell. You've won the prize, Professor, and I'll try my best, Alvin said modestly. Flitwick did not continue the topic, but turned to ask, Mr. Gaunt, do you know anything about Quidditch? Alvin's heart moved when he heard this. What do you mean? Did you get the same script as Harry? Ready to make your own Quidditch team? Sir, I have a general understanding of the rules, but after all, this is my first flight today, and I haven't really tried it. Alvin said that he has a little girlfriend who is a Quidditch fanatic, and he still knows the rules of Quidditch. After all, Chio often dragged him, gave him the rules of popular Quidditch and the crazy Amway Tornado team. Excellent, Mr. Gaunt. Professor Flitwick was even happier. Then asked, would you be interested in joining the Ravenclaw Quidditch team? Asterisk. Chapter 23. Alvin was not surprised to hear this. Harry picked up a ball and was dragged into the Gryffindor school team by Professor McGonagall. He picked up a person. Thinking that Chio might join the Quidditch team this year, Alvin thought that joining the team would also allow him to spend more time with Chio. After all, the two are not in the same grade, and they can't meet each other in class. So nodded. Of course, Professor, I'm very interested, but is that all right? I heard that first-year players are not allowed to join a Quidditch team. Don't worry, Mr. Gaunt. I'll take care of this. Hearing Alvin's affirmative answer, Professor Flitwick was very happy and directly told Alvin not to worry about other things, and the rest was wrapped up in him. Professor Flitwick stood up, jumped to the floor, and walked over to a large box by the window. Opening the lock, Professor Flitwick bent in, took out a long package, and handed it to Alvin. Professor, is this? Alvin was a little puzzled. This is a Nimbus 2000, the latest product this year. It was sent to me by one of my students, who is a designer at the Nimbus manufacturer. I originally wanted to give him to Roger Davis for him to use, but I believe that you will definitely suit him better. Alvin was speechless when he heard it. Professor McGonagall bought a gift for Harry at his own money. Unexpectedly, Professor Flitwick was here, and a student gave a gift directly. As expected of Ravenclaw Academy, although there are not many pure blood families in it, there are indeed many technical talents. These people are distributed in various backbone positions in the magic world. Once activated, they will definitely have a lot of influence. No wonder Slater's new house has been with Gryffindor all the time, without a trace of Ravenclaw being affected. Alvin was also welcome, took the Nimbus 2000, and held it directly in his arms. Thanks, Professor. I'll use it well. So when do I check in? Next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the selection of a new batch of players. You go to Mr. Davis at that time, and he will decide what position you take. Professor Flitwick told Alvin for a while and let him go. Alvin didn't delay and returned to the lounge with Nimbus 2000 in his arms. In the lounge, a group of little wizards watched Alvin come back and gathered around again. Alvin could only answer a few questions at random, send them away, and be quiet again. Cho on the side also came up. "What is this?" Pointing to the package in Alvin's hand, Cho asked. "Light Will 2000, Professor Flitwick?" Cho opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Well, Professor Flitwick asked me to join the Quidditch team, but the place hasn't been decided yet." Cho looked even more surprised. "Aren't first-year students allowed to join the Quidditch team? What's the matter?" Professor McGonagall called Harry to the office just now. "It is estimated that he will also join the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Alvin didn't care. "I heard from Professor Flitwick that next Wednesday will be the in-house selection. Cho, do you want to join too?" "Of course, my goal this year is to be a Ravenclaw seeker." Speaking of this, Cho's interest came. Seeing Cho's fighting spirit, Alvin thought about it. "Anyway, the morning class is over. Let's find an open space and try Nimbus 2000. Can I do it too?" "Of course, just a broom." After speaking, Alvin took Cho's hand and walked out. "Let's go to the auditorium for lunch first, then go to Black Lake and try it out." After the two finished their meal, they went to the Black Lake for special training. Watching Cho, who was very happy, rode the Nimbus 2000 in the sky and completed various technical movements, Alvin decided to buy a Nimbus 2000 as a gift for Cho this Christmas. As for this one, it was given to him by Professor Flitwick after all, and it would be a little bad to give it to him. In the following week, the Academy returned to calm, and the first-year wizards gradually got on the right track. Gradually get used to life at Hogwarts. The most obvious manifestation is the increase in homework. One day Alvin was in the library and saw Harry and Ron begging Hermione to borrow them from the potions class paper. The old bat is not human, and the 3-foot-long paper left behind has to be a single-space space. However, this has no effect on Alvin. He has a lot of water in his previous life, and it is easy to cope with his homework. He still had time to go to a Quidditch trial with Autumn. Both have successfully joined the Quidditch team. In the end, Alvin chose the batter, who, in his own words, can better protect Cho. Cho only needs to go all out to catch the golden snitch, and leave the rest to him. He will protect Cho well. The little witch had never heard of such rhetoric, and she successfully let Alvin deceive a kiss. "By the way, I fed a mouthful of dog food to the other Quidditch players." Asterisk. Chapter 24. Soon, the fact that Alvin joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was known to the students of the 4 academies. Gryffindor House is not too surprised. After all, their Mr. Savior also joined the Quidditch team. Hufflepuff lived her own life and said nothing. As for Slytherin, Malfoy said sourly that the dean of his academy is a person who abides by the school rules. Otherwise, he can directly enter the school team in the first year. It is said that Malfoy also reported this matter to Professor Snape, but was scared away by Snape's cold look. Ravenclaw was the happiest one. Their Quidditch scores had not been good in the past few years, but Alvin was so good that he would definitely lead Ravenclaw to the Academy Cup. To this end, several senior school sisters also formed a cheerleading team, expressing that they will cheer for Alvin next time. Many little witches joined in, even Gryffindor girls and Hufflepuff girls. Roger Davis is very envious of this. He's the captain of Quidditch. Why doesn't he have his own cheerleader? Alvin doesn't care about this, and schedules his time very tightly every day. After class every day, I go to the library to read books and do homework with Hermione. Since the last flying class incident, the little witch had avoided him for a while and ran away every day after class, not communicating with Alvin at all. But after a week, it returned to normal and seemed to have joined his cheerleaders. The girl's mind is too hard to guess. Alvin didn't understand this, but Hermione was fine. That way he could copy Hermione's homework. That's right, Alvin is really too lazy to make up those stinky and long essays by himself, and every time he brings Hermione's homework in the name of a guide. Hermione also doubted him. After all, Alvin's usual performance in class was there, and he had already scored more than 100 points for Ravenclaw. Most of Alvin's time is spent on learning rune. He has made great progress and has mastered a lot of rune. For example, fire, wind, and water. These basic runes he has already studied deeply. Without a wand, you can already do some simple magic wandless casting. As his research deepened, Alvin believed that he could do any magic wandless casting. When he encounters Voldemort, he will be able to spit out the big melon and kill him in one bite. In addition to the library, Alvin also accompanies Cho to train Quidditch together. Alvin wants to lend Chio the Nimbus 2000. He's a hitter and doesn't need much speed. Autumn needs this broom even more. But Chio thought about it and refused. And the reason was the same as what Alvin thought, which was given to Alvin by Professor Flitwick. It's not suitable for her. And she also likes her sweeping 7 stars. In desperation, Alvin can only give up. Wait until Christmas. Chio can get the Nimbus 2000 he gave. Also missed a game. No problem. In a blink of an eye, it was October. On this day, Alvin was having lunch with Chio as usual. Suddenly, Qianjia flew from the air to his dining table. Alvin was stunned, opened the Qian's High on the table, and saw that it read, Mr. Gunter, the first Transfiguration Club of the term will take place this Saturday afternoon in the staff lounge next to my office. Since you are entering the Transfiguration Club for the first time, you will have a quiz to demonstrate your transfiguration skills. Professor McGonagall stayed. After reading the above content, Alvin suddenly realized that it was Professor McGonagall's handwriting. It's a shame that he thought there was a little witch who thought of a new way to send love letters. Qiu Yi, who was next to him, brought his little head over curiously. I want to see what is written on it. Seeing Qiu's curious look, Alvin handed Qianjia to her. The legendary Transfiguration Club. We in Ravenclaw only have 2 6th-grade seniors, and they only joined last year. After Qiu read the content on Qian's High, he sighed. Her talent in transfiguration is not very good, and she can barely keep up with the progress, but her talent in magic spells is good. So it's impossible for her to join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, but Professor Flitwick's Spell Club is something to think about. Actually, there's nothing special about it. As long as you can turn an object into an animal, even if the animal doesn't move, it just has a shape. Alvin is very Versailles. Qiu gave him an angry look. Qiu is not even familiar with the transformation between dead objects, let alone a small animal. But Qiu didn't bother about it. Next month they were going to start their first Quidditch match, and Qiu had to practice for a while after every training session. She has no more energy to toss with Alvin. Soon, it was Saturday, and Alvin also went to what Professor McGonagall called the staff lounge to start his first Transfiguration Club. Chapter 25. On Saturday, Alvin came to the staff lounge next to McGonagall's office on time. Alvin walked in and found that there were already several people inside. 2 of them he knew. One was a 6th-grade Ravenclaw prefect, Deborah Benke, a capable witch with short hair. The second was a 6th-grade boy, Ian Marshall. The 2 also saw Alvin and greeted him, and Deborah waved and motioned for him to sit over. Alvin walked over and sat next to Deborah. Say hello. Hello, senpai. Junior is so polite. Deborah covered her mouth and smiled. Praised immediately, Junior joined the Transfiguration Club in the 1st grade, which really gave us Ravenclaw a big face. Senior's sister has won the prize, but Professor McGonagall sees that I have some talent, so let me experience it in advance. Alvin hurriedly said he was lucky. Deborah didn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone knows Professor McGonagall's temper. You can't join this club if you don't have any real stuff. However, she did not refute Alvin, but instead reminded. Junior, we are very happy that you joined the Transfiguration Club, but the 2 people in Slytherin are not very happy. They think you are not eligible to enter this club. After speaking, Deborah also looked at the 2 boys sitting on the other side. The 2 people noticed Deborah's eyes and looked over, their eyes full of disdain and malice towards Alvin. Both of them looked extremely ugly. At first glance, they were the product of intermarriage between close relatives in order to keep the bloodline pure. Alvin also noticed the badness, but he didn't care. Just kidding. Even though he started school, he didn't draw a card once. But there are already quite a few spells and the like obtained by signing in every day, and many spells are far beyond the level of adult wizards. After all, the initial level of the magic spell rewarded by the system reached the OWLS level, and after obtaining it several times, the power of the Auror's spell was not as strong as his. Alvin ignored the 2 and smiled at Deborah. Don't worry, senpai. A little test won't be enough for me. Deborah said she was warmed by this smile. Soon, Professor McGonagall, wearing a dark green wizard robe and a top hat on his head, walked in. I looked around and saw that Alvin had also arrived and smiled with satisfaction. Classmates, today we welcome a new member, Mr. Alvin Gaunt. Let us welcome him. Alvin got up, gestured around, and finally made a slight bow like Professor McGonagall before sitting down. The others also cooperated and gave some applause, and even the two ugly Slytherins patted them perfunctorily, not daring to take Professor McGonagall's face. The applause stopped, and Professor McGonagall continued. Next, we need to give Mr. Gaunt a little quiz. Show what he's up to. Who wants to be an assistant? At this time, one of the two men from Slytherin House stood up. Professor, let me try this Mr. Gaunt's level. After he finished speaking, he gave Alvin a grim smile, which made Alvin very sick. Professor McGonagall did not object. Then Mr. Burst, let's be Mr. Gaunt's assistant. With a wave of Professor McGonagall's wand, he summoned 2 chairs from the back of the lounge. Each person has a chair, and animals are transformed through transfiguration to compete. Also, don't attack the wizard himself, and don't use spells other than transfiguration. Do you understand? The two nodded, and they understood. They took out their wands and began to deform. Burst made the first move. He turned his chair into a hyena and rushed towards Alvin's chair. Burst also has 2 brushes in terms of transfiguration. The hyena he transformed has a sturdy physique, and the fangs and the candlelight have some reflections, and they look very sharp. Seeing the fierce-looking hyena rushing over, Alvin didn't panic. With a touch of his wand, his chair instantly transformed into a Welsh buffalo, which has 2 huge horns and is said to be able to fight a lion without losing its power. The buffalo's head was pushed forward, and the 2 horns hit the hyena's body in an instant, and it flew out fiercely. Burst's face became a little ugly. He couldn't believe that Alvin Gaunt could use transfiguration to transform a large animal like a buffalo when he was in 1st grade. When he was in 1st grade, he was still thinking about how to make a pipe case. But now there is nothing he can do. He doesn't want to admit defeat, so he can only continue to cast transfiguration. The wand pointed at the whining hyena, and a wave of ripples appeared on the hyena, and the hyena was gradually turning into an owl. Flying creatures are more difficult to change than terrestrial creatures because of the more subtle magic required to make the animal fly. Obviously, Burst's transfiguration level is not enough, such a slow speed. If it is in the battle, it will be eaten by a big melon. Alvin wouldn't interrupt Burst's spellcasting. If he interrupted him, what if he said that young Alvin didn't talk about martial arts? So, Alvin quietly watched Burst's performance. Finally, after nearly half a minute, the hyena turned into an eagle, but the wings were a little uncoordinated, but still barely able to fly. That's it. Alvin was very speechless. He didn't expect that Burst had tossed for a long time, and what he came up with was a half-finished eagle. However, Alvin was still a little unhappy about Birdclaw using the eagle to deal with Ravenclaw. I haven't changed into an eagle yet, so you changed me into one? Still used to hit me? Immediately, Alvin was no longer in the mood to play, and with a flick of his wand, the Welsh buffalo instantly turned into a goshawk and soared into the sky. The wings spread a full 2 meters, and the sharp eagle eyes stared at the opposite eagle, and there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Such an ugly eagle is simply a shame among eagles. Wow! With a long groan, Alvin's transformed goshawk's wings swung instantly to the top of Burst's half-crippled eagle. The steel-like claws slammed down hard. Then he accelerated from top to bottom and pressed the bird eagle to the ground with an incomparably fast offensive. In an instant, Bird's eagle returned to its original shape and became a torn chair. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Looking at the torn chair, Burst stood there blankly. Alvin, however, sat back in his chair as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Others are also immersed in this disparity test. At first, they did think it was a huge gap, but this is the complete opposite of what they envisioned. That was Burst, one of the most accomplished transfiguration people in Slytherin. Their family, that is the famous 28 pureblood family, has a family background. Moreover, the bloodline of the Burst family has a lot of bonuses to transfiguration. However, just lost to a first-year freshman who had just been exposed to magic for 2 months? You must know that other people present did not dare to make a deal, and their transfiguration must be better than Burst. At most, it is between equals. Doesn't this mean that the transfiguration of this first-year freshman has far surpassed everyone who is doing it? Looking at Burst, who was still standing in the center of the field, with that look of despair, the feeling of grief of the death of a rabbit and a fox rose in the hearts of everyone. Are they already the remnants of the old days? The crowd said it was unacceptable. Snapped, snapped, snapped. A burst of applause came, pulling everyone out of their shock. Looking up, it turned out to be Professor McGonagall. Very good, Mr. Gaunt. I can't believe that your transfiguration skills are far beyond my imagination. Professor McGonagall looked at Alvin admiringly. If it weren't for knowing that Hogwarts had no such precedent, and Professor Flitwick would never let anyone go, she absolutely had to pull Alvin over to Gryffindor. Thinking of this, she felt a pity in her heart. Why did Alvin reject Slytherin but didn't come to Gryffindor? Thinking of the scene where he rescued Miss Granger, this is obviously a reckless little lion. But it's too late to say anything now. Taking his mind back, Professor McGonagall didn't think too much about it and refocused on today's club topic. Okay, everyone, since Mr. Gaunt passed the test, let's go to today's topic on the second law of Gamp's deformation. Everyone also put down the shock in their hearts and listened carefully to Professor McGonagall's explanation. Alvin also listened carefully, although his transfiguration level is good now. But a professor's explanation can still make him receive a lot of goods. Also strengthen the foundation. Well, for the things that are already profound for these seniors, here at Alvin, that is the foundation. It has been 2 weeks since Alvin went to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and Halloween is only a week away. Quidditch training has been on the rise lately. Every night, Alvin gave Cho a massage to relieve her fatigue. The little witch was so overwhelmed with homework and Quidditch training that she scolded Roger Davis every day. But Alvin said it's not bad, and it's okay to massage every day cough. But today, Alvin didn't go to practice. Today, avoid marriage. It is advisable to open the box. Well, it was all made up by Alvin, because today Alvin found out that he had saved up 10,000 gold coins, and also updated the Halloween special card pool. Limited time up, unswervingly Snape. Open for a limited time. The duration of this round of UPS is 7 days. When the player draws a gold card for the first time, it must be unswervingly Snape General, until the Dead Snape Potions talents, 7 Black Magic talents, 6 Defense against the Dark Arts talents, 5 Spell omitted. Looking at Snape's card introduction, Alvin was very envious. Snape had his eye on him recently, and Alvin was frantically targeting Alvin in Potions class. And every time he refines the potion, his task is always different from others. Others make medicine for colds. He makes medicine for joy. Others refine the anti-swelling potion. He refines the beauty potion. You must know that the lowest level of these potions can only be learned in the 4th grade. If it goes on like this, it is estimated that someday, Snape will let him refine the Fulling Elixir. Alvin's current potion level could not stop Snape's increasing difficulty. Therefore, this card appeared in the card pool this time, which can be regarded as a solution to his urgent needs. His current potion talent is 5, which is outstanding, and raising 1 level is enough to deal with Snape's difficulties in a short time. And maybe the purple card can also draw the knowledge of potions. If so, all the better. Dear, help me withdraw all 10,000 gold coins. Alvin's tone is gentle, for fear of frightening the system. Oh, forget. The spicy chicken system has no intelligence. The tone of voice doesn't matter. Come on, finish it all at once. Don't count the words of water. So the reader uncle scolds me for water. After speaking, Alvin closed his eyes and waited for the final fruit. After a while of ding, 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 the card draw prompt sound. Alvin opened his eyes and looked at the 3 golden cards in front of him. Alvin's mouth widened. Chapter 27. Looking at the 3 golden cards in front of him, Alvin didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. 1 Snape card, not to mention the other 2 are actually the same person. Tom Riddle nickname. Voldemort, 2nd generation Dark Lord Black Magic talents. 8 Defense against the Dark Arts talents. 6 Spells, 3 unforgivable spells and numerous black magics. Special skills, how to make Horcruxes. Dizzy. Alvin was completely dizzy. How do you get 1 Snape up and then 2 Voldemort? My black magic talent is at full level. What's the use of you? Oh, and the defense against the dark arts talent. That's fine. According to the introduction of the system, each time Alvin fuses a card to obtain a talent, the highest limit cannot exceed the upper limit of the card level +1. For example, Voldemort, combined with defense against the dark arts talent, Alvin can reach the level of 7. But with any level 6 defense against the dark arts talent, he won't break through to level 8. Exactly. Voldemort drew 2 and raised it to 7. Alvin was very happy, and the 3 cards were used perfectly. Next, he looked at the pile of purple cards, counted them. There were 18 cards in total, and the explosion rate was not bad. Look carefully at the rewards above. The more he looked, the weirder Alvin's face became. In the end, a handsome face was directly screwed together with a very weird expression. The 16 chapter cards are Knowledge of Potions *1, Knowledge of Conjuration *1, Knowledge of Transfiguration *1, and Heart-Piercing Carpal Bones *5, Avada Sua's Life *5, Fiery Fire Spell *5. Alvin. Systems say, did you do it on purpose? Why is it all black magic? Alvin was speechless. 18 purple cards, 15 black magic cards, and 2 Voldemort gold cards. Well, Snape counts half as well. Did he stab the Dark Wizard's nest? In desperation, Alvin could only merge all the cards. The change in talent has never been realized. Countless spell messages poured out of Alvin's mind. 5 minutes later, Alvin slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He stretched out his palm, opened it slowly, and a group of silver flames appeared in his hand. With Alvin's thoughts, the flames kept changing this shape. Eagles, lions, snakes, and finally became Furue, a phoenix soaring with wings. With a grasp of the palm, the flames disappeared immediately, leaving no scars on Alvin's hands. I remember Malfoy's henchman's fiery spells were red. Grindelwald's fiery spells were blue. It seems that everyone's fiery colors are different, but silver is not bad. It's pretty cool. Alvin muttered to himself. Now his fiery level is not far from that of Grindelwald, but it is not far behind. At most 1 or 2 more draws, it will be almost the same. As for Crabbe and Goyle, he let out a fire and burned himself to death. The rating in the system is estimated not to be even 1. Later, Alvin checked his other magics and found that they all had different levels of improvement. Magic power has also improved a lot. Open my personal properties panel. Alvin spoke to the system. A blue light screen appeared in front of him. Host, Alvin Gone Age, 11 years old birthday. October 31st status, freshman at Hogwarts Bloodline. Which spirit, awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 19.4 magic items. Guardian necklace, Fu Ling Potion *1, Instant Blue Potion *3 Charms talent, 6, excellent. Defense against the dark arts, 7, Wizards of the Sky. Shape-shifting spell talents, 4, extraordinary, potions talent, 6, excellent. Black magic, 9, the Demon King comes to earth, spells, Fiery Fire spell. Avadasa life spell, Heart-crushing Carpal Bone. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed gold. 0 looking at the black magic talent on his panel, and the 3 most proficient spells. He fell into silence. Alvin feels like the perfect candidate for the Dark Lord's 3rd generation. Although I usually sign in and draw other magics many times, I can't stand the proficiency added by the purple card. Alright now, he drew 5 purple cards at once, and coupled with his black magic talent, he suddenly raised his black magic level to a level 2nd only to the 3 Demon Kings. Now, I should have the level of an elite aura, right? The display of various talents and magic numbers through the system. Alvin divided the wizards of the wizarding world into several classes. I won't mention those who haven't graduated, and then they are ordinary adult wizards, elite adult wizards, aurors, elite aurors, professor level, and pseudo-legendary level like Dumbledore. The reason why they think Dumbledore and the others are pseudo-legends. It was because of their talent level that they did not reach level 9. That's why Alvin added a real legendary class to it. To motivate your future self. Alvin's current magic level has far exceeded that of ordinary wizards, 4 or 5 times that of them. Coupled with the spells he kept drawing, under normal conditions, it was no problem to deal with an auror, even an elite auror. If Alvin used his own black magic, it is estimated that even a professor-level wizard like Snape would have to deal with it carefully. Nodding, Alvin was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, he had only been in Hogwarts for less than 2 months. It has the current strength. When Voldemort is resurrected, he will be able to protect himself no matter what. If you are lucky, you can draw more gold cards to increase your magic power limit. Maybe by then Alvin himself would go up and confront Voldemort with his wand. When the time comes to defeat Voldemort, break up the Death Eaters, and then build your own organization and become the three. Crooked and crooked, I can't think about it anymore. It must be the dog system that allowed me to draw so much black magic and affected my mind. How can I be the third generation? Shaking his head, Alvin threw the unreliable thoughts out of his head. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Through your own efforts, you have completed 100 consecutive draws. The reward system has been upgraded. The system is being upgraded. The upgrade is complete. The content of this upgrade is to open diamond-level cards. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Alvin was curious that the system had actually been upgraded, and there was an additional diamond-level card. Alvin checked the basic information of some diamond cards. Diamond-level cards. There is a certain probability, 1%, to draw a card that exceeds the limit of the current magical world, and the basic reward is a talent-breaking card. Talent-breaking limit card. Unconditionally increase a talent level. The upper limit is 9 note. Diamond-level cards have no guaranteed bottom probability protection. After reading it, Alvin understood a little. This diamond card is a card that allows him to not be limited by the level of contemporary magic. With a diamond-level card, no matter how unlucky he is, he can draw a few basic talent cards, and he can fill up all his talents. At that time, the full-level talent will be full of firepower. Maybe you can break through the limits of the world and reach another level. But these things are still too far away from him now. Not to mention the power issue. It is said that just after drawing all the gold coins on his body, he will have to save at least another 3 months to draw a wave of 100 consecutive. This time, I can save 10,000 gold coins in 2 months. Or because Alvin first entered the magical world, doing something casually will have achievement rewards. In the future, the achievement tasks will definitely become more and more difficult, and the main source of gold coins is the daily tasks. Alvin thought about it for a while, and found that the system upgrade had no effect on him for the time being. Thursday. Today is the last day of October, and tonight is Halloween. In the afternoon, the first-year wizards from the 3 academies were taking a spell class. Today, we continue to learn the floating spell. Standing on a pile of books, Professor Flitwick explained the content of the day. The little wizards under the stage were a little absent-minded, and their hearts had already flown to the evening dinner party. Alvin sat in the corner by the window and looked out the window boredly. After all, the content of the class can't be said to be meaningless to him now. It can only be said that it is useless. Professor Flitwick could also see the restlessness of the little wizards. So the lecture was stopped, and the little wizards were asked to work in groups of 2 to contact the floating spell. He called Alvin over and asked Alvin to patrol the classroom with him to correct the mistakes of the little wizard. Hermione was originally sitting next to Alvin, but Alvin was pulled away by the professor, and she had to go to form a group with Ron, who was alone. Ron was holding the old wand his brother had left behind, pointing to the feathers on the table and shouting loudly, "Wingardium Leviosa." While shouting, both arms were constantly waving, as if this would increase his spellcasting chance. Hermione couldn't take it anymore. "You're wrong. That's how you should read it." Hermione pointed out Ron's mistake without hesitation and then used the correct pronunciation and gestures to successfully make the feather float. Not far away, Professor Flitwick saw it and was very excited. "Well done, Miss Granger." After Ron saw it, his face was always very ugly, and he shouted at Hermione, "Yeah, you're amazing. No wonder Snape calls you Miss Know-It-All." Harry saw it and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he didn't. The little witch's eyes instantly turned red when she heard Ron's words. Regardless of Ron, he found an empty table and went to practice. In this scene, Alvin missed because he was correcting Parvati Patil's mistake. After class, Alvin came to the auditorium. The entire auditorium has been decorated quite differently than usual. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling. There are thousands of pumpkin lanterns floating in the air. The candles in the middle of the pumpkin flickered on and off, creating a slightly gloomy atmosphere. Alvin was sitting with Chio and was just about to use today's food. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell broke in, and he ran to Professor Dumbledore in a few steps, dressed in rough clothes. "The troll. In the basement. I thought you knew." After saying that, he fainted. Alvin's expression changed when he heard Quirrell's words. He remembered this scene. Isn't this the plot of Hermione meeting the troll? Although in the original Harry and Ron successfully rescued Hermione. But this is the real world. If they are one step late, wouldn't Hermione be in danger? Thinking of this, Alvin couldn't sit still and hurriedly said to Chio, "For a while you follow everyone. Don't run around. I suddenly remembered something that needs to be dealt with. Don't worry about me." After saying that, Alvin ran towards the side door. Chio looked at Alvin worriedly, but she knew that Alvin was measured and would not mess around, so she nodded. On the high platform, Dumbledore's words came, and the prefects took the students of their respective colleges back to the dormitory. At this time, Alvin also came to the second floor and went to the bathroom. He could already vaguely smell the stench of the troll. Chapter 29. Smelling the sour smell in the air, Alvin frowned and ran towards the bathroom. It didn't take long for Alvin to come to the bathroom door and heard heavy footsteps in the girls' bathroom. Without stopping at all, Alvin ran in immediately. Then I saw that ugly monster. The guy was 12 feet tall, with dull skin and a small head on top of a huge body that looked very incongruous. The lower body is thick legs like buckets, with bare feet with calluses, a little witch was cornered so hard that she forgot to scream. Who is it if it's not Hermione? Seeing the troll approaching Hermione step by step, Alvin raised his hand, and a flock of birds, 10,000 bullets fired. The gravel on the ground rose into the air and lined up to hit the troll's head. Alvin didn't dare to use too much magic, mainly because he was afraid of knocking the troll flying, which would easily hurt Hermione. Just the right intensity, just to attract the attention of the troll. The troll felt that someone was attacking him from behind, and turned around awkwardly. The stupid head couldn't understand what happened. After a while, he walked towards Alvin with big feet. When the troll was about to walk beside him, Alvin turned everything into petrification again, pinning the troll in place. At the same time, he quickly bypassed the troll and came to Hermione's side. Seeing Alvin's arrival, Hermione finally couldn't help sobbing in a low voice. At this moment, Alvin can't bother comforting the little witch. The troll's skin has high magic resistance, and it is estimated that it will be able to act immediately. Sure enough, when Alvin ran up to Hermione and blocked her behind him, the troll's body began to shake, and he could break free from the petrification spell immediately. But without worries, Alvin can do his best. The wand is pointed at the troll. Thunderbolt explosion. Alvin was not at all soft-hearted, and a high-level blasting spell was lazing out. Pure magic effects do little damage to trolls, and black magic is inconvenient to use. The troll can only be wounded with the physical damage from the explosion spell. The troll ate a full amount of explosion charm and was knocked into the air by a huge shock wave, directly smashing through the wall of the bathroom and flying out. The wooden stick in his hand was also released and flew into the air. I saw a wooden stick in midair. Alvin had a flash of light and pointed at the stick. The wooden stick was in the air and quickly turned into a sword. The body of the sword reflected silver light and was extremely sharp. It's like a broken bamboo. This is an advanced catapult spell that can make objects shoot at enemies at great speed. The sword is like a magic weapon entrusted by the immortal, attacking the troll. All of this is tedious to say, but it only happens within 2 seconds. Before the troll landed, he was struck in the throat by a sword, then nailed to the wall in the hallway. "My Merlin!" An exclamation came from outside, vaguely like the voices of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Alvin was finally relieved to see the troll pinned to the wall and the professors coming. Looking at the little witch who was still sobbing, Alvin carried her out of the bathroom in a half-hug. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape were outside the door, and when they were about to rush in, they saw Alvin come out. Then Quirrell came, and he just glanced at the troll before crouching on the ground and whimpering. Snape glanced at Alvin, then turned to look at the troll pinned to the wall. Professor McGonagall turned pale and pursed her lips tightly. "What the hell are you doing? Mr. Gaunt and Miss Granger, I need an explanation." At this time, Professor McGonagall was both afraid and angry. 2 first-year wizards dare to fight trolls. You must know that although the troll is not very smart, the high magic-resistant skin has caused many adult wizards after graduation to have a headache. Professor Flitwick was also very worried at first, but he was relieved when he saw that the two of them were intact. Also went over to see how they killed the trolls. Sorry, Professor, we were dating. I didn't expect a giant monster to break into the castle. I had to fight this big guy. Dating? In the girls' bathroom. McGonagall's professor's voice rose 3 degrees. She couldn't believe it. Is the little wizard playing so wild now? Yes, Professor, there are few people here. Alvin said without blushing or panting. Snape gave Alvin a slightly mocking look. Professor Flitwick looked at Alvin with a slightly complicated look, but he knew about the relationship between Alvin and Chio. Flitwick didn't expect his genius little wizard to be so concerned. Hermione, who was still in Alvin's arms, blushed. She knew that this was what Alvin said to avoid being punished by Professor McGonagall, but she was still shy, and her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but think about it. Then, she thought about the relationship between Alvin and the second-year Ravenclaw sister, and her heart was even more complicated. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Snape's Invitation. Professor McGonagall didn't expect Alvin to be so rude. For a while, he was stunned in place. But seeing Hermione in Alvin's arms, she also guessed something. But Professor McGonagall wouldn't point it out. After all, there was a little wizard from her own academy, and it was Hermione who she admired very much. 10 points from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor because you didn't follow the professor's instructions to go back to the dorms. However, as a first-year wizard, defeating the troll earned you 20 points for Ravenclaw. I have to say, Mr. Gaunt, the sword you changed is really sharp and has a strong shaping effect. I believe it will remain like this for a while in the future. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall immediately saw that this sword was derived from transfiguration. After hitting a stick and giving a handful of sweet dates, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As for Hermione, the 10 points deducted should be regarded as today's warning. I hope the little witches in the future can be more stable. Hermione, are you all right? At this time, Harry and Ron also ran over and came to the crowd panting. The two looked at Hermione nervously. Hermione didn't answer, just looked up at them both. Professor McGonagall saw that the matter here was also clarified, so he let a few people go. The bathroom has been severely damaged, and the floor of the corridor is also in a mess. Several of their professors have to use magic spells to restore it to its original state. I have to say, wizards are really convenient in some ways. Hermione also stood up from Alvin's arms, her eyes red from crying. However, when Alvin passed Snape, Snape suddenly stopped him. Come to my office next Wednesday after potions class. After Snape finished speaking, without waiting for Alvin's reply, he went to deal with the troll's body. Alvin was stunned for a moment. Although he was curious, he didn't ask now. After agreeing, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, the four of them were silent, and no one spoke. Sorry, Hermione. Halfway through, Ron suddenly spoke. The other three stopped at the same time. Looking at Ron, Ron felt the gazes of the three of them, and although he was a little uncomfortable, he continued to speak. Today, in the spell class, I was impulsive. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me. After saying this, Ron also looked at Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips and said nothing. Harry next to him wanted to intercede, but he didn't know how to speak for Ron. Alvin was somewhat admiring Ron at this time, although reckless, irritable, and sometimes inexplicable jealousy. But after all, it is an upright lion. The courage to admit mistakes is a rare quality. What's more, he and Harry hurried over just now, also to save Hermione. You're right, Ron. I am indeed Miss Know-It-All. Hermione raised her head with pride. This title is the best affirmation for me. Next time you have a mistake, I will point it out. After speaking, she took Alvin's hand, took the first step, and walked forward, leaving Harry and Ron to look at each other again. So did she forgive me? Ron scratched his head, not knowing what Hermione meant. Probably. Harry was also at a loss, but looking at Hermione's lighter steps, he spoke uncertainly. Before the Gryffindor lounge, Alvin sent Hermione here and was about to leave. But the little witch held him back. Thank you today, not only for saving me, but for lying in front of Professor McGonagall for me. The little witch seemed a little shy and spoke intermittently. Alvin smiled slightly. It's okay. I also smelled a strange odor, so I went to see it. Everything was a coincidence. Alvin won't say that he's seen the movie and knows the plot. At this time, you can only find an excuse to prevaricate it. Looking at Alvin's handsome face with a gentle smile, Hermione's heart beat faster. Finally, Hermione hugged Alvin's waist lightly, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Alvin's face lightly with her feet. Then he said breathlessly, "Don't think about it. I just want to thank you for saving me this time. Plus the last flying lesson, you have saved me twice." After speaking, Alvin didn't react, and Hermione felt embarrassed. Harry and Ron, who were a little behind, also reached the door of the lounge at this time, just in time to see the scene of Hermione kissing Alvin. The two couldn't help but open their mouths. Especially Ron. He felt the top of his head sink suddenly, as if something was on his head, and his heart was empty, as if something had left him. Alvin didn't expect the little witch to be so bold, but he didn't say much after hearing her words. After nodding to show his understanding, he walked towards the stairs and waved to Harry and Ron as an apology asterisk. Chapter 31. The next day, news of Alvin defeating a grown-up troll on his own spread throughout the academy. Lavender Brown, in particular, kept telling everything she had heard from Hermione at lunchtime. Well-thought-out explanation plus some specific details. This made all the little wizards have to believe that it was true. Everyone is a sensation again. Alvin has been in school for less than 2 months, and he has always been a man of the academy. Changed the selection of the sorting hat at the sorting ceremony. The thrilling rescue in the flying class. Joined the Quidditch team as a first year, and now one person defeats an adult troll. Now Alvin's limelight has overshadowed the savior. After all, Harry has only shown flying talent in flying since he entered school. As for his defense against the dark arts talent, due to Quirrell, it hasn't shown yet. Alvin once again became the center of attention. When it was time for dinner, Alvin came to the cafeteria to eat, and a bunch of little wizards immediately looked at him with admiration. It wasn't just Ravenclaw students. There were people in every house who looked at him with fiery eyes. Even Slytherin House has quite a few such little wizards. What's going on here? Facing everyone's gaze, Alvin sat down beside Chio with his hair all over. Asked in a low voice, "What else?" Someone's story of another hero saving beauty last night spread. Chio said sourly, listening to Alvin's gums starting to hurt a little. "This vinegar is so strong. You don't have to ask for vinegar when you go to the house elves to order dumplings at night. There is no hero to save the beauty. I just want to challenge the troll and save Hermione." Alvin smiled embarrassingly, remembering the kiss from Hermione yesterday, and said to Chio with some guilt. Chio Zheng was so angry that he simply ignored Alvin and went directly to talk to Marietta opposite. Alvin had no choice but to slowly coax the little girl back. "It's Saturday, it's Quidditch, but it's Slytherin versus Gryffindor." Alvin and Chio, who was finally coaxed, sat together with the other Ravenclaw players, preparing to watch the game. "Slytherin will do whatever it takes to play. Alvin, you have to do your job of protection and don't let them attack our players." Chio carefully observed the seekers of the two teams. If Harry can be seen by Wood, he must have his brilliance. You have to study his movement habits carefully. Roger Davis was sitting in the row below Alvin, talking to the two of them incessantly. In this selection, only 2 newcomers, Chio and Alvin, were selected, so Roger kept introducing them to other players from the 2 academies. "Don't worry, Roger, I will definitely protect our seeker." He embraced Chio's slender waist. Alvin said with a pun, looking at Chio with a happy face nestled in Alvin's arms. Roger Davis felt that he shouldn't be sitting here. He should be underground. Roger Davis, who was fed a mouthful of dog food, didn't say any more. He had said everything he had to say, and he wasn't asking for his own guilt. Soon, the game started, and the players from both sides lifted off and started the game. Not to be outdone, the spectators of the colleges on both sides took out all kinds of banners that had been released with magic to cheer for their college teams. The 2 sides launched a fierce competition, but soon, many people found that Harry's Nimbus 2000 was constantly shaking. Harry could barely maintain his balance so that he wouldn't fall off the broom. Alvin stood up, his eyes swept across the room, and he quickly locked on Professor Quirrell, who was muttering. And the same Professor Snape. Alvin knew Quirrell was the last villain and didn't hesitate, eyes fixed on Quirrell in the stands. His lips parted slightly, and a spell was uttered softly. The sound is extremely low, and the surrounding environment is extremely noisy. Even Chio, who was sitting beside him, didn't hear what he was saying. But if anyone could hear what Alvin said now, it would be horrifying to hear the last 4 words. Drilling into the wrist bone. There was an emerald green light in his eyes. Quirrell in the stands suddenly stopped chanting and suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. The expression is very painful. At this time, Snape also found that the magic power that had been fighting him on Harry's broom was gone. I looked around for a while, but found nothing and stopped chanting. When the broom returned to normal, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch with his excellent eyesight and reflexes. In the end, Gryffindor successfully defeated Slytherin 160:60. Alvin was very satisfied. He had a lot of ways to organize Quirrell just now, but thinking that he had drawn a heart-piercing carpal asterisk 5 a while ago, he tried it out. The result is very good. There is no trace of the spell in such a long distance without a wand. A proper black magic master level. Seeing the end of the game, the people of Gryffindor celebrated wildly, while the people of Slytherin were downcast, and Alvin had no intention of staying. Holding Chio's hand, he walked slowly towards the castle. I'm sorry, the 2 chapters are reversed. Let's look at it this way for the time being. The author will study how to modify the order. As compensation, a chapter will be added tonight. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Inside Quirrell's office. Master, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Quirrell was lying on the ground in an embarrassed manner, his expression grim. Seems to be in great pain. And judging from the wailing that came out of his mouth from time to time, it was more uncomfortable than when Alvin cast the Cruciatus. Master, spare me. This time someone cast Cruciatus on me. Next time I will definitely deal with Harry Potter. Quirrell was the only one in the classroom, and his mournful begging for mercy made the entire classroom look very gloomy. Slowly, the scarf wrapped around his head gradually fell off, revealing not the back of his head, but a face without nostrils. It was Voldemort. Voldemort stopped tormenting Quirrell, but Quirrell kept twitching. Forget it this time. Next time you miss, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Voldemort also knew that Quirrell had indeed been hit with the Cruciatus, and the technique of the practitioner is very clever. Even he hadn't traced the root cause. After a while, Quirrell slowly stood up from the ground, soaked in sweat. Great Master, do you know who put the Cruciatus on me just now? Is it Snape? Quirrell asked weakly. Humph. Snape? With his black magic skills, he can't do it so that I can't even notice it. A disdainful snort came from Voldemort's mouth. It must be Dumbledore. Besides him, who else at Hogwarts has such means? Dumbledore? Isn't he the White Wizard? Quirrell asked suspiciously. Do you really naively think that Dumbledore is just a White Wizard with transfiguration? His black magic skills are definitely no better than mine. He is a sanctimonious old man. Voldemort's tone was extremely sarcastic, but concealed deep fear. Quirrell didn't dare to refute, and could only ask Voldemort's words. Then what do you think he was doing? Idiot, your previous actions were too obvious and made him suspicious. This time it was just a small warning to you. It must be so. Hermione looked at Alvin firmly. Snape hated Harry so much. It must have been Snape's curse that made Harry fall off the broom and die. I just saw Ron and I chanted his lips again. Hermione stopped Alvin, who was going to the library, and pulled him into a corner. Then began to tell her and Harry's inferences. Alvin said that Hermione's conclusion was too arbitrary. Snape had been working at Hogwarts for so many years. If he had the intention to murder the students, he would have been fired by Dumbledore. True, Alvin wasn't going to tell the trio the truth. First, he couldn't explain how he knew so much. Second, this is the first copy that Dumbledore gave to Harry. If he comes up and flips the table, isn't this a pure no-nonsense move? In addition, Alvin is also ready to blend in at the last moment to see if he can get the Philosopher's Stone. He is still very interested in this ultimate product of alchemy. Now Alvin's ancient runes have been studied almost, and they have begun to study magic patterns and magic circles. Spells and spells are different. The ultimate use of the magic pattern is magic circle and alchemy. If you can get a magic stone, I believe Alvin's research progress will improve a lot. Seeing that Alvin didn't believe her words, Hermione pouted angrily. She was a little resentful that Alvin believed Snape so much and not her. Although I have some different feelings for Alvin. But the little witch decided that when she and Harry Ron found conclusive evidence, Alvin must admit his mistake and ask for his forgiveness. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Hermione's cute little round face. Very silly. Alvin looked at some inexplicable little witch. I don't know what she thought of. How can she be a little silly when she smiles? But he didn't want to explore the little witch's secret anymore. He has a heavy task now, and the knowledge of magic pattern is more complicated. He also has to study alchemy along the way, and there is not enough time. Thinking of this, he did not stop and walked to the library. Hermione turned back to her senses, saw Alvin's back disappearing into the corner of the corridor immediately, and hurriedly chased after him. Alvin, slow down. I'm going to the library too. Days passed, another potions class. Snape tortured Harry Potter as usual, spraying the potions he had made worthless. Then he was content to announce the get out of class was dismissed. After the last troll incident, Snape asked Alvin to go to his office after class, and Alvin didn't leave with Harry and the others. Snape glanced at him, motioned for Alvin to follow, turned and left the classroom, then walked towards the office on his own. Chapter 33 Snape's Guidance. Snape's office was also in the basement, not far from the potions classroom. The light in the office was dim, and the shelves against the wall were filled with countless glass specimen jars, and there was a small door on the left, which was closed. Alvin reckoned that it contained some of Snape's treasured material. There is a laboratory table in the center of the room, with all kinds of medicinal materials. At a glance, Alvin recognized it as the material for the stimulant potion. A potion used to recall something deep in the mind. If there's something you forget, drink a bottle and you're guaranteed to remember every word. It is definitely the dream of those copywriters who have traveled through parallel worlds. This potion is so precious in the wizarding world that even 7th graders may not have access to it. Many dark wizards like this thing very much. The potion of intelligence plus the veritas. It can definitely make people say how many times they wet the bed as a child. It's perfect for pressing some secrets. But Alvin didn't care. Maybe Snape didn't have time to clean up. What he is more concerned about now is what happened to the old bat calling him over. Snape put the remaining materials from the class into a large box. Then he looked at Alvin. Gaunt, what are you waiting for? Use the materials on the table to make me a stimulant. I don't have much stock of some materials. You only have one chance. Snape's voice was still so cold, without the slightest emotion. Alvin was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Is the old bat looking for child labor? Isn't this afraid that he will make mistakes in refining and destroy a material? The price of some materials of the intensifier is very expensive. The feather of the soundless bird is 15 galleons, and the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is 100 galleons a pint. There are others, and the total cost of these raw materials adds up to 150 galleons. It's almost time for a Nimbus 2000. The set price of Nimbus 2000 is 200 galleons, and Firebolt is 1,500 galleons. Professor, aren't you afraid I'll mess up the potion? Alvin tried to reason with Snape. Too bad Snape didn't get the signal. If you screw up, make me 10 elixir of delight as compensation. Depend on. Alvin scolded inwardly. 20 galleons a bottle in the joyous potion market. The raw materials are not expensive. It is purely craft money. No matter how Snape is counted. Alvin knew that he couldn't resist, so he could only walk to the test table and refine it. The bulgur, the diced. Alvin's hand is like a unicorn arm. It is not stable. The processing of each material has been done to the extreme, and even the standard of particles is almost perfect. Then, in order, a portion of the material was mixed and stirred and added to the crucible. Boiled up. Then properly stir with magic, constantly testing the critical point, and then add the next part of the ingredients. And just like that, 3 hours passed in a flash. Snape's face was expressionless, and his heart was indeed galloping. How did this kid become so powerful again? Snape called Alvin over today, at Dumbledore's request, to give this kid a small stove. Although every time Snape gave Alvin a snack in class. But he also appreciates the opponent's talent in potions, so every time he will increase the difficulty to see where Alvin's limit is. I didn't expect Alvin to grow so fast. Now, even a potion such as an intensifier, which he would not learn before graduation, would be refined. I originally wanted to give Alvin a slap in the face and kill his spirit, but he was slapped in the face. Snape was so worried now that he even knew the intellect. What kind of potion could I teach him? Are you really going to take out the stuff at the bottom of the press box? After a while, Alvin was sweating profusely and put the golden liquid boiled in the crucible into the bottle. Then he looked at Snape eagerly. Snape didn't say a word. He walked straight to the test bench and picked up the bottle full of potions. Took a look. Well, the color is golden yellow with a hint of red light, and it is a qualified bottle of intellect. And it's on a good level. If you add the venom of the eight-eyed spider, stir it 3 times counterclockwise, and then add the colt root, this potion will be improved by a level. But the book, Crazy Pharmacy, says that if you add it directly, it will make the medicinal materials merge faster. Alvin refuted Snape subconsciously, and after speaking, he realized that something had happened. For peeking at the books in the forbidden area, Ravenclaw will deduct 2 points. Don't let me find you sneaking to the forbidden area again, or I will deduct 50 points from you. Snape's voice sounded slightly gloating. Alvin knew that it was. This book is a book in the forbidden book area. It's fine that he didn't mention the name, and he could say that he got the prescription from somewhere else. But mentioning the title of the book is not a self-introduction. Snape felt more happy when he saw Alvin bow his head and didn't speak, and there was even a hint of warmth in his words. The book was published before I went to school, and now he's out of date. As a wizard, you have to keep inquiring. Don't trust books for everything. You know, even the books in the forbidden book area were written by wizards. After listening to Snape's words, Alvin casually didn't change on the surface, but he still agreed in his heart. Although Alvin is now extremely talented, his research on potions is still at a scripted level. Snape, on the other hand, embarked on his own path early, reaching the realm of writing all the books rather than no books. Rolling his eyes, Alvin bowed his head in contemplation. Snape walked to the side door, and after opening the door, he put the intellect in his hand in a small grid inside. After thinking about it, he walked to his desk again, took out a notebook from the drawer, and handed it to Alvin. After returning to his senses, Alvin took the notebook. Although it looks a bit old, it is very well preserved. After opening it and flipping through it a little, Alvin knew that this was Harry's plug-in in the 6th part, the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Harry has learned a lot of potions knowledge from it, and there are many magic spells. He also opened some gaps from ordinary wizards from that time. Pretending not to know, Alvin said casually after flipping through it casually, "The Half-Blood Prince's notebook? Professor, whose notebook is this? So narcissistic, yet calling himself a prince." Snape's face darkened when he heard this. Growled, "Get out of my office." Gaunt. Alvin secretly smiled in his heart. Knowing that the counterattack was successful, he did not continue to die and was ready to escape. But just as he opened the door and walked out, Snape's words came in his ears again. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Walking out of Snape's office, Alvin pondered Snape's last words. Right at the end, Snape asked Alvin to go to his office every week after potions class. It was time for Snape to not only check his potion level, but also test his progress on the spells in his notebook. Although he didn't know why he did this, he gave Snape the notes, and he decided that he must let Snape live until the end of the play. Looking at the forum before, Alvin knew that this note was very special to Snape, and some of the potions were made by Snape and Lily together. It was nothing to be blamed on Harry, but Snape did give it to him now, which still moved Alvin a little. Comparing heart to heart, Snape treated him like this. He was not a wolf-hearted person, and he would definitely pull him in the future. Soon, the time came to the weekend. Today is Quidditch match day. Ravenclaw is about to play against Hufflepuff. Roger Davis took all the players to the Quidditch pitch early to warm up. It can be seen that he is very concerned about this game. Soon, other little wizards arrived one after another, as did Hufflepuff's team members. At 9 o'clock, the players from both sides took off, and the game began. This time, it's Lee Jordan. Alvin has a good relationship with him now, taking him with him several times to the kitchen for supper with the twins. It's natural to be familiar with it. Okay, now the players on both sides are in the air. Hufflepuff's players are. Then we look at Ravenclaw, first with their captain, Roger Davies, as pursuer. Next is our Hogwarts' most talented little wizard in 50 years, Alvin Gaunt, who set the record for the first-year entry into the Quiche team with Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Lee Jordan boasted about Alvin crazily and gave his friend's face very much. Professor McGonagall, next to him, couldn't stand it any longer. "Jordan, pay attention to your position." Hearing Professor McGonagall shout, Lee shrank his neck and stopped boasting. Finally, it's Ravenclaw's seeker, Ravenclaw's cutest girl, Cho Chang. Many people know that her relationship with Alvin Gaunt is extraordinary. But what a lot of people don't know is that once a little wizard saw the two of them, Alvin and Cho's broom stagnated at the same time, and Cho almost fell off the broom. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's roar resounded through the audience through the amplification spell. Hermione in the audience glared at Lee Jordan in the commentary, like an angry little lion. Many little witches also looked at him angrily. However, there are also many wizards who expressed regret. Why didn't Professor McGonagall shout slowly, anyway, to complete the words behind? Alvin was also in a cold sweat just now, and he was riding on a horse. Next time, he had to set a vigilant spell. After returning to his senses, the club in his hand swung fiercely, hitting the bludger that flew over, and the bludger hit a Hufflepuff chaser like a cannonball. The chaser was obviously startled, and the quaffle in his hand fell. Roger Davis took the opportunity to pick it up and rush towards Hufflepuff's half-court. Alvin catches up to another bludger and draws it to another Hufflepuff player. He finally had time to observe Cho. Autumn is now flying in disorder in the sky. A blue silk is tied into a ponytail, which looks quite neat and has a heroic spirit. This is in stark contrast to the glutinous and sweet girl in front of Alvin. But this kind of autumn, Alvin feels pretty good, even more. Bah! Beautiful. Hufflepuff Seeker was also circling high in the sky, but he would occasionally watch Cho's movements. Touching his chin, Alvin recalled the Seeker's name. What was it? It's like something called Edward. No, what? That's another show. Correct. Called Cedric Diggory. This seems to be the rumored boyfriend of Cho's eye's fourth part. They also attended the dance together. Thinking of this, Alvin's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Cho from time to time. This is immortal. At this time, Alvin didn't think about it at all. Is there a possibility, possible? Is Cedric watching if Cho finds the snitch? Alvin was suddenly unhappy. His body leaned forward slightly, and the red rabbit under the seat. No. The Nimbus 2000 suddenly accelerated. Look, Ravenclaw's genius accelerates. He's heading for a bludger. Lee Jordan noticed Alvin's movements with sharp eyes and shouted excitedly. I saw Alvin rushed in front of a bludger, swung it with a stick, and hit the ball to Cedric high in the air and added a strong spin. Cedric was completely oblivious to the impending danger. It was not until he heard the wind beside his ears that he lowered his head subconsciously and escaped the bludger's attack in a thrilling manner. And a strong spin on the bludger sent it flying back around Alvin. Alvin did the trick again, hitting the ball back in Cedric's direction. At this time, Lee was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The bludger was hit by Alvin to Cedric. Oh, what happened? It flew back to the side. Alvin hit it again. Oh my God, what kind of game is this? Is this something I can watch without paying? The bludger kept hitting Cedric, and he couldn't find the snitch at all now. The audience at this time was also stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous batsman or this way of playing. So there was a magical scene on the court. Alvin kept hitting the bludger to Cedric, and he ignored the others. Cho at this time is also very strange. Why Alvin has been targeting Cedric. But she didn't have to worry about Cedric's interference. Patiently found the golden snitch. 10 minutes later, Cho Shunli caught the golden snitch, and this special match ended. In the end, Ravenclaw defeated Hufflepuff 170-10. Both players fell to the ground. Cho smiled and hugged Alvin. Then he asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep attacking Diggory? You didn't care about other players the whole game. I think he's always peeking at you. This kid has bad intentions." Alvin was very upset. Puffed. Cho laughed, and the branches of the laugh trembled. She had never seen Alvin jealous before, and immediately thought that Alvin was very cute. Idiot. Of course he wants to observe me. He wants to prevent me from finding the golden snitch first. Really? Alvin felt a little guilty. Why didn't he think of this just now? Asterisk. Chapter 35 Nicole LeMay. Seeing Alvin's guilty conscience, Cho's laughter grew even louder. Although Alvin was purely jealous, Cho was still very happy, which was exactly what her sweetheart cared about her performance. As for Cedric, who suffered an infallible disaster. Sorry, Cho said he didn't know him. Cedric Diggory. Who is that? Don't delay me watching my boyfriend look jealous. Listening to Cho's laughter, Alvin became more and more embarrassed. At this time, Cedric Diggory and the other Hufflepuffs came over. The two academies don't have any grudges. It's normal to say hello after the game. Cedric, who was covered in injuries, walked over to Alvin, stretched out his hand, and said with a wry smile, "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory. I know you, Alvin Gaunt. Have I offended you before?" Looking at Cedric with a bruised nose and a swollen face, Alvin was also a little embarrassed. "No, I just think you are a threat to Chio. Your flying skills are very good. I'm sorry today." Alvin said nice things, ready to fool Cedric away. Chio next to him covered his mouth and snickered when he saw it. Cedric also felt nothing after hearing it, and agreed with his statement. After all, Alvin also avoided the vital spot to hit. "I can't compare to you. Your batting skills are too good. You should be in the national team." Cedric also expressed his approval of Alvin, and then left with the others. Alvin also dragged Chio and ran away, for fear of being sacked by Hufflepuff's little wizard. It's December, and outside the castle, it's already snowing heavily. The grass was also covered with snowflakes, and the land was vast. Christmas is also approaching. The deans of the various colleges began to ask about the little wizards staying in school for Christmas. Alvin was alone and naturally stayed. Originally, Chio also wanted to stay here with Alvin and spend a wonderful Christmas vacation with him. But just a week before Christmas, Chio received a letter from home. In the letter, Mid-Autumn's mother rejected Chio's idea, saying that she and Chio's father would take her back to the east. Chio is very helpless. Out of guilt for Alvin, Chio has been obedient to Alvin these few days. Instead, Alvin received a lot of benefits. It doesn't matter to him. We haven't seen each other for a few days. When the Christmas holidays are over, can't the two still be together every day? However, the gift of Chio can only be sent to him before school starts. This is the surprise he carefully prepared for Chio. After sending away the tearful Autumn, Alvin returned to the castle. Suddenly, a brown-haired ball ran over and pulled Alvin into a corner. It was Hermione. Alvin said helplessly, "Hermione, why are you so sneaky every time? Why do you have to come to such a place where no one has anything to do?" Hermione blushed when she heard this. "Yeah, why do you have to go to an empty place every time you find Alvin?" But she didn't have time to worry. "Speak quickly. Alvin, I need your help. Do you know who Nicole LeMay is?" Alvin suddenly. Did Hermione and the others still find out here? Alvin thought about it and decided to tell Hermione. After all, they will know about this in the future, and now tell her that Hermione is wasting too much time on books that are no longer useful. Nicole LeMay was a great alchemist, and his greatest work was the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone grants immortality and makes gold. Nicolim and his wife have lived from the 14th century to the present. At the same time, he is also a friend of Dumbledore. He is also one of the founders of the French School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Beaux Batons. After speaking in one breath, Alvin quietly looked at Hermione, whose mouth was slightly open. "Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's goal is the Philosopher's Stone." "Thank you, Alvin. I'll go first if I have something to do." After the little witch finished speaking, she found that the behavior of throwing it away after use was rather sloppy, so she prepared to reproduce the scene, nodded, and kissed it. Alvin was taken advantage of once. How could Hermione succeed again? So he turned his head directly, found the lips that Hermione wanted to kiss on his cheek, and kissed them. Well, Hermione's eyes widened, and her brain stopped thinking. The body also froze, and there was no sign of resistance at all. It wasn't until Alvin's lips slowly moved away from hers that she regained her senses. "You." She gave Alvin a fierce look. Hermione's face was flushed red, and her fair skin seemed to ooze blood. Pushing Alvin away and wrapping her arms around her, Hermione ran away like an escape without looking back. Alvin smiled. Kissing is not kissing, as for what? But listening to Hermione's words just now, they still suspected that Snape was a bad guy and was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I don't know how Hermione and Harry Ron would react when they found out that the final boss turned out to be Quirrell. It's really fun. Asterisk. Chapter 36, The Super Young Twins. On the other side, Hermione ran into the lounge and came to Harry and Ron. Two people are playing wizard chess. Ron threw Harry's armor and was completely defeated. Harry's pawns kept giving him advice again because of Harry's misdirection. Every pawn was talking again, making Harry distraught. Just when he saw Hermione coming, Harry quickly swept his hand and knocked down all the pieces on the chessboard. Then asked Hermione, "What's up, Hermione? Does Alvin know who Nicole LeMay is? Also, why are you so red?" Ron next to him opened his mouth and looked at Harry. His eyes became very strange. Hermione's already flushed face turned even redder when she heard Harry's last question. "It's okay. I just ran too fast. Just take a breath." Hermione explained quickly, then changed the subject. "Alvin, he knows who Nicole May is and has told me." Hearing him say that, Harry was also distracted, and Ron next to him also came over. Both Harry and Ron agreed to ask Alvin about it. Alvin and Harry have a good relationship. Unlike Hermione, Alvin's homework can always be easily borrowed. And Harry thinks that Snape is always targeting Alvin in potions class. In fact, it's a small fire. Add in the fact that the two grew up in the Muggle world, and there are a few things in common. Alvin is arguably his best friend at Hogwarts besides Ron. As for Ron, he has nothing to do with Alvin, but Alvin has a good relationship with his twin brother. Ron can often see Fred George hanging out with Alvin. He was teased by twins since he was a child. For Alvin, who can play with his brother and always stand in the C position, Ron is both adored and a little scared. The only one who disagreed was Hermione. Hermione didn't want to rely on Alvin to do everything. She wanted to work things out on her own and make Alvin impress her. The strong little witch is soaking in the library every day, frantically looking for any clues about Nicole LeMay. So the search for Nicole LeMay's information has been dragged to the present. A month has passed, and it cannot be said that this matter has made no progress. It can only be said that it is standing still. Harry and Ron couldn't stand it anymore, and if they dragged on, it was estimated that Snape had already completed his evil plan. Under the two people's hard work, Hermione was finally persuaded today, so there was the scene just now. Next, Hermione repeated what Alvin had just said to the other two, adding her own inferences by the way. Harry and Ron were also convinced that Snape was targeting the Philosopher's Stone. But none of this has anything to do with Alvin. He just needs to show up at the last moment and try to get the Philosopher's Stone. That's it. December 24th. The snow that had been falling all day yesterday finally stopped. The school has been closed for a long time, and the little wizards in the academy who do not go home for the Hushan New Year have nothing to do, and they ran out of the castle to play in the snow. Tired of reading books, Alvin also decided to go for a walk and change his mood. He'd been studying Snape's potions notes recently, and Snape was worthy of a generation of potions masters. That notebook is not only about his experience as a student, and he is still constantly modifying the content above. It can be said that Snape's life's efforts. When they came outside, the little wizards had already started their own activities, and some of them had a snowball fight. Some little wizards built snowmen. But the wizarding world plays in a different way than the Muggle world. With a flick of the wand, a bunch of small snowballs were made, and then without touching the hand, he directly used a spell to shoot at the opposite person. A person can throw several snowballs at a time. It was just a joke between a few people, and it actually made Alvin see the momentum of the exchange of fire between the two armies. Whoosh! A dozen snowballs smashed over. Alvin couldn't dodge it, so he used the defensive spell directly. Armor protection. A dozen snowballs hit an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Look in the direction the snowball came from. Just saw the twins standing there, waving wands making snowballs and laughing at Alvin. "You're foul. Don't use magic defense." Alvin is also very playful, fighting 2 with 1, not martial arts. Without taking out his wand, he pointed his finger to the ground, and the snow on the ground quickly floated into a large mass, and then divided into dozens or hundreds of snowballs the size of a fist. Alvin also deliberately compressed it to increase the hardness of the snowball. He gave the dumbfounded twin a wicked smile. 10,000 bullets fired. All the snowballs hit Fred and George in an instant, causing them to run away. It didn't take long before the temporary white chest was erected. Express surrender. Alvin didn't continue. He just wanted to play with the twins on a whim. After letting go of the twins, he simply sat aside and watched as the little witches over there were building a castle. They built a snow castle in the shape of Hogwarts. Not to mention, they are really similar. After a while, Alvin also felt a little tired. Just as he was about to go back, his eyes suddenly saw that Professor Quirrell, who came out at an unknown time, was being chased by the twins and smashing snowballs, and the twins picked the scarf on his head to hit him. Quirrell was beaten, his hands tightly holding the back of the turban. Alvin shook his head. Quirrell was such an idiot. Can't you just use a spell? Or is it that Voldemort was afraid that Dumbledore would find a flaw? Make him use less magic? But the twin brothers are really ruthless. chasing Voldemort in the face. This should be considered the pinnacle of the twins' life, right? No wonder there was only one twin left, one of the dark spots in the Dark Lord's life. Fortunately, after a while, Filch from a distance rushed over. The twins saw something bad and ran away in a hurry. "Professor Quirrell, are you okay?" Filch helped Quirrell on the ground and carefully swept the snow off his body. "No, it's okay," Quirrell stammered in response, his voice trembling. "Idiot, why don't you use magic? Are your brains eaten by dogs?" Voldemort's voice growled in Quirrell's head out of Filch's ears. "Master, I'm afraid of affecting your plans." Quirrell responded to Voldemort with his thoughts in fear. "Are you all right, Professor Quirrell? Although they have run away, their red hair has exposed them. Don't worry, I'll go to Professor McGonagall now and put them in confinement. Filch swears by it." Quirrell simply responded twice and hurried away. Seeing this, Alvin knew that there was no drama to watch. Also went to the castle. Chapter 37. Hogwarts, Great Hall. At this time, the auditorium is full of Christmas atmosphere. More than 100 fat turkeys, hills of roast meat and boiled potatoes, large plates of sausages, bowls of meat sauces, and various vegetable salads. It looks like the house elves at Hogwarts are pulling out all the stops this time around. It's been almost 4 months at Hogwarts, and Alvin thinks only the food at the sorting ceremony can match this one. In addition, the vicinity of the 4 long tables is also full of wizard fireworks. Fred and George used to bring some of this stuff to Alvin. With a gentle pull on the match string, all kinds of strange effects will appear. What the twins gave him last time was the powder that would leave behind some big dung eggs after the explosion. However, Alvin taught Fred and George to be human. Alvin gently picked up a wizard firecracker and pulled it gently. Boom! A cannon-like roar erupted from the top of the firecracker, and a large plume of blue smoke filled the air. At the same time, a bag of BB Duo beans and a few chocolate dolls popped out from the inside. The professors in the classroom were also very different from usual. Dumbledore smiled like a child in his 100s. Also crazy wearing a hat. Makes Professor McGonagall laugh next to him. Professor Flitwick kept conjuring those legendary goblins with magic. Each pixie radiates light and comes in a different color. They fly in midair, adding a touch of romance to this auditorium. Alvin knew that these goblins were just fakes made of magic. After a certain period of time, it will disappear on its own. Not many young wizards stayed at school for the holidays, and Alvin did not continue to eat at Ravenclaw's long table, and was dragged directly to the Gryffindor long table by the twins. "Hi, my name is Percy." A boy with red hair also greeted Alvin. Alvin also greeted with a smile. This is the twins' older brother, the prefect of Gryffindor. The other little lions also welcomed Alvin. Alvin is a socialite, and every student likes him very much. Only some of the little witches in Slytherin house liked him. Soon, everyone was talking and laughing. Ron took out a set of wizard chess again, ready to play a game with Harry. But Harry wasn't going to be fooled, and he hurriedly got in front of Seamus and fiddled with the model of the Chadley artillery team. Alvin couldn't help sighing that the entertainment projects in the wizarding world were really lacking. When you become successful in alchemy, you must create something fun. In the end, Fred snatched his prefect badge from Percy while he was teaching Alvin about being a prefect. Then Percy ran after the twins all over the auditorium. At this point, everyone is also a little tired, ready to go back to sleep well, and get up early tomorrow morning to open presents. Early in the morning, Alvin woke up rubbing his sleepy eyes. When he was a little more awake, he saw the pile of packages in front of the bed. He had expected that he would receive a lot of gifts, but looking at it this way, it turned out to be a lot more than he thought, and the entire bedroom would be full. So, Alvin started his happy unpacking journey. Opening a gift is like opening a blind box. You never know what's inside. Therefore, even after a busy morning, he still enjoys it. The first is Chio's gift. Chio gave him a scarf. Looking at the slightly scribbled pattern, Alvin knew that Chio must have knitted it himself, and Alvin decided to wear this scarf to pick her up when Chio came back. The twins gave a candy of their own, and after eating it, the little wizard's voice changed briefly, from male to female and female to male. Interesting. He was going to make another S**X transfer potion himself and give it to Harry together. Hermione sent a manuscript copy of her History of Magic notes. knowing that Alvin never listened to lectures in history of magic class. It suits Alvin's heart. Harry gave him a broomstick care kit, and Lee Jordan gave him a copy of the Irish Quidditch Classic, and some other candy notebooks from Little Wizards or something. But what surprised Alvin the most was the professors from the 4 colleges, each of whom gave him a gift. Professor McGonagall gave a copy of Transfiguration Today magazine, which is the most authoritative academic publication on transfiguration in the magic world. Most people are not qualified to buy it. Professor Sprout gave a pot of star sunflower, which is closed during the day and grows at night by absorbing the light of the stars. It is a good ornamental plant. The dean of his own sent a note of his understanding of the spell. Although it is a copy, it is also very precious. In the world of martial arts, this is the cultivation of a master's morality. The most surprising thing was Snape, who actually gave him a bottle of flux, although Alvin drew a lottery to get the Fulling Agent. But this does not mean that this potion is no longer precious in the magical world. Such a small bottle of flux is estimated to be able to buy the Weasleys. Alvin was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he gave gifts, he did not forget these deans, and he even gave Dumbledore some wool socks. This Christmas, the gift from Alvin, the one that spends the most gold galleon, is the Autumn Broom. Nimbus 2001, that's right, it was 2001. Through Professor Flitwick's relationship, Alvin spent a lot of money to buy Nimbus 2001, which will be released next year, 6 months in advance. Sent to Autumn. The book for Hermione is the entire series of Lockhart, and Lockhart will come to teach at Hogwarts next year. Although this person is not good, the authenticity of the stolen stories and contents is not bad. The number of gold galleons that Muggle families can exchange each year is limited, and Alvin is afraid that Hermione will eat dirt when she buys these books to come to school next year. As for the twins and Harry, Alvin gave them a spell respectively, gave the twins a fuchsia, and gave Harry his natal spell, accept your weapon. But to say the most precious is a spell he gave Snape, the Realm of Eden. This was drawn by Alvin's daily lottery a few days ago. This magic can extract the memory in his mind and form a spiritual space, and then he can put his spiritual body into it. It is similar to the pensieve, but the spiritual body it casts can indeed communicate with people in the memory space. How those people react is generated by the caster's impression of the person. I believe that Professor Snape will be satisfied with this magic. I really want to see how Snape will behave in the memory space. Smiling like a little fox, Alvin thought very gossip. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Inside the potions office. Snape held a booklet blankly, without saying a word. This booklet, officially Alvin sent his enchantment, the Realm of Eden spell, and some tips. Thinking of Alvin, Snape's heart was still a little complicated. The same mixed blood, the same have a beloved witch, the same extraordinary talent in potions. Well, but this kid is better than him in other subjects. However, the choices of the two were decidedly different, and Snape chose Slytherin. But Erwin chose his little witch. Sometimes Snape would wonder, if he had gone to Gryffindor, would everything have been different? So he kept his eyes on Alvin, because Alvin represented another possibility, the one he wanted most. But now, Alvin had brought the spell, allowing Snape to find the answer himself. Flip through the booklet and look at Alvin's introduction to the spell above. The more you know about a person, the more realistic you can create an effect. Whether it was Lily or James Potter from Dammit, Snape dared to guarantee he was definitely the person who knew them best, no one. Not even James Potter's follower, Blake. Thinking of this, Snape gritted his teeth and began to learn the Realm of Eden. With his current level, he successfully mastered this spell in less than half a day. Without hesitation, the wand was aimed at his temple, drawing out wisps of smoke. Eden reappears. The spell was uttered, and the scene before Snape's eyes changed, becoming the scene of his sorting ceremony. Looking at the face that he will never forget for a lifetime, Snape's eyes were flushed, and there were already hot tears. After forcibly calming himself down and taking a few deep breaths, Snape drew out a mental force and poured it into little Snape's body, replacing him. In spiritual space, Snape stepped onto the high platform and put on the sorting hat. Not bad talent. Well, bloodline can also be. Came the lazy voice of the sorting hat. Shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor, Snape immediately interrupted when he heard the same comment as back then. Boy, what did you say? The Sorting Hat was stunned. For so many years, he had never seen such a tyrannical little wizard. I said, "Shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor. Never mind blood, ambition. I just want to go to Gryffindor." Snape roared inwardly, roaring impatiently. The Sorting Hat seemed terrified and immediately agreed. "Gryffindor. Kid, get me off your head." Snape took off his hat immediately and walked down the high platform impatiently to the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times but could never meet again. "Lily," he murmured softly, as if a little in his voice would frighten the girl in front of him. "I didn't expect you to come to Gryffindor. You kept saying you wanted to go to Slytherin." Lily didn't notice that Snape in front of her had changed to another person, should it count, and said happily, "Where you are, I will be there." Snape's unequivocal answer made Lily stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Snape to say such a thing. A blush appeared on the face. What did you say?" Lily's tone stammered. "We're best friends, and of course we're going to be in the same academy, aren't we?" Snape also reacted. He couldn't control himself. He was too excited. Next, although Snape, who became a little lion, was a little out of tune with this academy, he had more time with Lily, and he didn't say those hurtful words. The relationship between the two gradually deepened, and they took classes together every day, went to the library together, and studied potions together. And James Potter saw that the two were so good, and he had no room to start, and turned to pursue a Quidditch team player. The intersection between the two sides gradually diminished. The good times didn't last long. Because of Voldemort's relationship, the entire magical world fell into darkness. Lily joined the Order of the Phoenix because of her worship of Dumbledore. In the end, both of them sacrificed in one mission. Reality, Potions Office. Snape retracted his mental body and slowly opened his eyes. Although a long time has passed in the memory space, the reality is only a few minutes. Although tears kept flowing from both eyes, deep tears formed on his cheeks. But the corners of Snape's mouth were indeed smiling. He could finally be sure that Lily had feelings for him, and that he had indeed sacrificed all of this with his own hands, and handed Lily over to others. Some people, once missed, is forever. Chapter 39. For the next few days, Snape was obsessed with Eden Realm, unable to extricate himself. Although he knew it was fake, the magic was too real. Let someone as strong-willed as him fall deeply into it. And the source of this matter, our protagonist Alvin, knows nothing about it. Although he was on vacation these few days, Alvin had a lot of things to do, studying Snape's notebook, studying magic patterns, and even alchemy. However, in the past few days, Alvin couldn't hold back his itching and drew the card once, but it sank unexpectedly. Only one guaranteed gold card and some purple cards were drawn. Name: Nicole LeMay. Potions Talents: 5 Transfiguration Talents, 5 Spell, Slightly Special Skill. Alchemy. After struggling for a long time, Alvin chose Nicole LeMay's alchemy knowledge. Although he also needs the Transfiguration talent, alchemy knowledge is more valuable. The amount of knowledge brought by the gold card is not comparable to other cards. In just an instant, Alvin's half-baked alchemy has improved to a world-class level. Moreover, his control of magic patterns and magic words has also been greatly improved. Even other subjects have improved a lot. Alchemy is not a separate academic subject, but is essentially a combined application of various magical knowledge. Naturally, other subjects are included in this knowledge. Alvin was pleasantly surprised by this harvest, which was definitely more profitable than choosing the Transfiguration talent. However, with so much knowledge suddenly appearing in his mind, Alvin needs some time to settle, and when he has completely digested this memory, he can start his plan. Therefore, in the past few days of the Christmas holiday, Alvin has been writing and drawing with a notebook, and from time to time he flips through reference books as high as a hill. Not even the twin brothers invited him to Hogsmeade. On this day, there was a knock on the door of Alvin's room. Opening the door, a Ravenclaw boy stood outside, saying that Harry was waiting for him outside the lounge. Alvin was curious and walked out of the bedroom. Harry had never come to the Ravenclaw lounge to look for him like that. This is the first time. Out of the lounge door, Alvin saw Harry pacing back and forth there. "Harry!" Alvin let out a cry. Harry regained his senses, saw Alvin, and took his hand excitedly. "Come on, Alvin, go somewhere with me." Calmly breaking free from Harry's hand, "Alvin is a little Harry. Why is Harry a little weird today? Where are you going?" Why don't you call Ron? Harry looked anxious, not paying attention to the movements of Alvin's hands. Ron went with me once yesterday, but he doesn't want to come here today. He also said that I have a problem. I have no choice but to find you. Hearing this, Alvin panicked even more, thinking about where this place is, rotten country. What's so special? It seems that it is true that it is too handsome to attract the same star. Brother Gomba will not deceive me. Thinking in his heart, Alvin opened his mouth, considering the words in his mouth, and said to Harry, Harry, you know, I'm not against some things, but I have. Before the words were finished, Harry understood what Alvin meant. Retorted hastily, What do you think, Alvin? I found a mirror. After Harry finished explaining, Alvin realized that he had misunderstood and also knew that the mirror was the mirror of Arist, a magic mirror that reveals what people desire most in their hearts. Alvin is also curious about what his deepest desire is, so he agreed to Harry and followed him. On the 5th floor, Harry took Alvin into an abandoned classroom. In the middle of the classroom is a very imposing mirror, reaching the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame, supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. When Harry came to this room, he didn't care about Alvin anymore, walked a few steps to the magic mirror, and looked at it obsessively. Alvin, did you see that? These are my parents. With that said, Harry reached out and touched the mirror, as if to touch his parents. Alvin watched this scene quietly. Although Harry's state was a little wrong, he didn't rush to pull Harry away. He is already very pitiful. Let him enjoy the warmth of family affection. Talk to Harry about the danger after the day is over so he doesn't come back again. After a long time, Harry gradually woke up and looked at Alvin embarrassedly. Are you going to try it? No, Harry, I've seen it. Let's go. Alvin lied. He hadn't looked at the magic mirror yet, and Harry was lying on top of it just now, so he wouldn't have a chance to look at the mirror. The two walked out of the classroom, and on the road, Alvin warned Harry. Harry, I know you are eager to see your parents' feelings and understand you, but I have to say that you are in a very wrong state. This mirror will reflect what you desire most in your heart, but it is not real. You should come out and return to the real world. Harry stared blankly at Alvin. He knew that what Alvin said was right, but he didn't want to believe it. He'd rather believe that was the mark his parents left here. After a long silence, Harry finally spoke. Thank you, Alvin. You're right. I won't look at this mirror again. After saying this, Harry seemed to let go of something in his heart, and the state of the whole person became better. The two went to the Great Hall for lunch, and Harry went back to the Gryffindor lounge. Alvin, on the other hand, intends to look at that mirror. He didn't want to indulge in it, but wanted to understand what he wanted most. After coming to this world for so many years and entering the magical world again, Alvin has always been at ease and just living by. This is even more true after having a plug-in. The exploration of magic is also to satisfy interest and to realize some fantasies of the previous life, by the way. If you want him to say what he desires most, he really can't say it. Turning back to the 5th floor, still the abandoned classroom, Alvin suddenly felt a little guilty. My F***CK just persuaded Harry away, and I did come here secretly. Kind of inappropriate. After confirming that no one was around, Alvin walked in and stood in front of the mirror of Arist. At this time, an unexpected voice came. Mr. Gaunt, I thought you and Harry would never enter this classroom again, but I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Alvin was taken aback. He instantly recognized the owner of the voice. The headmaster of this school, Dumbledore. Alvin was sure he didn't see anyone in the classroom when he came in. It is estimated that the old bee used the illusion spell. Alvin thought silently in his heart, without stopping. I didn't expect to see you here. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and walked up to Alvin. I didn't care that Chun Fan didn't answer his own question. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain why he was here. I originally wanted to persuade Mr. Potter. He has been here for 3 consecutive days, but happened to hear your conversation on the road. You are right. People can't always live in fantasy. They always have to face reality. Alvin scolded the old bee secretly after hearing this. What a coincidence. It was you who followed Harry all the way, right? I scolded MMP in my heart and replied with a smile on my face. Professor, I am talking about my inner thoughts, but I am also very curious about what the mirror can show. Alvin didn't hide it either. It was useless to lie to such an old fox, even if he's confident about his occlumency. But this old fox can basically see through a person just by observation. Dumbledore showed great interest after listening. Mr. Gaunt, I'm actually very curious about what the most talented wizard at Hogwarts in 50 years can see in this mirror. Can you talk to me? Sorry, Professor, you appeared before I could see clearly. Alvin said the product appeared too quickly. I don't know yet. After he finished speaking, he looked at the mirror, and the picture inside slowly appeared, from blurred to clear. Shin Fan finally saw it. It turned out that what he wanted most was silent for a long time. Dumbledore asked curiously, Mr. Gaunt, what did you see? Alvin, looking at himself in the mirror, hugging from left to right. There are grown-up Cho, Hermione, and several other women, and the family lives happily in a manor. Alvin blushed. Fake. This is absolutely fake. How could I be so superficial? However, looking at the picture in the mirror, it seems that this kind of life is not bad. Shaking his head, he got rid of some inappropriate thoughts in his mind. The most important thing now is to deal with Dumbledore. Professor, I saw Chio, and the two of us have a very good relationship. Alvin told the truth, but not quite. How could Dumbledore not see that Alvin was reserved? The rippling expression on Alvin's face just now couldn't hide it from him. He didn't break it either, nodding his head in agreement. Young people are full of energy. Old men I see wool socks, and I don't have enough wool socks every year. By the way, thank you for your Christmas gift, Mr. Gunter. It's the first time I've received red wool socks. Very nice. Alvin said that Dumbledore, you bad old man, is very bad. If you didn't see your sister or Grindelwald, Alvin dared to go to Voldemort to confront Bo now. But he didn't dare to say these words, and he didn't want to continue wearing it with Dumbledore now. Occlumency is running at a high speed, for fear that his Tootsau will be caught in a few words. If it's nothing, I'll go first. Professor, you know, Christmas homework isn't easy. Making a random excuse, Alvin was about to slip away. Dumbledore didn't stop either. Nod to show you know, you can come to my office when you are free. The password is lemon snow ice cream. If you can bring your phoenix, it will be even better. Fox has not seen his companion for many years. Alvin agreed and turned and left the classroom. In today's conversation, at least Alvin saw that Dumbledore was friendly to him, and Alvin was not afraid of Dumbledore. I don't want to lose my peaceful life now. In this academy, he had Chio, many friends, and a group of good professors. For Alvin, who was an orphan of 2 generations, this was the warmth he had never felt before. Alvin knew that he had too many secrets, and one day Dumbledore would notice him. But today, it seems that the old bee must have been paying attention to him for a long time, but he hasn't talked to or troubled him for so long, which shows that what Alvin did not have much impact on his plan. It's still not strong enough. If he is strong enough, Dumbledore will definitely not easily have a bad relationship with him when he knows that there is a Voldemort. Thinking of this, Alvin's desire for strength could not help deepening a lot. However, he also knows that his strength has improved very quickly, and there is still too little that can be improved by training at this level, and he still has to rely on plugins. For the next few days, Alvin basically didn't leave his bedroom door, digesting the alchemy in his mind. In this case, the Christmas holidays are over soon, and Shoya is finally going back to Hogwarts. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Today is the day when students return from Christmas break. Carrying a suitcase and carrying a large long box on his back, Chio and a few friends came to the long bridge of Hogwarts Castle. And a handsome boy, wearing a Hogwarts uniform and a scarf. The wand in his hand emits a warm white light, waiting quietly. It was Alvin. When Shoei saw Alvin, he immediately left a few friends behind, ran to Alvin's side quickly, and threw himself into his arms. Alvin also opened his arms and hugged the little witch. Said softly, "Welcome back, Chio. I missed you so much, Alvin. I haven't seen you for a few days, and Chio misses Alvin very much." I was about to cry. Alvin heard the choking in Chio's voice and quickly changed the subject. "Why do I feel like you're getting fatter?" "What?" Hearing this, the little witch stopped crying immediately and reacted violently. It seems that no matter where they are, women of any grade are very concerned about their weight. Really, Alvin? Could it be that I've been eating too well these days? It's all my father's fault. Take me back to Dasha. The food there is so delicious that I can't control myself. When he heard Chio skillfully throw the pot to her father, Alvin cried out in his heart. Is this the legendary filial piety? But I can't continue to stimulate the little witch, and if I go on, I will drop beans again. It's too cold here. Let's go back to the auditorium and say, and you haven't had dinner yet. The two walked towards the auditorium, and a group of little wizards behind them looked at Chio with envy. Why don't they have such gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriends? And Hermione in the crowd pursed her lips and silently followed the others to move on. In the autumn after returning to the auditorium, I simply ate something and kept telling Alvin about the manager these days, but it was mainly wuxia food. If you have time in the summer vacation, we must go back again. Finally, Chio concluded. Then she talked about the gift. Thank you for the gift, Alvin, but this broom is too expensive for me to have. Alvin didn't think it was very expensive. He often rewards Jean Gallion for his daily check-in, and the minimum is 100. This broom is just a matter of checking in for a few days. You can take it with confidence. I helped Snape refine a lot of potions, and he gave him a lot of rewards. This amount of money is nothing to me. Taking Snape out as a shield and explaining the origin of Gallion, Alvin continued. And it also has your name engraved on it. If you don't want it, it's not easy to deal with it. Seeing what Alvin said, Chio had no choice but to accept it, but she was curious how Alvin got Nimbus 2001 half a year ahead of schedule. Alvin explained Professor Flitwick's relationship, and Chio's inner doubts were finally answered. For the next month, nothing major happened at the academy. Alvin has been busy this month. In addition to his classes, he has to attend Quidditch training, Professor McGonagall's shape-shifting club, and Snape's special guidance. If it wasn't for his time management skills, he might have been dizzy long ago. Alvin decided not to go to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club from next semester. After all, at his current level, there are very few things in the club that are helpful to him. During the month, there was also a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. When Chio took out Nimbus 2001, all the little wizards were boiling. This is a product that will only be released this summer, and it is now available in autumn. But Slytherin saw that the situation was not good and was ready to use foul tactics to stop Chio. Too bad they forgot there was an Alvin on the court. Without any hesitation, Alvin made several consecutive blows and directly knocked several Slytherin players off the broom. There were even 2 broken hands. This time, the Slytherin people are finally honest and don't dare to foul, especially the new substitute players who are flying around Chio Fei. Under such circumstances, Ravenclaw defeated Slytherin with a score of 280 to 100 and won 2 consecutive victories. As long as he can beat Gryffindor again, this year's Quidditch champion will be Ravenclaw. And because of Alvin's performance, he also got the nickname of the Guardian Angel of Autumn, which made him very speechless. But Chio was very satisfied with this nickname. And just like that, the time came to a morning in February. When Alvin and Autumn came to the auditorium, they found a group of little wizards surrounding the scoreboard. Especially the students of Gryffindor, their expressions were very painful. Yesterday's Gryffindor was deducted 150 points. It is said that Potter and his 2 roommates caused the night out. After the gossip, Marietta came to the 2 of them and shared the latest news from her. They're so unlucky. Chio didn't feel anything after hearing it, but Alvin knew what was going on. It should be Hagrid raising dragons. Alvin had been asked a few times about dragons by Hermione before, and he roughly guessed that Hagrid got a dragon and was discovered by Harry, Hermione, and the others. However, Alvin didn't care either. This kind of Western dragon is quite ugly, to be honest. If it was a dragon from the Eastern legend, he would definitely join in. This time the deduction should be because Malfoy reported them, and then Professor McGonagall severely deducted a wave of points. This is Harry. If a little wizard is changed, and such a big disaster occurs, it is still a matter of whether he can stay at Hogwarts. After sighing, Alvin lost interest, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. But he didn't expect that in the afternoon, he was still involved in this matter. After the afternoon potions class ended, Alvin followed Snape back to his office as usual. During these times, Snape not only taught Alvin potions, but also cultivated Alvin's fighting awareness and ability. Especially after receiving the Land of Eden spell from Alvin at Christmas, Snape's attitude towards Alvin was much better, and he even taught Alvin some fighting skills at the bottom of the box. This made Alvin shout about the gift's worth. During this period of training, Snape had to use 70% of his strength to beat Alvin. This also made Snape curse the evildoer. But today, Snape didn't let Alvin go after the pair's practice. Instead, he was given a task. Asterisk, 40-second trip to the Forbidden Forest. Are you serious? Alvin looked at Snape in amazement, unable to believe that he was the one who said the words just now. Just now, Snape asked him to follow Harry and his party to Forbidden Forest this evening. Can I ask why? Snape said with a strong sarcasm. Do you think that big man's brain can control Potter? And I think with their relationship, Potter just went to him to invite him. I need you to help me keep an eye on them and let Potter get the punishment he deserves. Alvin didn't believe a word of Snape, worried that Hagrid was real, but he was worried that Hagrid couldn't take care of Harry. But Alvin doesn't have the habit of being a babysitter, even if that is the protagonist. Professor, Before he could finish speaking, Snape interrupted him. If you go tonight, not only will Ravenclaw add 20 points, but I will also give you an extra bottle of magic potion. This time, it was Alvin's turn to be speechless. Was Snape so desperate? 20 points is not the key. The key is the bottle of magic potion. The magic potion can increase the total amount of magic power of a wizard, and the effect depends on the person. At least, it can increase the magic power of half an adult wizard. Not only is this potion difficult to refine, but several of its raw materials are extinct. With Alvin's talent, this bottle of potion can definitely add a lot of magic power, catching up with a gold card. Thinking of this, Alvin succumbed. I promise, Professor, may I ask, how did you get this potion? If he can get more magic potion, his growth will be faster. The current Alvin's mastery of magic spells is no less than that of a professor like Snape, and some magics are even stronger than him. But the magic power is the key factor limiting his strength. The total amount of magic power cannot be raised, the output efficiency will also decrease, and it is estimated that the force is too much, and the embarrassing situation of empty blue in a few seconds. Don't be delusional. This is what I got from exploring a pharaoh's pyramid when I was young. This is the last bottle I have. Snape's icy words shattered Alvin's sweet dreams. But Alvin is not too regrettable. A bottle is good. No problem. I'll be there tonight. Don't worry. After the PY deal was reached, Alvin didn't stop and went back to the bedroom to sleep. The province was sleepy when he went to Jean Lynn at night. At exactly 11 o'clock, Harry, Neville, and Ron followed Filch to the door of Hagrid's hut. The original was Hermione. I replaced it with Ron. And Slytherin's Malfoy followed. After the few people arrived, Hagrid did not take them directly into the Forbidden Forest, but stayed where they were. What's the matter, Hagrid? Is there anyone else? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Professor Snape said another student would come. In an instant, Harry felt sympathy for the little wizard, and those who could be targeted by Snape were all good people. At this time, Alvin also walked over slowly and greeted Harry. Harry, Alvin, is that you? Are you the little wizard who was punished by Snape? A few black lines immediately appeared in Alvin's mind. If the old bat can't make excuses, don't look for it. Will an excellent wizard like me be punished? Helpless to take people's money, and people to eliminate disasters. Alvin can only bear the pot. Yes, I'm going to enter the Forbidden Forest with you today. Harry was very happy and hurriedly introduced him to Hagrid next to him. The two got to know each other. Hagrid's rough voice sounded. I know you, Ravenclaw's best little wizard. Alvin, is it okay for me to call you that? Harry talks about you a lot. No problem, Alvin agreed with a smile. Hagrid was still a hidden tyrant, and he used a lot of magic materials in his recent experiments that were hard to find on the market. Maybe Hagrid can be found here. It's also good that Alvin has a good relationship with him. After everyone gathered, a few people walked into the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy turned pale with fright and kept talking about my dad being the school manager. A few people didn't have time to control Malfoy, and Harry and the others were also very nervous, but they didn't want to show their timidity in front of their mortal enemy, so they forced to follow Hagrid. A group of people walked along a sheep intestines path and went to the depths of the jungle. The further you go, the more secluded it becomes. Suddenly, they saw a fluorescent light in the distance. A few people walked over, and Hagrid took a picture with a lantern. Have you seen it? That silver-white thing is the blood of a unicorn. Hagrid's expression was very serious when he said this, because this was not the first time it had happened recently. Just 2 weeks ago, a unicorn died of serious injuries. Alvin also stepped forward to check, and then he was keenly aware that there were some hoof marks in front of him. I know where the unicorn has gone. Follow me." After finishing speaking, Alvin took the lead and walked along the clue. They came to the river and encountered a cloud of silver blood. Just when a few people wanted to go forward to check, there was movement in the woods beside the river bank. Harry and the others hugged each other in fright, and Hagrid nervously pointed the arrow in the direction of the sound. Asterisk. Chapter 43. It's me, Hagrid. Hearing this voice, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to speak to the crowd. "Don't be afraid. This is Ronan. He is a centaur who has been living in the Forbidden Forest. I hope he can give us some new clues." Soon the centaur Ronan came out, and this was the first time Alvin saw a centaur. Couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, worthy of his name, Ronan is indeed close to nature. Hagrid stepped forward, said hello, and asked Ronan about the unicorn. But the centaur did keep a secret, just looking up at the night sky, repeating the same sentence mysteriously. "Mars is bright tonight." Not long after, another centaurus also appeared in front of everyone, named Bane, and also refused to disclose any information. After saying goodbye to the two centaurs, Hagrid said angrily, "This is a group of gods. No matter what you say, you have to bring the damn star." But Alvin knew what the centaurs meant. Mars represents war, disaster. In the ancient East, Mars was also called Inghua, which has the same meaning. Looks like a fight with Quirrell tonight. Thinking of this, Alvin clenched his wand secretly. Soon, everyone came to a fork with blood on both sides. Harry spoke now. "Let's split up." Hagrid hesitated, nodded in agreement, and took Neville, Ron, and Malfoy to choose a direction. Before leaving, he kept reminding Harry to shoot fireworks with his wand if he found something, and they would come right away. Alvin followed Harry the other way. The blood on the road became more and more obvious. "Wait a minute, Harry. I see it." Alvin stopped Harry, who continued to move forward, and looked at the thorny grass on the right. Alvin saw that a unicorn figure faintly appeared through the gap. Alvin sent a gust of wind with his wand, blew away the thorns, and strode across. Under a sturdy tree, a unicorn with a faint halo on its body knelt there. Silver blood continued to ooze from his flawless body. The slender legs struggled to support this elegant body, and there was a whimper in the mouth, each weaker than the other. The whole scene reveals a heartbreaking beauty. Alvin found that the unicorn was not completely dead and hurried up. Ordinary unicorns will not let wizards approach. Only holy maidens can approach or even ride them. But now the unicorn has no strength to stop Alvin. Aiming at the unicorn, Alvin kept casting healing spells. I saw that the wound on the surface of the unicorn was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his breath continued to weaken. Alvin knew that this was the effect of black magic, not a simple healing spell. After thinking for a moment, Alvin reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of azure blue potion. This is what he had drawn by lottery before. Holy elixir. Removes all injuries and negative states caused by dark forces. Alvin pondered that black magic should be regarded as a dark power. Now in this situation, only a dead horse can be used as a living horse doctor. Gently opened the unicorn's mouth. The unicorn also knew that the good-looking human boy in front of him was trying to save her and cooperated very well. Pouring all the potion into the unicorn's mouth, Alvin kept unleashing healing magic, hoping to ease her pain. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the holy elixir to kick in, and a puff of black smoke escaped from the unicorn's body. Alvin took 2 steps back, afraid of the danger of the smoke. Sure enough, when the black smoke drifted into the sky and hit the big tree, the whole big tree withered quickly and turned into a dead tree. The unicorn also stood up slowly, walked to Alvin's side, and gently rubbed Alvin with her face, expressing gratitude. Harry next to him was stunned. He didn't expect that the dying unicorn could be rescued by Alvin. The same as a first-year freshman. Why is there such a big gap between the two? Alvin swam softly on the unicorn's smooth fur. Feel the soft touch. Okay, you're all right. Woo! The unicorn let out a long cry. Although it was the language of the unicorn, Alvin miraculously understood what she meant. Alvin asked, "You mean, can you find the dark wizard who hurt you now?" The unicorn nodded and motioned for him to sit up. "Can I?" Thinking of the introduction of the unicorn, Alvin hesitated. The unicorn nodded again firmly. Alvin didn't hesitate, rolled over, and jumped up. This unicorn should not be an adult yet, Otherwise, she should be close to 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall when she was fighting. And the one in front of him was only 1 meter too, and it was still a full. Harry, stop here, don't move, and remember to signal Hagrid to join you. After shouting at Harry, Alvin and the unicorn disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Harry standing there stupidly, unable to respond for a long time. Chapter 44. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Alvin crouched on the unicorn's body and kept walking between the tall trees at a high speed. From time to time, Alvin also communicated with the unicorn and figured out some things. It turned out that the unicorn killed half a month ago was the mother of this little unicorn. Half a month ago, a few days after the little unicorn's mother disappeared, I saw the little unicorn whose mother never came back, leaving the unicorn tribe in the Forbidden Forest every day to find her mother. But there has been no progress. Today, she came out to look for it as usual, but she encountered a man in black robe who attacked her and drank her blood. Alvin knew it was Quirrell. Patting the unicorn's head comfortingly, Alvin spoke gently. Follow me in the future. I'm your family. The little unicorn rubbed Alvin intimately, expressing his feelings. Seeing that such a sensible little unicorn was killed by Quirrell without a mother, a rare anger rose in Alvin's heart. It was originally a matter between Harry and Voldemort, but Alvin said that the beam was settled. Suddenly, Alvin's heart tightened, and he subconsciously released a spell. Armor Protection. A curse of miserable green light hit the armor curse, causing a wave. The unicorn also stopped running at this time, looking around vigilantly, with its front hooves constantly hitting the ground, ready to attack at any time. Alvin soothed the little unicorn and rolled over. Bright as day, Alvin's wand shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. This is the ancient rune version of the Shining Charm, and the power and Shining Charm are no longer the same level. With this light, Alvin easily found the black-robed man hidden in the darkness. Without hesitation, with a gentle stroke of the wand of the man in black robe, a stun spell was fired. The man in black robe didn't dare to be careless. He rolled to the side and immediately avoided it. Little devil, you annoyed me. An angry voice came from under the black robe. Quirrell didn't know what magic he had used. It was dark under the hat, and he couldn't see anything. Without seeing any movement from him, a spell was uttered from his mouth. Oolong out of the hole. A 2-foot-long giant python snaked out of his battle. The python was as thick as the trunk of a small tree. Alvin didn't dare to be careless. This was the first time he had a life-and-death duel with a wizard, and his whole body was in a tense state. As soon as the wand lit up, the 2 big trees next to it stood up, the trunks turned into bodies, and the branches and roots turned into limbs. With 3 steps and 2 steps, he walked to the python and started a fierce fight with the python. Quirrell was surprised that the little wizard was so good at transfiguration, but he didn't hesitate to move his hands. Avada Kedavra, a spell of the same color as before hit Alvin. Alvin didn't panic, and with a swipe of his wand, he swept the death-killing spell to the side. There was a big hole in the ground. Quirrell didn't expect this little wizard to be so difficult to deal with, and he was in trouble for a while, whether to leave or solve him. Idiot. Even a first-year wizard can't solve it. Give me your body. Voldemort's voice of dissatisfaction echoed in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell didn't dare to resist, so he could only weakly say, Master, take it easy. He handed over control of his body. Suddenly, Alvin felt that the aura of the wizard on the opposite side changed instantly, becoming more sinister and evil. Alvin hurriedly cast a few armor spells on his body, and then kept the little unicorn away from here. Boy, although your strength is good, it is a pity that you are going to die here today. The hoarse voice came, like chalk scratching a blackboard, and Alvin got goosebumps. Listening to the 2 different voices before and after, he knew that it was Voldemort who came out. Voldemort didn't say a word, and a life-threatening curse was cast. The feeling this time was completely different from before. There was a suffocating sense of oppression. Alvin clenched his wand, pouring magic into it frantically. Call Godguard. A silver-white phoenix flew out from between his sticks and headed straight for the oncoming life-suppressing spell. Chirp. Facing this extremely powerful life-suppressing curse, Phoenix did not dodge or evade, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one bite. Then I saw Phoenix's body shrunk in a circle, but the castration continued, and it slammed into Quirrell's body. Boom! Quirrell's body backed frantically, breaking 4 or 5 trees before stopping like a puddle of mud, motionless. Alvin's power was unforgiving, and before the dust had cleared, he cast another powerful spell. Burning flames. A heating flame suddenly rose, blazing where Quirrell had collapsed. What? The shrill scream came from Quirrell's mouth, and the flames had already burned on him, burning his robes. Damn it! I won't let you go. After he finished speaking, Quirrell's body turned into a plume of black smoke, breaking through the circle of flames and flying away like a distant place. Alvin also heard the moment of breaking through the flames, and another scream came from his mouth. Only now did Alvin really relax, and the giant python beside him had long since been smashed by the 2 tree men. Sitting on the ground, Alvin gasped heavily. Although it was only a short fight against a few spells, the thrill of it was absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. Voldemort and Quirrell are both lunatics, and they continuously release life-threatening spells. Are they not afraid of being devoured by negative emotions and become a walking dead who only knows how to kill but has no reason? You must know that this is a real world. It does not mean that chanting a spell will have an effect. After the release of an unforgivable spell such as the Avada Kedavra life curse, there will be a lot of negative emotions, and most people will have to wait for a long time to put one on. And just now Quirrell and Voldemort fired 3 shots in a row, all of which were used as regular spells. At this moment, the little unicorn came up and looked at Alvin sitting on the ground with a pair of big, innocent eyes. Alvin could actually see the worry in it. As expected of a high-level creature in the magic world, his intelligence is definitely no less than that of ordinary humans. Alvin stood up, patted the little unicorn's head, indicating that he was okay, and then looked at the burning flames and the trees that were constantly being swallowed by the flames. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Looking at the burning forest gave Alvin a headache. How to put out the fire. After thinking about it for a long time, Alvin drank a bottle of magic potion and replenished his magic power. Then do your best to squeeze the magic into the wand and lift it up to the sky. Call the wind and call the rain. With the release of the spell, a cloud of rain appeared in the sky, and it continued to swallow the clouds next to it and expand. It didn't take long for it to rain, and there was a tendency for it to get bigger and bigger. Alvin didn't stop, but used the water that rained on the ground to release several freezing spells in a row. The fire was finally contained. Alvin! Alvin! Where are you? Harry's voice was heard in the distance, and Alvin shot another magical firework into the sky, guiding Harry. Soon, Harry and Hagrid appeared in front of him. Are you all right? Alvin, why is there a fire here? Looking at the fire ahead, the dead python and the 2 motionless tree men beside him, Harry asked concerned. It's all right. I met the wizard who attacked the unicorn and had a fight with him. These are all caused by your fighting? Swallowing his saliva, Harry asked with difficulty. Is the fight between 2 people so exaggerated? He and Hagrid could see the flames soaring into the sky and the chirping of a bird from afar. Most of it was caused by me. The wizard used the Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra life curse. Hagrid's terrified voice became sharp and thin, trembling involuntarily. Merlin, you're fighting a dark wizard who uses the Avada throwing charm. No, I must tell Dumbledore. Alvin shook his head helplessly. How could Hagrid be so timid? Harry next to him was also silent. He knew the Avada Kedavra, which killed his parents and left the scar on his body. He knew all too well the horror of that spell. And Alvin, who had been in school for a year with himself, fought that kind of existence and seemed to have won. This made Harry wonder if he was a 5. Okay, don't talk too much here. There is quite a lot of noise here. Let's go first. If you have anything, Hagrid, please report to Dumbledore. Seeing that the fire was gradually extinguished, Alvin had no reason to stay here. Although he was not injured in the battle today, Alvin still felt a little mentally exhausted. He couldn't wait to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Okay. Hagrid no longer dared to treat Alvin as a first-year wizard and subconsciously obeyed Alvin's orders. Who is a first-year wizard who can fight a dark wizard? It's not magic. Neville and Malfoy next to them were scared out of their minds, and their tears were about to fall when they heard that they were going back. Especially Malfoy. Originally, he thought that Alvin had made Slytherin lose face, and he was going to teach Alvin a lesson, but Alvin's excellent performance in class made him suppress this urge. He was very thankful that he had only been looking for trouble with Harry and didn't dare to mess with Alvin. Otherwise, the grass on the grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. For a moment, his gaze towards Harry softened a lot. The group walked out of the forbidden forest, and Alvin followed them slowly while sitting on the back of the unicorn, stroking the unicorn's smooth fur from time to time. Soon, they came to the entrance of the forbidden forest. It's time to part with the little unicorn too. Looking at the reluctant eyes of the little unicorn, Alvin said that he was cute. Hastily patted his head. There are a lot of bad people out there. How about you live in the forbidden forest temporarily? If you want to find me, go to Hagrid's place and he will notify me. Woo! The little unicorn let out a cry, and suddenly there was a gleam of light from its horns, and then it touched Alvin's chest. A 6-pointed star magic circle was formed on the ground, and many ancient runes were also engraved in it. Alvin suddenly felt a connection between him and the little unicorn, and through this, some simple messages could be conveyed. This is a very old contract. The contractee can not only contact the pet through the contract, but some of his magic will also change due to the pet's attributes. It seems that the little unicorn has completely recognized the master. Alvin decided to give her a name. I'll call you Celestia from now on, okay? The little unicorn obviously liked the name and called out happily. After solving Celestia's problems, Alvin did not stop and returned to the castle with Harry and the others. Celestia quietly watched Alvin's leaving figure in the distance and walked slowly back to the forest until Alvin was no longer visible. After saying hello to Harry, Alvin went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. And the turmoil caused by this incident has only just begun. After such a big thing happened, Hagrid didn't care that it was too late. He went directly to the principal's room on the 8th floor and found Dumbledore. Chapter 46. Hagrid quickly came to the door of Dumbledore's headmaster's room. Lemon sorbet ice cream. Rushing to the door of the office, Hagrid said the password directly, and the bronze beast looked at Brother High and opened the door directly. And Dumbledore did not rest at this time. At this time, he was lying at the desk, holding a pen in his hand, and was replying to this letter. Looking at Hagrid, who hurried in, there was still a look of panic on his face. Dumbledore put the pen down and asked, "What's the matter, Hagrid?" Hagrid quickly told what had happened in the Forbidden Forest just now, and Dumbledore's face became serious. "Lead the way, Hagrid." The two quickly rushed towards the spot where Alvin fought just now. When he came to the place, looking at the blackened land and the broken trees, Dumbledore frowned. "Is this where Gaunt fought someone just now?" "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore thought for a while, and pulled out a wand with a section that was slightly longer than a normal wand. "Aim for that field. The old days are back." The scene in the open space over there quickly regressed until Alvin appeared, and then it slowly stopped. It's just that the figure that appeared was very vague, and Alvin probably couldn't recognize himself when he came here. This magic spell is similar to a time-reversing spell, but the effect is not so defiant. It can only restore some of the magic spells used in the current scene according to the fluctuation of magic power. And Dumbledore's ability to restore a blurred figure is beyond the scope of this spell, and he relies more on his own profound magical attainments. But when he saw that the man in black robes should hit Alvin with 2 consecutive Avada Kedavra life curses, Hagrid's face turned pale, and even Dumbledore's face became more serious. After watching the battle, Dumbledore did not speak, but stood silently. After a long time, he spoke. "Sorry, Hagrid, I can't tell exactly who this person is. I can only confirm that he is related to the mysterious man. You go back first. I still have some things to think about on my side." Hagrid shuddered when he heard the name of the mysterious man, then obeyed Dumbledore's orders and left quickly. And Dumbledore stood there, thinking about the battle scene just now. Thinking quietly, "Tom, I didn't expect you to be like this." Muttering to himself, he thought about what Alvin had just done. He knew that Alvin was a genius, but he mastered this kind of combat-type polymorphism in his first year. And the Patronus of the Phoenix who could resist the death curse. These things are things that many wizards can't do in their lifetime. Even the original Voldemort was much inferior when he was in first grade, although Alvin's usual performance is far from the name of the Dark Lord. However, once bitten by a snake, he is afraid of the rope for 100 years. The fragile wizarding world could no longer afford a third Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Dumbledore secretly decided to pay more attention to Alvin in the future. Swinging his wand, several trees rose from the ground, and clumps of green grass appeared on the ground. Soon, the devastated ground came back to life. Everything is like nothing happened. After doing this, Dumbledore did not stop, turned, and returned to the castle. Silent all night, Alvin slept beautifully to replenish his energy. On the way to the Transfiguration classroom, she was stopped by Hermione. "I heard you recovered a unicorn. Can you take me there?" Alvin was a little surprised. How did it spread so quickly? Harry said it. He said you made a contract with a unicorn. Can you show me? Blushing, Hermione sold Harry directly. Okay, then before dinner this afternoon. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and Alvin agreed directly. Thinking of this, I haven't had time to tell Chio, so I'd better go together in the afternoon. Time came to afternoon, and Alvin, Autumn, and Hermione marched side by side. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, without saying a word on the way. A strange atmosphere spread among the three of them. Alvin just wanted to go back to the time when he strangled himself in the morning. It's okay to promise nothing. Do you have to be lazy? Isn't this looking for guilt? Alvin wasn't a fool. How could he not know what Hermione thought about him? But he didn't know how to deal with it. So he had been allocating his time subtly, preventing Cho and Hermione from meeting. It's all right now, because of their own brain twitches, they still meet. This wave is Mars hitting the Earth. So in this strange atmosphere, the three came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Alvin told Celestia early through the contract that he was going to see her. So when they arrived, a white shadow rushed over and instantly came to Alvin's side. "Woo," Celestia's happy voice sounded, and she gently arched Alvin. Feeling the attachment to Celestia, Alvin also smiled and stroked her mane. And Chio and Hermione next to them had long been eager to see the holy unicorn standing beside them. The two women couldn't care less about the Cold War, and said in unison that they also wanted to touch the unicorn. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Alvin smiled when he saw the eyes of the two women. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. I hope that through Celestia, the relationship between the two can be eased. He waved his hand and let the two women come forward. Celestia, they are my good friends. Can I get to know you? Touching Celestia's horn, Alvin asked her for her opinion. The unicorn's horn also has the ability to distinguish between good and evil. She clearly sensed that the two women had no ill will towards her and nodded lightly. A pair of big blue eyes looked at the two women like clear lake water. The two women were all cute and slowly stepped forward. Chio said in the softest tone, "Celestia, can I touch you?" After hesitating for a while, the unicorn nodded. Afterwards, Chio was like a pilgrimage girl with excitement on his face and gently put his hand on the unicorn's back. He closed his eyes intoxicated and enjoyed it. Hermione also watched this scene eagerly, but embarrassed to speak. At this time, Alvin saw her embarrassment and said encouragingly, "It's okay, Hermione, you can try it too." Hearing Alvin's words, Hermione followed Chio's example and stroked the unicorn. Then the two became acquainted with Celestia. The two and one beast started playing on the grass. For a time, the relationship between the two women also eased a lot. Alvin watched this scene with satisfaction. Sure enough, Celestia was his lucky star, and he helped him a lot today. The sky gradually darkened. Chio and Hermione reluctantly said goodbye to the unicorn, and the three returned to the auditorium. 2 months have passed, the final exam is approaching, and Alvin's alchemy has hit a bottleneck. That night, Alvin lay in bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with a frown. No, there is not enough space in the dormitory, and if there is any movement, it is easy to be discovered. Alvin frowned, thinking that his alchemy experiment had reached the final stage. But there were 2 explosions before, although Alvin relied on an excellent reaction to suppress the dynamic and static immediately. But it's a bit unsafe after all. After thinking about it, Alvin didn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Yes, the room of requirement. How could I have forgotten such a feng shui treasure? Alvin patted his head angrily. Without hesitation, he put an illusion spell on himself and came to the 8th floor. Then people are dumbfounded. He only remembered that the room of requirement was on the 8th floor, but he really didn't know where it was. Fortunately, he still remembers the entry conditions, so he can try it slowly. Then he tried it one by one, wall by wall. Finally, on the wall opposite the tapestry, he attacked. I need a room where I can experiment with alchemy. When he finished the last recitation in his mind, a door suddenly appeared on the smooth wall, and Alvin knew that this was the room of requirement. Pushing open the door and walking in, there was a long experimental table in the middle of the empty room, and there were some tools on the table. Seeing this scene, Alvin also felt very magical. It's unclear what the principle of this room is, but there must be a part of legilimency and space replacement magic in it. Not thinking too much, Alvin opened the box where he cast the traceless stretching charm and took out various materials and tools from it. Alvin is going to be some assistance in his magical research, referred to as tool people. These tool people don't have to have strong ability, as long as they can help him deal with some repetitive work. The problem that troubles Alvin now is the intelligence system of these tool people. He has refined the body and prepared the energy system. But how to instill his own knowledge into the processing core perfectly is the biggest problem he is facing now. But fortunately, he already has some eyebrows. That is through the magic of the realm of Eden. After this magic is cast, each character is independent and will develop differently according to the memory and magic power instilled by the caster. For example, Alvin created an LSP in a dream. Even if Alvin didn't intervene, he would go on the road of seeking resources every day. And Alvin modified this spell, transmitted some knowledge and memory, and then created characters in the realm of Eden. Then it is permanently solidified on the tool man. This becomes a manifestation of pseudo-artificial intelligence. Thinking of this, Alvin began his own experiments, constantly shaping memory in the realm of Eden. It's a tough process, even harder than creating a whole new spell. What Alvin has to do is keep the specific memory he's shaped even if he doesn't maintain the Eden realm. It's been a long process, and Alvin only hopes that this spell can be perfected before this semester. Asterisk. Chapter 48. The time is gradually approaching the final exam, and all the little wizards are nervously preparing for the exam. Hermione has been having a bad relationship with Alvin lately. She thinks Alvin doesn't believe what she says, the Snape being the bad guy thing. She claims to have overheard a conversation where Snape threatened Quirrell. This made her very sure that the guy who coveted the Philosopher's Stone was Snape. Alvin didn't refute, just said that the truth of the matter is far from being as simple as it seems. This made Hermione a little unhappy with his covert behavior, pouting to ignore Alvin for a while until she caught Snape out. Alvin didn't care about this either. Hermione was a stubborn girl. Only when she found out the truth herself would she realize her mistake. Alvin also wanted to make Hermione take his own words seriously through this incident. Sometimes having a personality is a kind of charm, but girls with too strong personality are still not so pleasing. Under such circumstances, Alvin's first final exam came. There is nothing to say about the whole exam. Alvin passed all the exams smoothly, especially in the defense against the dark arts exam. Quirrell shuddered when he saw Alvin take out his wand. Speaking of Quirrell, Alvin also had to feel that Voldemort's methods were superb. Under the circumstances last time, Quirrell was almost out of shape. But Quirrell showed up at Hogwarts after a week of leave, but his voice was very weak, and deliberately avoided Alvin every time. Alvin didn't dismantle Quirrell either, since he still had to get the Philosopher's Stone after all. And just like that, Alvin's first-year life came to an end. After Alvin completed all the exams, he returned to the bedroom, ready to draw a wave of cards to improve his strength. Since the last Nickeline card, Alvin has saved another 20,000 gold coins. In order to be able to draw the diamond card, Alvin has been refusing to draw a card. Today, he decided to give it a try and see how many good things he could get with 20,000 gold coins. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, Alvin chose to draw cards. This most unfortunate time point he fortuned out was regarded as the golden time by him. After all, troll-level divination talent, everyone knows it. System, all 20,000 gold coins will be withdrawn. Remember to bring something good. After speaking, Alvin stopped talking and stared at the card pool interface. There is no ink in the system, and light is constantly flying out from the center of the meal. Finally, near the end, a colorful light covered the brilliance of other cards. Alvin's heart was slightly relieved, and he came out with one. Finally, when the card draw is over, 5 gold cards and 1 diamond card remain, and the other cards, Alvin, are all integrated, and materials and items are included in the system space. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, instead of looking at the diamond card, Alvin first looked at the 5 golden cards. 2 Professor McGonagall, 1 Snape, and 1 Nicole May. There is nothing to say. Professor McGonagall chose Transfiguration spell to improve his talent, and Snape chose potions. Nicole May chooses alchemy. The last card took Alvin by surprise. Bloodline Awakening Potion. Gold wake up the sleeping ancient bloodline in the body. If the bloodline has been awakened, the awakening progress will be greatly improved. Isn't that what he got in the novice gift pack? Alvin knew the power of this witch spirit bloodline. The witch spirits were the first batch of wizards to awaken their magic power. At that time, there were a group of people with extraordinary talents in the world. They have powers that ordinary people do not have, and can cast all kinds of strange spells. This group of people were later called witch spirits by wizards. Alvin deeply realized that his magic power was growing at a much faster rate than ordinary people. Even without the fusion card, Alvin's magic power would now surpass that of an average adult wizard. Without hesitation, Alvin fused 5 gold cards. Feeling the huge increase in the magic power in his body, Alvin was immersed in the feeling of the rapid increase in strength. It took a while for Alvin to barely control the magic within him. It seems that it will take a while to get used to the magic in the body. The increase in magic power this time is too huge, and Alvin has no way to control it perfectly. If he is asked to take the spells exam now, he is afraid that his own spell will blow up the classroom. This made him feel fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to draw cards after the final exam. Finally, Alvin looked at the last diamond card. The surface of the card shattered. A gorgeous scabbard was formed and floated in front of Alvin. The main body is blue, the sides and tip of the scabbard are wrapped in gold, and this complicated pattern is also engraved on it. The overall look is atmospheric and gorgeous. And when Alvin saw the introduction of this scabbard, the ideal land of independence aliases, Avalon introduction, the world-shaking noble phantasm is transformed from the hometown of fairies, the legendary land of Changchun. Efficacy 1. After the holder grows to 18 years old, he will remain youthful and immortal. Effect 2. Endows the holder with a strong healing ability and a speed of mana recovery. Effect 3. After encountering a crisis or actively releasing it, an absolute space is formed. Avalon. Any attack that cannot travel through space cannot touch the host, which can be called an absolute defense. Take off. This wave is definitely taking off. At this time, Alvin's brain was blank. He never expected to draw a noble phantasm at this level in his first diamond-level card draw. It's as if the system pointed to Alvin's nose and said, "Cubs, get me up." This is the most famous defensive noble phantasm in another anime world. With him, Alvin dared to eat the big melon. Moreover, the system has also been changed intimately, so Alvin doesn't have to worry that after fusion, he will stop growing like a foolish king. He can grow up to 18 years old, and then stay young forever. Wiping the unsatisfactory tears from the corners of his mouth, Alvin integrated Avalon into his body. A warm feeling rose from within, and his magic has become more active. It's getting close to the level where he was holding his wand before. Alvin felt it carefully and found that Avalon was still improving his body. He felt that the cells in his body were full of vitality. If he wears it all the time, his body will definitely exceed the limits of human beings. Maybe he can still be a fellow practitioner of magic and martial arts. Asterisk. Chapter 49. The next day, Alvin went straight to the room of requirement. He wished to get a training room dedicated to magic. With all kinds of targets and anti-magic equipment inside, Alvin released magic to his heart's content. He found that his magic power was regenerated 5 or 6 times faster, and his ability to cast spells silently and without a staff was also enhanced. Now, he can be called a walking magic fort. Finally, after a day of bombardment, Alvin was able to control his magic again. Alvin felt that his current strength had reached the professor level, and no one dared to say that Snape would still be able to deal with it. I checked my attribute panel, and sure enough, I had a huge improvement. Host, Alvin Gone age, 12 years old status, freshman at Hogwarts bloodline. Wu Ling, awakening. It is expected to be fully awakened after the age of 18, and the magic scale will reach the pseudo-legendary level. Magic scale, 55.4 magic items. A faraway land charms talent. 6. Excellent. Defense against the dark arts. 7. Wizards of the sky. Transfiguration spell talent. 6. Excellent. Potions talent. 7. Sky wizards. Black magic. 9. The Demon King comes to earth. Spells. Fierce fire spell. Heart. Piercing wrist bone. Shinfeng wooing. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. Gold. 300. Looking at his system panel, Alvin was very satisfied. It was only the first semester, and his strength had improved to this level. After Voldemort is resurrected, he can basically reach the pseudo-legendary level, although the pseudo-legend and the professor level are only 1 level apart. But the gap between the 2 levels is wider than the gap between Muggle and professor. In nearly 100 years, only 3 people have achieved this level. Walking out of the room of requirement, I saw Hermione standing at the door of the principal's office, constantly talking to the statue. "Let me in. I'm looking for Professor Dumbledore on something very important." "Sorry, I can't enter without a password," the stone statue said expressionlessly, ruthlessly rejecting Hermione. "Why are you here, Hermione?" Alvin was a little puzzled. "Alvin, why are you here?" Hermione seemed to see a savior. Excitedly, he said to Alvin, "Someone broke into the 4th floor. It must be Snape. Harry and the others are guarding the door, waiting for me to call Professor Dumbledore there." Hearing this, Alvin patted his head. How could he forget such an important thing by practicing magic by himself? Without hesitation, Alvin read the password to the bronze statue. "Lemon sorbet ice cream." The stone statue hesitated for a while, but it seemed that the left and right sides were separated. Alvin strode inside, followed by Hermione. But unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore is not here. Alvin spoke in a low voice. "Professor Dumbledore is not here. Let's go to the 4th floor now. I'm afraid Harry and the others broke in directly." Alvin vaguely remembered that Harry didn't wait for Dumbledore in the original book and rushed in with his friends. At this time, Hermione, who was somewhat helpless, had to listen to Alvin's words, and the two quickly rushed to the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. At this time, Harry and Ron were waiting anxiously at the door of the classroom. To be honest, Alvin was a little surprised when he saw Harry didn't rush in. After all, the savior has always been a style, reckless. "It seems to be quite calm today. Harry, Professor Dumbledore is out of the office and won't be able to find him for a while." Hearing this, Harry became even more anxious, and his heart sank. "Come on, let's go in together. Alvin, you are so good. We can definitely stop Snape." Alvin didn't stop either, just looking at the levels set up by several other professors. Thus began Alvin's first copy of the school year at Hogwarts. The configurations are Salted Fish number 1 calling 666, Harry, Salted Fish number 2 Ron calling 666, and a seductive lowly, Hermione calling 666. Well, at least in Alvin's eyes. Walking in the door, he saw the 3-headed dog Lu Wei, still the same. Alvin directly turned a stool next to him into a harp and played a song called Poor Fork. The 3-headed dog Lu Wei kneeled directly. However, when Harry next to him waited, he always felt a little strange. Why did the words Harry Potter ride and fly suddenly appeared in his mind? Shaking his head, Harry quickly threw his unreliable thoughts out of his mind. Hermione next to her couldn't help but sigh that such a terrifying magical creature could be defeated by a single song. Still such an ugly tune. Sure enough, Snape is an idiot. He must have been bitten by Lu Wei last time. Ron on the side was also schadenfreude. As long as Snape was unlucky, this silly kid would be happy for the entire semester. "Okay, don't think about so much useless. Are you ready? We're going to jump." Alvin walked over to the trapdoor, pulled it hard, and the door opened. "Is it really okay?" San Xiaoji stretched out his head and looked down, then looked at each other. It was pitch black like a black hole, bottomless. Seeing that the 3 of them were cowardly, Alvin set an example, jumped lightly, and jumped off. Well, although he knew that there were devil vines underneath, Alvin wouldn't put his safety on memory. Casting a windward spell in the air, Alvin slowly fell to the ground. "There are soft plants down there. No problem. Jump down. Come on, Hermione. I'll catch you like last time. Trust me." Alvin shouted at the top. Chapter 50. Hermione blushed when she heard Alvin's words. But she didn't hesitate, took a deep breath, and jumped down. Alvin's arms held Hermione firmly in his embrace and swayed subconsciously. Then she said something that made Hermione break her defense in an instant. Why does it feel heavier than last time? Hermione heard the whole person slap frantically on Alvin's chest. Even after Hermione was put down by Alvin, she still twisted half a turn on his arm. Harry and Ron above were relieved to see that everything was fine and jumped down one by one. Then I heard, "Ouch! Asterisk 2. Alvin, you already picked up Hermione. Why didn't you pick up both of us?" Harry and Ron rubbed their butts and looked at Alvin resentfully. Although there are soft plants on the ground, but they still had some pain when they jumped from that high. Alvin looked at them like Henin. "Are you and Hermione the same?" Uffed. This sentence was like a sharp arrow, hitting the hearts of the two people fiercely. Look at Alvin, then look at Hermione. Confirmed the eyes. Both of them are people who can't be provoked. Seeing the silly looks of the two, Alvin ignored them. How could Loli fall to the ground? Fluorescent flashes. The crowd cast a flashing spell with their wands, lighting up the room. Hermione screamed as she saw the plants on the ground. "God, this is the devil's net. They are not safe. We need to use fire." Before he could finish speaking, Alvin snapped his fingers. "Resist the ring of fire." After he finished speaking, a flame ring appeared from under his feet and then rapidly expanded. The devil's net seemed to have the grandson meet his grandfather and immediately collected all the vines. The speed was so fast that the three little ones were stunned. "Go, don't waste time here." Regardless of their consternation, Alvin walked in the direction the devil's web had receded, where there was a wooden door. Harry looked at Alvin enviously, and he also wanted to be as handsome as Alvin. Snap your fingers and call whatever you want. Too bad he didn't even know what spells Alvin used, let alone cast spells without a wand. In fact, this is not a magic spell in itself, but a fine control of the flame spell. The large number of blue and white cards that Alvin obtained in this card draw has made his application of some basic magic spells reach a state of perfection. Just now Alvin just made up a name just to be handsome. Obviously, this wave of batches was very successful. Didn't you see little stars appearing in Hermione's eyes next to her? Walking into the wooden house, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the winged keys flying in the sky. Harry saw the broom next to him, and his eyes were happy. "There's a broom there." Just before he finished speaking, Alvin pointed to the ground, and a giant hand instantly appeared on the ground. He swept towards the sky suddenly, and directly grabbed more than half of the keys in Zhang Xin. Alvin snapped his fingers again, and his palm instantly turned into a cage, trapping the keys in the cage. Look for the injured wing. If someone opened the door just now, the key's wings must be different from the others. After speaking, Alvin made a chair and made it. Mainly because Alvin can't stand it anymore. Is the broom next to him serious? It's almost like going to an escape room, and someone slaps a map on your face. Harry opened his mouth. "Well, I still have some use. At least I can still find the keys." Soothing to himself, Harry and Ron went up to find the keys. And Hermione was left by Alvin's side, and the two shared a lounge chair. Looking at Harry and Ron leisurely, struggling to find the key. When the two found a key with sky blue wings and inserted it into the eye on the stone wall, after a harsh sound, the stone door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the key was bounced away, and he was caught twice in a row, looking exhausted. The group passed through the stone gate and entered a dark hall. Suddenly, the room was brightly lit, showing the shocking scene in this room. In front of them was a huge chessboard. Harry, Ron, Hermione paled, because the pieces on the chessboard are too huge, more than twice as high as they are. In front of them is a black child, and opposite is a white child. There was nothing on by Z's face, and with this black and white chessboard, it looked particularly gloomy and empty. There are obviously a few less black stones. Obviously let them act as pawns, and if they win the opponent, they will be able to pass the level. At this time, Alvin's inner spit soul was burning. Dare to be more obvious in the design of these levels. The last level is to reflect Harry's flying skills, and this level is clearly designed for Ron. Is this a custom service in the wizarding world? Professor McGonagall, why don't you get a flying chessboard and let them play an exciting game of flying chess? Asterisk.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.